Your Honor, can we go on the record prior to
We're
the
going,
jury
yeah, we're
coming?
going to look at that, yeah.
Thank you.
Your Honor, calling People versus Jennifer Crumbley, case number 222799990 FH.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Karen McDonald on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Marquise, on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Shannon Smith on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley.
All right, all the jurors are here, which is always it's a good start to the day. Anything?
Yes, Your Honor, I included the court on some emails last night between myself and the prosecution. I have 3 specific witnesses that they subpoenaed that I've asked them to hold the subpoenas on.
Okay.
But the prosecution, I know that trial is a moving part, has lots of moving parts.
Okay.
I need to know when the defense case is going to begin because I cannot coordinate with witnesses and have them sitting here all day, every day.
Do you think it's going to be today or tomorrow?
Judge, as I indicated in the email last night, there were 9.
I read it at 4 o'clock this morning. Yeah.
There are 9 potential prosecution witnesses left.
Yeah.
Counsel this morning indicated that she would like Wendy and Phil Sodden here, as well as Brian Maloche. They've been subpoenaed.
Right.
Mr. and Mrs. Sodden are her client's parents. They've been contacted and told to come sit in the court unless and until the defense counsel or the prosecution chooses not to call them. So I can't predict when the trial is going to end for the prosecution.
Okay.
I can tell the court no, we have a potential of 9 witnesses left. As the evidence comes in, we may decide to call all 9, or we may not decide, as we do in every single case, Judge.
Okay, so let's check in after lunch and about 3 or 4 o'clock. Right?
I would appreciate that. Yeah. I am having a very difficult time because the prosecution is not extending professional courtesy to me to give me any information, and I'm dealing with my own witnesses. I'm in court doing this. I am a one-man show, and the very least that could happen is them telling me who's going to be called and who's not.
This happens in every trial. This happens in every trial. Yesterday, the first witness was 2 hours late, so that impacts things, right? So the weather impacted things. So I don't think that they are not obligated to tell you in what order and who is next, but I think that they have been extending a professional courtesy. I understand your difficulty, and we're gonna do our best. You know, it's also hard to predict how long a witness will be. Some witnesses, and there were witnesses where you had no questions, which is great, right? But there are witnesses that you spent some time on. There are witnesses they spent a long time on. So it's hard to predict. We're gonna check in several times today. I'm not going to tell you your witness isn't in the hallway so you can't call them. I'm not going to do that.
I understand. I guess my fear is that if we get to a point where suddenly they have no witnesses and I don't have witnesses here because I had no heads up, I don't want this court to be mad at me that we're wasting time. I am trying my absolute best. That's what I want the court to know.
This is the heads up.
This
is the heads up.
I am aware. I have sat where you are sitting and had to coordinate witnesses, and I know how difficult it is. I am aware. So I understand that, right? So don't worry about that. We will check in several times today and see how it's going. I mean, things happen. Things happen. Witnesses are quicker than we thought, or take longer than we thought. So I obviously am very interested in keeping the trial moving, which is what we're going to do right now.
That's great, Judge.
Okay, that's great.
We indicated let's just have defense counsel's witnesses ready to go, as we have, and
right. When? That's all I want to know. Like what day?
I don't
even
think
a day.
They don't know. They don't know. It doesn't sound like it's going to be today.
Well, that was my big
concern.
9 witnesses. Last night I was emailing them because I didn't know if they would get through today.
Okay, sometimes a witness is 10 minutes long.
I understand.
It might be today.
It's not your first rodeo, Miss Smith.
Which is why I've seen this unfold before. And when they said our case will be done by the end of the week, that's far, far sooner than we've ever expected, which is fine and great news.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to plan.
I understand. I've been there many, many, many times. So let's do it. Let's bring them in.
Thanks, Jeff. Elena, did you?
Number two. Review two.
Yes. What does it look like? Because I'm not seeing it. Oh, thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, you may be seated. Thank you for your practice. Prosecutor, who's the next witness?
Lieutenant Sam Marsden.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, could you step up and have a seat? And then state your name for the record and spell your first and last name.
Sam Marsban, first name's S-A-M, last name M-A-R-Z-B-A-N.
Go ahead, prosecutor.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning.
Can you tell the jury what your occupation is and how long you've been doing that?
I'm a detective lieutenant with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office. It'll be 20 years in July.
And as a lieutenant in your capacity right now, what are your duties?
I'm commander of the City of Pontiac Detective Bureau.
And what does the City of Pontiac Detective Bureau do? What sort of investigations?
We do investigations, everything from minor property offenses all the way up to homicides.
All right, and in your over 20 years of experience, how many homicide investigations have you taken part in?
Well over 100.
I want to take you to November 30th, 2021. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
All right. At some point, were you informed that there was a school shooting at Oxford High School?
Yes, I was in the Pontiac substation. I was informed there was an active shooter at Oxford High School.
And what did you do?
I grabbed my radio, went down to my car, and there were other detectives gearing up, loading up in unmarked cars, and we went lights and sirens to Oxford High School.
Okay, and when you arrived, can you describe what you observed when you pulled into the complex?
So we pulled in, there was a heavy presence on the north side of the building. So we moved around, we put our vehicles on the east side of the building, so there was some coverage there. And then we put our vests on, grabbed our rifles and went in through the east side of the building.
And if you know, do you know what time that was?
It was probably shortly after 1 p.m.
Okay, and at that point when you entered the building, and you said you grabbed your gear, can you describe what that means?
A ballistic vest, rifle, handgun, and police radio.
Okay. What information did you have when you entered the building?
As we were pulling in, we could see ambulances were leaving, and there were still ambulances on scene. We knew that there had been several casualties, both fatal and non-fatal. As we were getting ready to go in, we learned that there was one suspect in custody. There was still, everything was there's so much information coming in, it wasn't clear yet at that point if there was another person involved or not.
So it wasn't clear whether there was one shooter or more than one shooter?
That information was evolving as we're basically getting ready to go in.
Okay. When you entered the building, did you ever make contact with Lieutenant Willis, who's sitting next to me?
Yes, after we were searching the building and we evacuated some students, I did make contact with Lieutenant Willis.
Okay, so backing up, what was the first thing you did when you entered the building?
The first thing we did is I had a team of probably 3 other detectives that were with me, and we conducted a systematic search, making sure there was no other victims, no other shooters inside. There were still students locked in classrooms, and once we made those areas safe where we could safely evacuate them, we brought those students out so they can be taken to another location and be picked up by family. Once that was all done, we did that primary search of the entire school. That's when I went to the front office and I met with Lieutenant Willis and the other investigators.
Can you describe to the jury what that experience of coming across a classroom where there are kids in it, how did you evacuate that classroom safely, and what were the difficulties in getting into the door?
Well, the doors have been locked and barricaded, so we had to identify ourselves. I was not one of the people communicating. I was more in a supervisory role, trying to coordinate with the radio and other teams that were searching. the schools, but we wanted to make sure that there was a safe path, that we weren't going to bring them out into harm's way. So we made sure that whatever route out of the building that they had, there was police presence there.
Were there any other concerns evacuating kids other than their safety going through the hallways? Were you concerned about anything else?
Yes, we didn't want them to be exposed to areas of the school that were a crime scene. The area that I had searched initially upon entry, there was no victims in the hallways.
Okay. What is it you do if you're trying to evacuate a classroom in a hallway where there are victims there? How did you shield those kids from that?
Basically, you would set up a screen. It would be like a screen of law enforcement personnel shielding their view from seeing what occurred.
Okay. About how long did it take you to direct these primary and secondary searches?
I was only involved in the primary search. I would say it was probably about an hour.
Okay. And you said at some point you went and met up with Lieutenant Willis or the command?
Yes, I met with Lieutenant Willis and other investigators from the Special Investigations Unit.
And I think sometimes we get lost about, we assume people know things. Talk to me about the ranking system at the sheriff's office. Lieutenant's a pretty high rank, is that right?
Yes, it'd be a command officer.
Right, and then, so who's above a lieutenant?
A captain.
Okay, and did you have any captains in the building that day?
I believe Captain Hill was there.
Okay,
I could hear his voice on the radio.
all right. Other than that, were there other lieutenants?
Lieutenant Willis, I think there've been some promotions since. I can't recall anyone else.
So what did you do when you were done with that? What was your responsibility?
I had,
what were you assigned to, or what did you choose to do?
I was requested to identify two of the deceased victims that were in the hallway.
Okay. And you said you've been involved in a lot of homicide investigations.
Yes.
Did this feel different to you?
Yes, it was kind of surreal with it being in a school, a place where kids are supposed to be safe. Most of them are, in houses that I've been involved in, or streets or businesses. So it was different.
Okay. Can you describe what you did?
I met up with a school school counselor, I believe, was Pamela Fine, and then Jim Rourke, who was a retired police officer and also school security. And we were tasked to identify two of the deceased victims.
And how did you do that, Lieutenant?
I went down to the south hallway where they were located.
Is that the 200 hallway?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
The first victim had a coat on her. They were covering basically her upper torso and her head. There was a backpack next to her. It wasn't on her. Deputy Freiberg was with me as well, and he looked through the backpack, found some school assignments.
At some point, were you able to determine who that girl was on the floor?
Yes.
And who was it?
Hannah St. Juliana.
Okay. And what did you do?
We looked at the mobile phone that Jim O'Rourke had, and were able to identify her based on her school picture.
Okay, and what was the purpose of doing this?
So we can notify next of kin.
Okay. And what did you do next?
I went further east down that hallway. There was another female victim lying on the ground, again with a coat over her head, and she was wearing a backpack.
She was still wearing it?
She was still wearing a backpack.
Do you know could you see where her injury was?
She had a gunshot wound to the head.
And what did you do?
I went into that backpack. I found a wallet. I found a driver's license in that wallet with the name Madison Baldwin. I looked at the picture. I moved the coat off her head. She had blood and hair covering her face, so I ended up moving her hair out of her face to identify her from her driver's license.
Okay. Was anyone with you at the time?
Deputy Freiberg was with me. I believe Pam Fine was with me and Jim Rourke, and there was other law enforcement personnel in the hallway.
Thank you. What did you do next?
I went back to the front office after we identified the two, and then I was requested to prepare a search warrant for the shooter's residence.
Okay. At that point, what did you have anything that was obtained from the shooter?
In preparation for the affidavit for the search warrant, basically so I can put the facts in to request the court grant me that court order.
I'm sorry, Lieutenant, I just want to back up. I need to ask that question first, which I think you knew. What was the purpose of the search warrants of the home?
To look for any more evidence related to the homicide investigation.
Okay. And is that something you normally do?
Yes.
All right. And I'm sorry I interrupted you. What did you, as a matter of protocol, did you look at anything that was obtained from the shooter?
I did.
What was that?
There was a couple things I looked at. I'm sorry, was your question specifically what was obtained from the shooter?
Yes, and why did you need to obtain those things?
I looked at the shooter's cell phone. It was a locked screen. However, on the phone, when you could see that the messages had been received, so I could see what messages. I couldn't go into the phone, obviously, but there was messages displayed on the screen, and I could see what those text messages were and where they're from.
Were you the first person to look at that phone?
No.
Okay. Were you the first person to press the button so the screen would appear, if you know?
I don't even think I pressed any button. I don't know.
It's okay.
If you move the phone, sometimes when I pick up my personal phone, if I move it, the screen will light up and the lock screen will appear. So I can't recall if I've pressed any buttons or not.
Okay. Where were you when you had the phone and it lit up?
I was in the front of the school by the administrative offices.
Okay. Is there anyone with you?
Yes.
Who was that?
Detective Anger from the computer crime.
Okay. I'm going to put on the screen People's 343. I don't believe there's an objection, but I'm not sure.
I'm sorry, you said 343?
Mm-hmm.
It's the shooter's phone.
It's a screen capture of the shooter's phone.
We have no objection, thank you.
343 isn't here.
All right, Lieutenant, is that your hand?
Yes.
Okay, and what are we looking at?
This was the cell phone that was recovered from the shooter.
Okay, and we're going to try to magnify for a minute. The first message there, can you read what it says and who it's from?
The message is from Mom, who was sent 1 hour prior, and it says, "Ethan, don't do it." The second.
Hold on one moment. 1 hour prior to what exactly?
1 hour prior to whatever real time was, so 1 hour prior to 3:03 p.m. approximately.
Okay, do you know when the shooting began?
12:51, I believe.
Okay, and how long was Ethan don't do it after the shooting began? How long, what was the time span between the shooting began and that text came in?
The exact time's not displayed on there, it's just the approximate of 1 hour, but I would say at least an hour after the shooting.
Okay, we have that on another exhibit, but, okay, and the next text? Who's that from and what does it say?
It says, "Dad, Ethan, call me now."
All right, and then the next text?
It's from a phone number that is not listed as a contact, and it says, "Did you get shot?"
Okay. Is it, I don't want to ask a leading question. Were you able to tell from that screenshot what order those are in? Is the top one the most recent text, or is the bottom one the most recent text?
The bottom would be the most recent.
Okay. And at that moment, it says, what is it, 47 minutes ago? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. What if anything, did you perceive when you looked at that phone? Did it cause any concern for you?
With the other information that I had, it provided knowledge that the senders of those text messages.
Objection, Your Honor, is to speculation of what Mrs. Crumbley's knowledge was. That would be speculation.
So I don't think he got a chance to say, but
Okay, can you repeat the question?
yeah, but I just asked him to finish the answer because I don't think he's talking about her knowledge. But I don't. Talk to me about what you said. You did a search warrant for the electronics included, correct?
Yes, I was
Okay.
referring to my knowledge.
Yes, I know that. I was trying to
Okay.
let you finish, but go ahead.
So it provided me with information that the sender of these text messages were aware of the
Your
circumstances.
Honor, this is, again, the sender of the text messages was aware. He cannot testify to what the sender of text messages was aware of. That's speculation.
Your Honor, I'll move on.
I guess it is.
This is information that he is receiving in real time to perform his duties of an investigation. We're simply trying to establish why and what he did next.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I think the jury gets it.
And Your Honor, when I object, I would ask that the court consider the objection prior to Ms. McDonald's.
Sustained.
Thank you.
one moment. I have a right to respond to an objection because that's
Okay, but
the court, those are the court rules. I'm not gonna ask the question before the court rules, but I before the court rules
Okay,
on the
but-
objection.
Okay, but when she objected, you didn't respond to the objection.
I was trying to respond. I really
Okay,
was.
okay.
I'm trying to explain to the court that this is what we're doing. So
Okay, all right, well, it's.
I'm not
objection
gonna
is-
start asking questions without a ruling.
Okay,
Lieutenant, what concerned you about this and what did you do next?
Concerned me because there was relevant information on electronic devices related to the shooting that had occurred. With that, I viewed the surveillance video from the school, and I also observed the firearm that was used in the shooting in preparation for the search warrant. So it helped me basically collect information that what we might be looking for in the home that we were seeking a search warrant for.
Okay, and do you know Special Agent Brandon from the ATF?
I do.
Okay, he testified early in these proceedings. Was he present with you at the school and assisted in any way?
I do remember seeing him in the school.
Okay. What did you do? Well, can you tell the jury what you requested in your affidavit for a search warrant and why?
What I requested was any and all evidence related to the homicide investigation, which included firearms, ammunition, firearms accessories like holsters or magazines, notes, receipts, electronic devices to include tablets, computers, cell phones, because we know that in these types of investigations, messages could be sent to other individuals that might be witnesses or be a part of that investigation in addition to plans. So I guess that's the gist of it.
At that point, were you informed or did you observe anything in the shooter's backpack that was found in one of the bathrooms?
I did not look through his backpack.
Okay, so what did you do next?
I had to have my laptop, which I left quickly. I had to have my laptop brought to me to the school, and I sat there, I typed out a search warrant and swore to that search warrant from the school. And then once it was authorized, I let my detectives that had secured that residence, that the judge had signed the court order, and they could begin searching.
Did you speak to any of the students in the school that day?
I did.
Who did you speak to?
I believe his name was Keegan.
And can you tell the court why you spoke to Keegan and where he was during the shooting?
I spoke to him very briefly. He was, when I talked to him, he was in one of the counselor's offices. And in my role, I was in a supervisory role over the detective bureau, so I was trying to assist Lieutenant Willis, and I was directing my detectives basically to handle the interviews. And then I had learned that Keegan had witnessed a homicide in the bathroom, and he was obviously very shaken up, and he was sitting in the counselor's office. Partly I didn't want him to be alone, so I directed Detective Stevens to stay with him and gather information from him.
And that, do you know that victim's name? You're talking about Justin Schilling, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and did you speak to Keegan because he had information that you needed about the shooter?
Yes, he did have information about the shooter as well.
Okay, was that bathroom the site of the last student that was murdered?
Yes.
Okay. Did you direct or ask anybody to go to the house after you wrote the search warrant or while you were writing it?
While I was writing it, I asked them to go to the house.
Do you remember who you asked?
At that
or I
time,
guess you ordered, but.
Several different detectives there at that time. Lieutenant Hicks before he was promoted, he was Sergeant Hicks, so he was my partner in the detective bureau. So I told him we need to get a team to go secure that house. I believe it was him, Detective Stoyak, and Detective Steele.
And what can you tell the jury what that means to secure the house?
Basically, it's a protected suite. So your purpose isn't to search for evidence yet while you're waiting for that search warrant to be signed, but you want to make sure there is no one in that structure destroying any evidence before you can get that search warrant, because obviously it does take time to draft the document and get the judge to authorize it. So it was basically preventative from allowing stuff to be destroyed or taken out of the house.
Prior to drafting the search warrant, did you watch any surveillance video?
I did.
Can you tell the jury what you viewed?
I watched the surveillance video of that south hallway. I believe the 200 hallway shows the shooter going into the bathroom, coming out moments later, and then immediately the shooter began firing on students as he walked east down that hallway.
Were you able to determine what weapon was used?
Yes.
How did you determine that?
The weapon, by the time I saw that weapon, it was already brought to the front of the school. Crime lab specialist Rachel Grace had it in her possession. It was collected in an evidence box, and it was a SIG 9mm handgun.
Okay, how long did it take the search for the search warrants to be signed and authorized by a judge?
Probably it was under an hour, I would say.
Okay, and what did you do once you obtained a search warrant?
I called, I can't remember which detective I called, but one of the detectives on scene, I told him that it had been authorized.
When you say on scene, you mean?
I'm sorry, on scene, at the house.
All right, and when you say the house, you're talking about 112 East Street in Oxford, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and just for the record, did you determine who lived there?
I did.
And who lived there?
The shooter lived there, James and Jennifer Crumbley lived there as well.
Had you met any of those three people before that day?
No.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to meet Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do. She's sitting at the defense table with glasses and a gray jacket on.
All right, may the record reflect he's properly identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Do you remember about what time that you arrived on scene at the house?
I would say it was about 6:30 p.m.
Okay, what did you do?
The detectives there were already searching the residence. I checked on them, making sure that.
Okay, I want to back up because we can't assume. How did they know that the search warrant was authorized?
I called and told one of them.
Okay, and once you make that call, then you instruct them to start the search?
Yes.
Okay. How long do you think that they had been searching by the time you got there?
Maybe an hour.
Okay. What did you observe when you arrived? Was there anything going on outside, or was everybody inside?
Everybody was inside. I think there was uniformed cars outside as security.
Okay, did you just have individuals from the Oakland County Sheriff's Office, or were there other law enforcement agencies?
Brett Brandon from the ATF was there as well.
Okay, Special Agent Brandon?
Yes.
All right. Did you have an opportunity to interact with Jennifer Crumbley?
I did.
Can you tell the jury how that came to be?
They were not there when I first arrived. They ended up showing up, I would say probably about 15 minutes later. Them, by they, I mean James and Jennifer.
Did someone ask them to return to the home?
I believe so.
And do you know who that was?
I'm not 100% sure.
Did you ask that they return to the home?
I did not. I did not have contact with them prior.
Okay. Did you want them to return to the home?
Yes.
Why?
They had cell phones in their possession.
Okay. In a typical homicide case, do you seize the parents' phones?
If I determine that there's relevant information to the homicide investigation, yes.
Okay, can you tell the jury why you thought, I assume, were their phones, did you think they were relevant to the investigation?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury why?
Based on the information I learned at the school, I learned that a parent had been there earlier in the day with the shooter regarding drawings that were made on an assignment that were disturbing. Also, I had observed the shooter's phone that had messages that were related to the shooting.
And was there a particular message on that screenshot that made you want to search the phone?
Yes.
What was it?
Ethan, don't do it.
And who sent that text?
Mom, Jennifer Crumbley.
All right. Can you explain what happened when Jennifer and James Crumbley returned to the home?
The search was still ongoing by detectives, so I had them sit in the front living room when they came in. I explained to them the process. James had asked for an itemized list of the items that were taken out of the home, and I explained to them that we'd leave a copy of the search warrant, the court order authorizing what we were taking, and then we'd leave tabulations, basically a receipt, just documenting what items that we had taken. I instructed them that I did need both of their cell phones.
And then how did Jennifer react to that?
She was not happy about that.
Okay, when you say she wasn't happy, what do you mean? Describe what that means.
She did not want to give me her phone. She seemed irritated about it initially. She was not turning it over promptly.
Did she say, I'm not giving it to you, or I don't want to give it to you, or did she say anything?
I don't remember the exact language, but I believe it was that she did not want to give it to me.
Okay, then what happened?
I explained to her that, it's part of the court order, part of the search warrant, and it was necessary that we collect the cell phone. That's when James interrupted and basically explained to her he's going to get that cell phone one way or another, might as well just turn it over to him. And then she did turn it over.
And when you say she turned it over, what does that mean? She gave it to you?
She handed it to me.
Okay. And what did you do next?
She was concerned about having phone numbers for family members. I allowed her to, I took a sheet of paper and I allowed her to write down necessary phone numbers out of her phone. And then
I want to back up a bit. How did you get into the phone?
She gave me the password.
Okay. I'm sorry, I've got to make a clear record. Was it password protected?
I believe it was, yes.
Okay, and how did you get the password?
She provided the password to me.
And can you tell the jury what that exchange was like?
Again, she did not want to give the password. We have the capabilities, obviously, with our computer crimes unit. When we have a search warrant, we can bypass the security.
Did you explain that to her?
I believe I did.
Okay. And did you tell her that that's what you were going to do if she didn't give the password?
Yes.
Okay, so did she finally give it to you?
Yes.
All right. And then you said you allowed her to write down some things. What did she write down?
She wrote down some phone numbers from contacts out of her phone.
All right, and did you instruct the defendants to do anything after you seized their phones?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that was?
I told them they needed to contact, and they needed to get, she was concerned about being able to call people, so I instructed her she could go get a replacement, basically a prepaid phone from a local store, and that it was important that we had that number, that she was to contact either myself or Sergeant Joe Bryan.
Did you ask them, ask her to do that in a timely way, or did you not mention when they should provide that?
I don't recall specific language, but I believe it was important that we had that number that night. I don't remember what my wording was, but I would say timely, yes.
Okay, are you aware if they did provide those new phone numbers?
They did not provide it to me. I don't know if they provided it to Sergeant Bryan or not.
Okay. What is the protocol when you seize a phone and there's a search warrant to search the information on a phone?
First thing I do is I put it into airplane mode. That way it cannot be remotely wiped. So once we put it in airplane mode, it's basically, again, a preservation to prevent the destruction of information on that phone.
Okay. The exchange about the seizing of the phones, what did you say in response to that resistance, if anything?
I believe I just explained it wasn't an option not to take the phone. It was a court order. And I was trying to be professional about it and say, we're going to take the phone, and I didn't want her to try and resist us taking the phone.
Was there any discussion about the students who were injured or killed in that school by the defendant?
Not by the defendant, no.
Did you say anything about that?
Yes.
What did you say?
I could tell she was kind of frustrated about the situation, the phone, things like that, and I explained to her.
Your Honor, objection to hearsay as to what this officer said.
His statements are, what is the objection?
About what she said to
my
your client,
objection-
what he said to your client?
About what he said to my client. My client's statements are clearly not hearsay. I'm objecting to what he said to my client as hearsay.
He's the declarant. It's not an out of court statement. He's the actual person testifying. And additionally, this is giving context to the exchange at the house with the defendant.
Your Honor, there is no I said it exception to hearsay, so even though he's the declarant, there's no I said it exception where he can still testify to hearsay.
That's true.
Your Honor, I believe that his statements about what he did during the investigation, which I've elicited several times while he's been on the stand, are relevant to show what he did and why he did it.
Just because there have been things that I have not objected to doesn't mean that I couldn't have objected
Okay,
to. But I'm
okay.
objecting at this point. It's not legally correct.
Okay, so I guess one question is whether they're being offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, well, let me back up a little bit. Mrs. Crumbley did not ask you a question about that, about what
No,
happened, if there are fatalities at the school.
correct.
Okay, go ahead.
His statement to Mrs. Crumbley about what happened at the school is not being offered to prove what happened at the school. We've proven that 100 different ways, unfortunately. It's being offered to show what he did and the response of the defendant.
Yeah, I'm gonna allow it. It's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, right?
Thank you. What did you say to the defendant?
I told her that there were several dead kids and kids that were shot in the school, and this was significant incidents, and it was already on the national news, and even the president had addressed it.
How did you know that?
From seeing the news cameras outside and speaking to other people
Okay,
on scene.
all right. Was Jennifer Crumbley crying?
No,
Was Jennifer Crumbley, what were her mannerisms or gestures at that point?
she seemed irritated and frustrated. I remember taking notes down, and she made a statement to me saying that lives were lost today and he's going to have to suffer. And I found that odd. the way she said it.
Why?
Because she was referring to a person that was her son. Again, I've been involved in multiple homicide investigations where I've talked to relatives and parents that their children had taken lives, and normally it was.
Your Honor, I'm objecting to the relevance of what other people have said. Obviously, her statement is allowed. The detective testified to what she said, but drawing conclusions about what she was thinking as she said it is speculation.
Response?
He's not drawing conclusions about what she was thinking. He's drawing conclusions about what he was thinking. He said he found it odd, and I'm asking him why. And I think in the course of this investigation, an officer's perceptions about the defendant's statements and they're being odd compared to what he sees in over 100 different homicide investigations are absolutely relevant. In addition, we are proving our burden, as the court instructed the jury, is to prove gross negligence and what a person using ordinary care would have to do to prevent injury or death to somebody else. And her statements and how they compare to any person, reasonable, ordinary person, are definitely relevant.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I have to continue, I have to argue based on this argument. This detective, who is very experienced, has never investigated a mass shooting at a school. So he does not have awareness of how parents of mass shooters typically respond, because this is a first.
I don't think he said that. I think he has interviewed or had contact with parents whose children have killed people before. So to the extent that you're speculating about, you hadn't met her before this, right?
Correct, Judge.
So, okay, so you can't speculate about what she's thinking, how she's feeling, how she would normally respond. Okay, there's some people that, when someone falls, they laugh, which might seem inappropriate, but that's how that person is, right? But to the you can testify about your experience, why you thought it was odd based on your experience in interacting with other parents who had children who had killed people.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, all right.
Can you continue with why you felt it was odd? Can you tell the jury?
Yes, the language of suffer struck me as odd. Most of my experience as well, even.
I want to stop you. What do you mean suffer? Explain to me what you mean the language of suffer.
Said he's going to have to suffer.
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Most of my experience as well, there's going to be consequences, or, we understand the severity of the situation, that the choice of words suffered was odd to me.
Okay, all right. Nothing further. Cross.
Thank you. Detective, when you testified about the giving Mrs. Crumbley the search warrant for the phone, it's fair to say, at least to your knowledge, Mrs. Crumbley has never had a search warrant to take her phone away from her, correct?
I don't have any knowledge of that.
And when she was expressing concerns to you about not having her cell phone, one of those concerns was that she would not have phone numbers to people on her contact list. Is that true?
Yes, that's why I allowed her to copy her contact list.
She also expressed concern that if she didn't have her phone, she would have no way to call people. I guess what I'm saying is that was the only phone of Mrs. Crumbley that you were taking with the search warrant, correct?
I'm sorry, you said that was the only phone?
You took one phone for Mrs. Crumbley.
Yes.
You don't believe she had other cell phones at that time?
I would not know if she did or not.
So when you were taking that cell phone, if that was her only phone, it would be fair to say she wouldn't have a phone to use after that.
Yes, that's why I suggested she go purchase another phone from a store that was open.
You suggested she go and purchase what some people refer to as burner phones or track phones.
A prepaid phone, yes.
So you can go to a store, buy a prepaid phone, and it'll have a different phone number, correct?
Yes.
And you advised the Crumbleys, in order to have phones, go ahead and buy these phones.
I suggested, yes, you should buy another phone and provide that number to us.
You did allow Mrs. Crumbley to sit down and write contact numbers out so that she could put them in whatever phone she bought.
Yes,
And you're aware that by that night, the Crumbleys did purchase track phones? And if you're not aware, just let me know.
I learned later in the investigation, but I wasn't involved in that part of it.
Okay, fair enough. Again, very quickly, you had never met with or had any dealings with Mrs. Crumbley?
That's correct.
You have never seen her react to anything in life, a pet dying, a person dying, bad news about a job, anything like that?
My only encounter with her was at that house.
Thank you, I have no further questions.
Nothing further, may this witness be excused.
You can step down.
Thank you, Judge.
Who's the next witness?
David Hendrick.
David, I'm sorry, can you say the last name? Hendrick?
Hendrick, yes, Judge. He's in the hallway.
Good morning. Do you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please be seated, and will you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
David Hendrick, DavidHendrick.
Go ahead, prosecutor.
Thank you. Sir, are you currently a member with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
I am not.
Okay. And were you at one point?
I was
How long did you work with the Sheriff's Office?
34 years.
Okay. And you recently retired?
I did.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I would like to direct your attention to the days around November the 30th, 2021. When you retired, what was your rank?
Detective Sergeant,
And what unit were you assigned to?
the Fugitive Apprehension Team.
If you could, sir, please tell the jury what is the Fugitive Apprehension Team?
It is a team made up of a handful of sheriff's detectives that go out and look for people wanted for felony warrants. We either felony warrants that are issued by the sheriff's department or sheriff's department cases, or other law enforcement agencies in the county that have requested our assistance in locating those individuals.
Okay. And as of November of 2021, how long have you been assigned to the Fugitive Apprehension Team?
4 years, I believe.
Okay. And did you retire out of that unit?
I did.
So all told, how long did you spend as a detective sergeant in the Fugitive Apprehension Team?
A little over 6.
6 years? Okay. Now, what roles did you have with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office before you were in the Fugitive Team?
Prior to that, I was assigned to our Special Investigations Unit for approximately 10 years.
And that's the unit that Lieutenant Willis heads up right now?
That is correct.
Okay. And what about before that?
Prior to that, I was assigned to our Auto Theft Unit for a period of time, all those as sergeants. I was also assigned into our Auto Theft Unit as a deputy prior to getting promoted to sergeant, and as a patrol investigator, which is a substation detective prior to that.
Okay.
For a few years.
And then prior to that, were you on the road as a patrol deputy?
I was.
In your 6 years working with the Fugitive Apprehension Team, could you put a number on how many fugitives you've sought?
Hundreds.
Okay.
Several hundred.
That's probably a conservative number.
Yes.
Now, are you trained to locate someone who does not want to be found?
Yes.
All right. Now, what are some things that a person might do if they don't want to be located?
Leave their residence. They often will stop communicating with family, friends, things of that nature.
Okay. What about funds?
Yes, a lot of times they will try to rely on cash.
Why is that?
I think it's harder to track any type of financial transaction if you're using cash.
Okay. Now, as a detective sergeant in the Fugitive Apprehension Team, would it be fair to say that one of the first places you look for someone is at a home of a friend or family?
Yes,
Okay, so then would it be wise to not go somewhere where everybody knows who you are?
sure.
Now, specifically to the days after well, first of all, do you recall the Oxford High School shooting on November the 30th of 2021?
I do.
Okay. And were you working at that point?
I was not working that day.
Okay. So you didn't respond to the shooting scene itself, would that be right?
That is correct.
But you were with the fugitive apprehension team then?
Yes,
Okay. Now, in the day or days after the shooting, were you asked to locate James and Jennifer Crumbley?
yes.
And do you recall who tasked you with that assignment?
I believe Lieutenant Willis.
Okay, Tim Willis right here at the table?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when you were given that assignment?
I believe, not 100% positive, I believe it was like 2nd of December.
Okay. So the shooting was Tuesday the 30th, Wednesday the 1st would be the following day, then Thursday the 2nd. You think around that day?
I believe it was that day.
Okay. Now, what information did you have at your disposal when you were tasked with this assignment?
We had their basic information and their address, things of that, vehicles that they drove, things of that nature.
Okay. So were you aware that their personal cell phones had been seized?
I believe we were, yes.
Okay. Were you aware that they had obtained track phones?
I don't recall if I was aware of that initially. I believe we were, yes.
Okay, that's fair. So what's the first thing you do when what is the first thing you did when you were tasked with this assignment?
Assigned the different members of my team to go out and check addresses, start looking for vehicles, start checking local hotels, things of that nature.
Okay, so when you say check addresses, what sort of addresses?
Family addresses, friends,
Okay.
the home address.
Now, did you or a member of your team, were you able to uncover information that they stayed at a hotel on November the 30th, 2021?
I believe so, but the specifics of what hotel I don't recall.
Okay, that's fair. You said you had the James and Jennifer's vehicles identified at that point.
Right.
Okay, were you made aware that a vehicle was located?
Yes.
Tell me about that, please.
That vehicle was located in the city of Auburn Hills,
Where at in the city of Auburn Hills?
at an extended stay hotel,
Okay. And do you recall which day it was located?
December 2nd.
Correct. And what did you?
I misspoke, December 3rd.
Okay. December
Located in
3rd.
the afternoon of December 3rd.
Okay. So when you received that information, what did you do?
I had everybody respond to that area to set up surveillance on that vehicle, check the hotel to see if they were still registered guests there.
Okay. And did you come to find out that they had been registered guests, they left that morning?
Yes, I'm not sure the exact date they left, but it very well could have been that morning.
Okay. It's fair to say that they left and they left that vehicle there. Is that
Correct.
correct? Okay. So did you have a team member sitting on that vehicle conducting surveillance?
Yes,
All right. Did they ever return to retrieve that vehicle?
no,
And do you recall the type of vehicle that was?
I do not.
If I said Kia, does that sound right to you?
That does sound right.
Okay. At that point in time, well, by that point in time, were you aware that they had obtained the track phones?
Yes,
Okay. Did you know at that point in time that they had obtained another set of phones as well?
I don't believe I knew that.
Okay. So that would be new information to you.
Yes,
Now, at the time the Kia was found, you said it was the afternoon of December the 3rd, that would have been a Friday. You had detectives conducting surveillance?
correct.
Okay. And tell us what happened next, please.
Well, that was, we sat and watched the vehicle all afternoon and all evening,
Of Friday the 3rd?
Friday the 3rd.
Okay.
And it was later in the evening of Friday the 3rd that I was made aware that their other vehicle had been located
And where was that located?
in the city of Detroit.
Okay. Now, prior to discovering that their other vehicle was located in the city of Detroit, were you aware that James and Jennifer Crumbley had been formally charged at noon on Friday the 3rd?
I was.
And what did you do with that information?
that point, myself and one of the other detectives went to what we learned is their attorney's office and attempted to locate the vehicle that we had not found yet. And I spoke to their attorney.
Okay, and why did you do that?
Well, I wanted to make sure that she was aware that a warrant had been issued and introduce myself as the person that was looking for them and try to broker a safe, event-free surrender.
Okay, and were you able to do that?
I was not.
Did the defendant or her husband ever show up at that office?
Not the time we were there.
Okay. And that was Friday, December the 3rd. Do you recall approximately what time you went there?
Midday, noonish,
Okay.
right, shortly after noon.
And how long was that meeting at Jennifer Crumbley's attorney's office?
I have 10 minutes. We weren't there very long.
All right, what happened next?
We continued to do surveillance in the area in the event that they did show up back at the office. And then once the car was located, we responded to the first car being located at the
Okay.
extended stay.
So I take it the fugitive apprehension team doesn't just sit and wait when somebody doesn't show up at their attorney's office. So were other steps being taken?
Yes,
Tell me about that, please.
I had several other members of the team checking different addresses, checking hotels, all the things that we would normally do, continually looking.
And were you working with other law enforcement agencies at this point in time?
There were other law enforcement agencies that were offering their help, and they were actively looking in their areas as well.
Okay, and what agencies were those?
I believe the U.S. Marshals, the Border Patrol. I have received calls from the ATF. I know I believe the state police were looking, the Detroit police were looking. Everybody in the general area was looking for the vehicle that was still unaccounted for.
Okay, and is that something that typically happens in a fugitive situation?
Depends on the case. One of this magnitude, yes, that information would have been put out as be on the lookout for that vehicle.
Okay. So as the detective sergeant in the fugitive team, you were the one fielding these offers for assistance?
Yes.
Okay. So, sir, at this point in time, you have been tasked with this assignment by Lieutenant Willis, is that correct?
Correct.
So who do you apprise of progress in a fugitive situation?
In this particular case, I was apprising Lieutenant Willis and also Under Sheriff McCabe.
Okay,
He was calling me for regular updates.
and that's wholly a law enforcement function, would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay, as in the sheriff's office, or if the Border Patrol or FBI or ATF were working with you?
Yes.
Now, after you had the detective sitting in Auburn Hills, and after you had been conducting surveillance at Jennifer Crumbley's attorney's office, do you recall what city that was?
Bluefield Township, I believe.
Okay. What, you said you were notified of the vehicle being found in Detroit?
Yes.
Okay, do you recall the approximate time that occurred?
I think it was close to 11 p.m., maybe shortly before 11 p.m.
Okay. If I told you that the charges were formally read on noon on Friday the 3rd, would that sound correct?
Yes.
So tell me what happened when you received that information that another vehicle, the Crumbley's, was located in Detroit.
At that point, I instructed one of my detectives to maintain contact with the vehicle that we had found earlier in the day. And then I pulled everybody else and we headed toward the address in Detroit.
Okay. When you say everybody else, were people doing different things in different locations?
Yes, I mean, several of the guys were right there on the car because that was the one thing that we knew we had. So they
Okay.
were sitting there. So yes, I pulled everybody off of that location and any other task that they were doing to head to Detroit.
Okay. What other tasks were other detectives doing if they weren't conducting surveillance?
Just searching records, looking for anything they could find that might lead us somewhere else.
Okay. How many members, if you can tell us approximately, are in the fugitive apprehension team?
At that time, I believe we had 7.
Okay. And were all 7 detectives assigned to this task?
Yes,
All right. Did you learn the address of the building where that second vehicle was found?
I did.
Okay. They said 1111 Bellevue Street in Detroit. Does that sound right to you?
That sounds correct.
Give us an idea of where that is in the city of Detroit.
It would be, I guess, on the east side of Detroit near Belle Isle, just a couple blocks in from Jefferson there, which is the main drag that runs along there.
Okay, so close. So we're oriented near the Detroit River?
Yes.
Okay. And what's at that location?
That is an industrial building that it was multiple floors and had multiple different suites or rooms in it.
Okay. Tell me your observation when you arrived at that location.
When we first arrived, the Detroit Police Department was there. They had the vehicle blocked off so nobody could get in or out of the parking lot. It was the only vehicle I recall being in the parking lot. And there were several Detroit officers on scene at that point.
And when you say several officers, are we talking about 5 or 6, or we're talking about more of that?
More than that.
Give us an idea of how many officers were on scene.
At that particular point, when we arrived there was probably 15, 20.
Okay. And did additional law enforcement personnel arrive as the night wore on?
They did.
Okay. And all told, could you give us an idea of how many police or federal agents were there on scene?
I'm guessing by the end of the night, there were probably around 100, I'm guessing.
And we say the end of the night, did the night end with the apprehension of the defendant?
It did as far as my team was concerned,
Okay.
yes.
So by that point in time, there were over 100 law enforcement personnel on scene.
I would estimate.
So you said you recalled being notified that the second vehicle was located in Detroit around 11 p.m. on Friday the 3rd?
I believe shortly before 11, but around 11.
Okay. Do you recall about what time you arrived there?
We got down there pretty quick that hour of night, probably 15, 20 minutes.
Okay. And so we're talking about 11:10, 11:15-ish, and I don't want to guess, so just tell me if that sounds right.
Or a little bit earlier.
Or a little bit early, okay. And there were already about 15 or so, at least, officers on scene?
Yes.
All right. So once you arrived on scene, did you coordinate with other officers?
Yes, I talked to whoever was in charge, the sergeant or the lieutenant, I'm not sure what his rank was, of the Detroit Police Department that was there.
And then was a plan formed to search that industrial building?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
As more officers arrived, we were able to gain access to the building, and we kind of formulated a plan that several of us would search the second and I believe 3rd floor of the building, and the Detroit Police Department was going to search, their SWAT team was going to search the 1st floor of the building.
And sir, you've been a part of searches for fugitives in buildings in the past, I take it?
Yes.
Okay, give us an idea of what that looks like.
It's a very slow, methodical process. You slowly approach every door. You do your best to make sure that obviously no one gets hurt inside or outside. You make entry in, and then you search every place inside of the room you're in that could possibly hold an individual.
Okay. Is this a quiet endeavor or is noise made?
It can be quite noisy.
Okay. And it's quite noisy the night of December the 3rd, 2021?
Yes, it was very noisy.
So you had, I think you said 7 detectives at your disposal in your particular team?
Yes.
Okay. And there were other teams conducting searches at the same time?
Yes.
So each team was searching different areas of the building, would that be right?
Yes, we searched. Each team kind of was responsible for a certain floor of the building.
Okay. And were there police vehicles on the perimeter of this building?
Yes.
Give us an idea of how many police vehicles you saw.
Dozens.
Now, sir, did you subsequently learn that an acquaintance of the defendant, Jennifer Crumbley, had a studio in that industrial building?
I learned that at some point, yes.
Okay, so you weren't involved in the actual apprehension of the defendant or her husband, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, and tell us, if you know, how the apprehension occurred.
I believe that when the Detroit Police SWAT team searched that room, they were located inside of that room.
Okay, and do you recall the time that occurred, where they were found?
Approximately 1 o'clock in the morning, I would think.
Okay, so
somewhere
that'd
in
be Saturday, December the 4th?
there. Yes.
After they were apprehended, were they turned over to you?
Yes.
Okay, and then what happened?
Myself, and 2 other officers transported them directly back to the sheriff's office. They were in each of their vehicles and I was following.
Okay, and just so the record is clear, do you see Jennifer Crumbley in court today?
I do.
Can you please point to her, describe something she's wearing today?
A gray blazer.
Would record reflect identification defendant charge?
Record will reflect the court identification of the defendant.
I have nothing further.
Thank you. Morning, afternoon, good morning. You have obviously a lot of experience with law enforcement, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In addition to your position where you're tasked with tracking down fugitives, you also have additional experience as a police officer who has arrested people in the past, correct?
Yes.
And there are different ways that a person accused of a crime can come into custody of the sheriff's department. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay, so if you see a crime take place, you can immediately go and arrest that person upon seeing a crime take place.
Yes.
You have the ability to go to the court, present facts, and ask the court to sign an arrest warrant. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, if an arrest warrant is issued and outstanding, if a police officer were to pull someone over for a traffic stop that had a warrant, they could be taken into custody at that point.
Yes.
And that has happened before, where during a routine traffic stop, you see, oh my gosh, this person has a warrant, yes?
Yes.
It's also possible when warrants are issued that there are arrangements, and you're not a part of this, the defense attorney and the prosecutor can make arrangements for the defendant to turn themselves in to the court.
I can't speak to arrangements that would be made between the attorneys.
It's possible, though, for arrangements to be made that you're not a part of making, correct?
I would have possibly, yes.
There are people who, when they have an outstanding arrest warrant, show up to the court to get what's called arraigned on the warrant.
Yes.
Now, you testified, and I think at one point you said you were sort of watching the vehicle, the Kia, on December 2nd. Was that incorrect, or was it December 3rd?
It was December 3rd.
Okay, so on December 3rd, you began watching the Kia that was in the hotel parking lot at what time?
Midday. I don't recall the exact time.
So you began watching the vehicle, the Kia, midday, and you never saw either of the Crumbleys return to that Kia, correct?
Correct.
It was midday on the 3rd that the prosecutor's office announced there was a warrant out for Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley.
Correct.
And on that day, you did not speak with Mr. or Mrs. Crumbley. They did not make any statements to you, correct?
Correct.
You testified that you stopped by an attorney's office. It's fair to say that was my office.
That's correct.
And we met very briefly, actually, in the hallway of my office.
Correct.
And during that meeting, I told you I am trying to make arrangements for my client with the prosecutor.
Judge, I have to object. Counsel can't be a lawyer and a witness. The court has talked about this as early as March of 2022.
Correct.
We have
I'll
we've
withdraw,
heard-
I'm
right
sorry,
on point.
I'll withdraw the question. If there were any arrangements being made between a lawyer and the prosecutor, you're not aware of those arrangements, correct?
Correct.
Do you pay attention if the lawyer files an appearance with the court, letting the court know Mrs. Crumbley has a lawyer?
Not typically, no.
So you would not be aware if Mrs. Crumbley had officially hired a lawyer and they filed an appearance saying, I'm representing Mrs. Crumbley?
Normally, no.
So that night, you testified that ultimately you ended up over in Detroit where the other vehicle of Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley was found.
Correct.
Now, when the other vehicle of Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley was found, you have no idea how that vehicle got to Detroit.
Correct.
You have no idea if Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley rode in the car together or if one of them drove that vehicle there.
Correct.
You also have no idea why they may have left a vehicle at the hotel in Auburn Hills, correct?
Correct.
And knowing that they stayed at a hotel in Auburn Hills, we can agree that Auburn Hills is close to this courthouse.
Correct.
Auburn Hills is located in between essentially this courthouse and Oxford. Is that a fair statement? And I don't know the geography real well, even though I live there.
You could say that.
Okay, so we know that one of their vehicles is local in Auburn Hills, correct?
Correct.
And the location in Detroit is less than an hour from here.
Correct.
Now, when you went to that building where Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley were ultimately found, that building you described as an industrial building, correct?
Yes.
You testified that there are multiple suites within the building.
Yes.
And it's fair to say there are several businesses that operate out of that building.
Yes.
It is not an abandoned building.
No.
It is not an abandoned warehouse.
No.
So if there were ever comments made that Mrs. Crumbley was found in an abandoned warehouse, that was simply incorrect.
It was not an abandoned warehouse.
Correct. Your testimony was that at approximately 1:00 a.m. on the 4th, so later that night, that was specifically when Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley were located in that building, correct?
Correct.
And to your knowledge, they were found in an art studio where a business had an operating art studio.
I'm not sure what actually was in the studio. I never actually entered the studio.
The portion of the building that Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley were in was not some abandoned, barred up area of the building that was vacant.
Correct.
So there was a business or something going on in that studio. I just want to make it clear that it wasn't something that was abandoned, where no one was going or using over time prior to that day.
I don't know what took place in that studio. I never entered that studio, but I do not believe it was an abandoned studio.
So they were ultimately apprehended around 1:00 in the morning.
Correct.
And do you have knowledge, and if you're not the right witness, please let me know, of what Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley were doing when they were apprehended at 1:00 in the morning?
I have no idea. I was not in there.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah?
Sure.
Sir, the fugitive apprehension team, your function is to find the fugitive, would that be right?
That's correct.
Okay, and this is a law enforcement function,
Yes.
okay? And you were given your directives by Lieutenant Tim Willis of the Special Investigative Unit?
Yes, sir.
He's the officer in charge of this investigation.
Yes.
Now, the rooms that you cleared, they weren't homes, apartments, or lofts, correct?
No.
Okay.
No.
Thank you, nothing further.
All right, you may step down and you're excused.
Donna, can we have a quick bathroom break?
Sure. About 10 minutes? Okay.
All rise for the jury.
This is the.
I'm gonna find out.
I'll see. I'll let you know as soon as I know. I don't know, but I don't care.
Calling People versus Jennifer Crumbley, case number 22279-990 FH.
Ready for the jury?
Yes.
Yes, Jeff, thank you.
What is it? What did I have?
All rise for the jury.
What did they decide? Tell me what it was. I don't think there's. There's something else. Right, you may be serious.
Maybe approach briefly, just about this witness.
Perfect. Let me just put this later. Let me just put this in this. Oh, yeah. Good morning. Morning. Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
Yes,
Great, you can be seated. And then would you state your name and spell your first and last name?
sure. Name is Luke Kirtley, Lukekirtley.
And Your Honor, I want to place on,
Is it Kirtly?
Kirtley.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to place on the record that Mr. Kirtley doesn't mean any disrespect. He has sensitivity to his eyes, so he's been given permission to have his, to wear his hat.
Yeah, that's fine.
So the jury doesn't think he's being disrespectful. Okay. May I call you Luke?
Yes,
Okay. Good morning. How are you?
good. How are you?
Okay. Can you tell the jury what your occupation is? What do you do for a living?
Sure. I own a company called Coffee House in Detroit, and so we manufacture and roast coffee and supply coffee to restaurants, hotels, and own a couple of cafes as well.
All right. And when did you start that business?
So I registered the business in about 2017, moved into Bellevue, I would say about 2 years after that. In our current spot, we were there since 2020.
Okay. Just briefly, what do you need space for in your business? What are you doing in your actual brick and mortar?
Sure. So as of current, we have two spaces in the building. One space is on the first floor, which is where we manufacture the coffee. So we import it, we bring it in on trucks. We do all the roasting there, and packaging, everything like that. And our offices are down there as well. And then on the third floor, we just have storage.
All right. And the address of that building is what?
1111 Bellevue Street.
All right. How long have you been a tenant there?
So I've been in the current space since 2020. Maybe a year before that, I was in another space on the third floor.
All right. Are there any conditions in your lease about what you can do with that building in terms of what you can use it for?
Definitely, yeah, I think there's general terms and conditions that you define within the lease, you know, to my knowledge, what I've seen.
Can you have a business that has people residing there overnight?
No, at least in my specific lease, you're not allowed to sleep there at all.
All right, can you describe to the jury, aside from the address, about where that building is in Detroit?
Sure, so it's generally when people ask me where my office is, I tell them it's right across from Belle Isle. So, you know, Island in Detroit, we're about 2 blocks off of Jefferson, which is a pretty fairly main road, Jefferson and East Grand Boulevard. Specifically, this is Bellevue between Lafayette and St. Paul.
Okay, and about how many other tenants, if you know approximately, are in that building?
I would say in terms of leaseholders, maybe 10.
Okay, is there anything else significant about that building with regard to storage? Is there parking?
Yeah, so in general, where you know employees and tenants of the building are on the street, which is just free open parking, and then there's 2 parking lots. There's I don't know, north or south or east or west, but on one side of the building there's a parking lot which is gated. You know, you have like a little clicker to get in, and then on the other side there's a strip of guest parking that they identify, and then the same thing, kind of like a remote sliding gate.
And so who has the fob or the remote to get into the parking lot?
Tenants.
Okay, is there any indoor parking or garage?
So there are indoor garages. There's a couple different spots. There's one side of the building if we're looking at the front of the building on the left, there's essentially like an empty part of the building that hasn't been developed yet, that they store like a truck when they spread salt and whatnot. That sits in there. And then there's a main garage door, which tenants use actively to go in and out of for loading and unloading.
Okay,
And then on the first floor, there's an elevator that you can drive a car onto and go up and down through the floors.
okay, and what would be the reason you need a car elevator?
Well, so the building was for like car manufacturing in the 20s.
Okay,
So it was there, it's the original elevator from when the building was built. But tenants like myself and a woodworking company on the second floor will use it to move cars up and down, load, unload generally.
all right, so in addition to your coffee roasting business, you have another hobby, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and what is it? Tell the jury what it is.
Yeah, so I did like to drive cars. So I cycle through, sell, buy cars just to enjoy. And so presumably where you're getting at is on the third floor. I put cars up there every now and then. We have one of the storage units has a garage door ourselves, so we can pull the car in there.
So at any given time, how many cars do you have personally?
2 or 3.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
I want to take you back to November 30th of 2021. How many cars did you own at that time, if you could remember?
I believe 2. It might have been 3, but as far as I know, it wasn't that many.
All right. And did you have a reason, that was a Tuesday, did you work that day during the day?
Yes.
And about what time did you leave?
Not sure exactly. Being a business owner, I work really random hours. So sometimes late, sometimes early, but generally speaking, I get off around 6-ish.
Okay. Talk to me about activity. Have you been there at night past 10 o'clock before?
Yeah.
What's the building occupied around that time? Do you have people that are still in the building working?
Very rarely. So there's one tenant to my left, which is like they breed rare plants, to my knowledge. They are intermittently there late. It's not a pattern, I would say, if anything. So they're just kind of there. And then there's a vinyl sign company as well. The owner's often there late, but I wouldn't say he makes like a particular habit of being there at a certain time. But generally speaking, when I go there to like switch cars around or anything, it's empty.
Okay, let's back up. The switching car things. Explain to the jury what you mean.
So I, at the time, I lived down the street, more or less, less than a mile away. And where I would park my car, I found it as a liability to park one of the cars there because it was like a nicer, lower mile car, because my other one had its mirror taken off. on the street that I park on. So when I have people refer to as like a daily driver, that's what I let sit at the building while I, went and enjoyed my other car.
Mhm.
And then
I mean,
when it
I
was
can't
time-
personally relate to that, but I understand.
when it was time to put it away, I went and got my worst car generally, and went to go park that on the street. And so I
A
took the car.
beater, you have a beater?
Yes,
I
a
don't-
beater.
would you really
Exactly
call it a
right.
beater?
You should have seen the oil that came out of that thing. Anyways, so yeah, I had a beater, you could say. And then the other one was a little nicer. And I had plans to sell it, so I put it at the office to avoid, something like that happening.
Okay, so you decided to go take that car and basically switch cars.
That's correct.
And you did that at what time, if you remember?
Around 10 p.m., I would say.
Okay, did you live with anybody at the time?
My girlfriend.
Okay.
So now fiance, she's nice, but she's always like, oh, it's so late, just leave it, it's fine. But I'm just always like obsessed. So I'm like, oh yeah, no, I'm just gonna switch it really quick.
Because you didn't want anything to happen to it.
Correct.
Okay, so when you went to the building around 10 o'clock that night,
Mhm.
what, if anything, did you know about Jennifer Crumbley?
So obviously I was relatively in tune with what had happened at the school. So I knew of that news. And I had heard through Facebook, I don't know what or who posted it, but it was some type of poster, that was like, hey, this is like the car, this is like the situation, everything like that.
What was on the poster?
The car and the license plate and presumably any photos or anything like that.
Okay, so I need you to kind of be specific when you
Yes.
say the car and photos. Were there any people pictured in the photos?
I believe so.
And do you know who that was?
Well, it was the two parents.
Okay, the Crumbleys. All right, and then there were pictures of cars?
Yeah, there was a picture of, it was like a stock photo of a Kia, and it was a newer Kia that I've never seen before. So I kind of remember that, and then there was a license plate as well.
Okay. What did the poster say? Were there any words?
Yeah, I mean, I assume it, this was years ago at the time, but I assume it would have said wanted, and then additional information about the whereabouts, anything like that. But
Okay.
just really, to my knowledge, all I really remember is the car
The
and
key.
the license plate.
Okay. All right, so tell the jury what happened as you approached the building. What's the first thing you did? You have to use the clicker?
Yeah, so I used the clicker, and I don't know how far you want me to go, but I used the clicker, pulled my car into the parking lot where I normally park my car. And then at the time, I noticed a car was parked in the back corner of the lot, tucked away, but I didn't really pay any mind to it. We have cars, many tenants in the building with different cars, and employees leave cars every now and then. But I feel like I'm pretty in tune with who keeps their cars there and just generally observant. So I saw the car, didn't really think much of it, went inside to my office, and then when I walked back out of the door, that's kind of when I was in line of sight of the front of the car, and that's when.
Okay, so the car wasn't, the car was in, was backed in, or was it parked front first?
No, so it was backed into the furthest corner of the lot.
Okay. Were there any other cars in the lot?
There may have been one car in there that wasn't my own, but I wasn't sure. I'm not sure if that's it, but I do know there's one car that generally sits there.
Was it the closest spot to the building or the furthest away?
It was so if you're standing in the front of the building, it was the furthest spot you could park possible.
Okay. And, I'm sorry, I said November 30th, and I apologize, it wasn't November 30th. I was asking, did you know what happened on November 30th?
Yes.
Okay. What was the day, though, that you went to the, at 10 o'clock to switch the cars?
I'm not sure off the top of my head, whatever day.
Was it a Friday?
I'm not.
Okay,
100% positive.
if I told you it was December 3rd, do you have reason to believe that was incorrect?
Not particularly. I think, I remember it being very cold out.
Okay.
So.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keys, for reminding me of that. So you came back out and did you say you saw the car again?
Yeah, so when I opened the door, the side door of the building and walked out, I was met more in the line of sight with the front of the car since it was backed into the spot.
And what did you think, if anything?
Really, I just thought it looked a little familiar, and it rung a bell. It was the car that I saw on the poster.
How soon in time to the wanted poster, as you describe it, did you see that car?
It was the same day.
Okay. All right, so what did you do next?
So I saw the car, but obviously it was backed in, so I didn't see the plate, which I thought was peculiar, just because it was a newer car and I hadn't seen it before. So I pulled up on my phone the poster, I found it.
Hold on.
And
I think you're hearing people next door.
Oh, okay,
okay.
sorry.
Yeah, but
Okay, so you pulled up the poster on your phone.
so I found the poster, and I was doing this as I was walking to the car. And by the time I had the poster up, I turned my flashlight on and walked around the back of the car, on the driver's side to the back, and then obviously put two and two together that was the plate that was on the poster.
So the license plate, did the license plate match what was on the poster? or not?
Yes.
Okay, and then what happened?
And then so I looked over and saw somebody sitting next to the car on a curb. So there's like a general curb. Saw somebody sitting there
On the driver's side?
on the passenger side, rear passenger side. There's like an elevated curb that you could sit on. It's probably 2 feet tall.
Okay,
And somebody was sitting there, put up in like a blue plaid hoodie. And I wasn't like,
did you say anything?
I didn't say anything.
As you approach the car and it's facing you, correct, the front of it?
Mhm.
Did you see any figure on the passenger side wheel? Okay.
No. It was also dark.
Okay. Was there a line of sight? For instance, if when you turned around and you, from the back of the passenger, could you see in front of you, or was there something obstructing that?
No, it was a pretty clear, straight shot. As to whether or not we would have been able to make eye contact in theory, I'm not 100% positive,
Okay.
just based off of like the angle of where the door in the car is. But
Would it be, if you were standing where that person was sitting, would you have been able to see somebody approaching the car?
if I was standing, then yes. If I was sitting, I'm not 100% positive.
Okay, so did that figure in the hoodie move?
No,
Did that individual turn around and respond to your flashlight?
No.
Did that individual say anything?
No.
Did you notice anything else? Do you know what the individual was doing?
no.
Okay. What did you do next?
Turned my flashlight off and very calmly walked back into the building as if I didn't see anybody.
Why did you do that?
Because I assumed after connecting that it was the plate, that it was somebody related to the incident.
Okay, and how are you feeling in that moment?
Quite tense. I remember specifically putting the plate two and two together. It's like, that's a feeling you've never felt before.
Okay.
But so then I walked back into my office, and I locked all the doors, and then.
Were you afraid?
I would say so, yeah. I wasn't aware of, it was a lot of emotions were going on at the time.
Okay. Is the building equipped with a CCTV?
As far as I know, they have cameras, and they've used them before. In other, there was a theft in that building once.
Okay, so are you aware where the cameras are placed?
Generally,
Okay,
there's one in the parking lot that we're talking about right now, and then there's a few in what I would consider like the main promenade of the building inside.
okay. Have you had an opportunity to view that footage in the night? That night?
No, I have not.
Okay. Your Honor, it is People's 344.
Your phone? Oh, he dropped his phone.
Okay.
Your Honor, the defense stipulates to the admission of 344.
Thank you. All right, Luke, if you can see on your monitor
Yeah.
there, we're gonna, what are we looking at?
Okay, so this is a camera from the rear of the building. I actually didn't know that we had a camera here.
Okay.
There's another camera, which in this, there's that trash, kind of receptacle back there in the top right corner.
Okay,
There's another camera there.
all right, so What's up in the right corner, top of the page? What is that?
That's like a dumpster,
Okay,
so like a removable dumpster.
and where in relation to this photo would the entrance or exit be?
Right to the left of it. So if you are looking generally, like, yeah, that is the gate that you pull into.
Okay, so this is looking at the building.
This is on the building. The
Okay.
camera itself looking away from the building.
So that's where, what we just pointed to is where you would enter the parking lot,
Correct.
where the clicker,
Yes.
okay.
And then the actual door is to the right here. Yeah, right over there.
Okay. Okay, for the record, Your Honor, the timestamp is 22 minutes off. It seems to be a running theme with all surveillance. So that would be, what time would, one more, Your Honor.
I just sent this 10:56. It's not 10:56.
The stamp on the screen is 22 minutes fast than actual time.
Okay, we're gonna establish the time of the 911 call, which might help put this in better perspective. At some point you called 911, correct?
Yes.
Was it, how long, a time period was it, from seeing the individual and recognizing it was the same car to calling 911?
Maybe a minute or two.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
so your call to 911 was around 10:43 that night.
Okay.
You just, a few minutes before that, is that correct?
Definitely. Yeah,
Okay.
I went right into my office and called them immediately.
Okay, and so that would be. Okay, so I believe that's around 10:34 that this footage is from, but we can clear that up, and we're gonna play that. And who is that, if you know, Luke?
One of them presumably. I'm not 100% positive.
Is that your car at the top?
I believe so. That would make sense.
All right, well, we'll wait till
Yeah,
you.
we'll wait until I pull it in and I'll definitely be able to know. Yeah, so that's the BMW that I have.
Okay. And your spot, that parking spot, is that, how close to the entrance of the building is it?
I'm parked right next to the door.
Okay. And the place where you saw this Kia and you saw an individual walking towards the left, where would that car, we can't see it, but where would it be parked in relation to this screen?
So where is their car?
Yes.
In the bottom left, right there.
Okay. So at the top, do you see can you tell the jury what you're doing?
Going into the building, looks like.
Okay.
You can see me look over at the car too, right there for the first time. Also, just for the record, I don't know if this is my BMW or the Volkswagen, but I know I had those two at the time. And they both have roof racks, unfortunately.
Okay. When you enter the building, then do you have to go into another door to get to your unit?
Yeah, I have to go through just my main office door.
Okay, so can you tell the jury what you're doing right there?
So this is where I'm walking over to check that plate.
And what do you have in your hand?
My phone. I've never seen this too.
And can you tell the jury what you're doing now?
Playing it cool, as they would say.
Okay, playing it cool.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what witness.
He said he was playing it cool. And what do you see there?
So this obviously I didn't know of or see at the time, but the person that I saw going into the building looks like
Almost right after you.
directly after, yeah.
Did you see that person when you?
I must have been in my unit at that time because I did not know anybody came into the building after me.
Okay. Did you know until now that happened?
I did know that I put it together that they got into the building somehow.
Okay. Okay, so there's a car at the top entering the parking lot. How long did you stay in your unit?
Until they arrived, and then I came out of the front of the building,
Okay,
which my door, the front door to my entrance is like right where they are basically. Because this whole wall on the right side, all of those are, that's my whole unit.
okay,
From basically, I would say the end of the other unit, the artist's unit, all the way down to the corner of the building.
okay. It might be a good time to talk about that. Do you know a person whose last name is Sikora?
Yes,
All right, how do you know him?
I know he's a tenant in the building.
Have you ever spent time talking to him? Are you friends?
No, I've, we've waved to each other before,
Okay,
but more than that, nothing. I didn't know anything about him, and that was the extent of our relationship.
okay, and did you ever, around this time, was there anything significant about the hallway on the first floor? Was there anything left there?
Well, so tenants will leave things every now and then. At the time, there was in the central promenade, which is like generally where people pull in the elevator and whatnot, there was a mattress sitting there.
Can you describe the mattress?
It was a white mattress. I think it had like an orange stripe on it. Not positive, but I think it was a Tempur-Pedic as well.
Okay, was that normal to have a mattress just hanging out in the promenade? Okay. How long was it there?
A few days, maybe a week. Could have been there longer. I know it was there long enough for somebody to put a note on it and to ask if it was like being thrown out, and if they could buy it or use it or something. But somebody put a note on it at some point.
All right. And when you walked back into the building that night, at some point, did you notice that that mattress was no longer in that promenade area?
I probably didn't pay any particular mind to it, but it wasn't there.
The next day?
Yeah.
Did you notice that, or that night, or?
Well, I assume I could have noticed at the time, but I don't recall if I particularly remember if the mattress was there. Obviously, my mind was on something else at this point.
Right, okay. All right, I'm gonna play for you. At some point, you called 911, you
Yes.
said. Okay. I'm going to play for you the 911 call. You have listened to that before?
Yes.
Okay. It's exhibit 345. I'm not sure if there's an objection to it.
I'm sorry, we stipulate to the admission of 345.
Thank you.
45 submitted.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna play this.
Call on Friday, December 3rd, 2021, 10:43 and 14 seconds PM.
Detroit 911, what is the address of the emergency?
1111 Bellevue Street.
Repeat the address of verification.
1111 Bellevue Street.
What's the water cross street?
Lafayette, Bellevue.
Tell me exactly what happened.
The people who, the parents of the shooter that are running away, they're here.
Sir, I'm not sure what you're referring to. You have to be more specific. Tell me exactly what happened at the location, what's going on now.
Okay, so the Oakland shooter, the kid, has the two parents that are on the run right now, and it says, Oakland County said, call if you see anything. And I just went to go park my car and switch it around at my office, and there was a Kia that looked like their car, and I walked around and checked the license plate, and it's their car, and the woman is here, and that's next to the car.
She's the one that is where?
sitting next to her car in the parking lot.
She's sitting next to her vehicle on the ground or in another vehicle?
On the ground. On the ground.
Okay, and what kind of vehicle is this, sir?
It's a 2021 Kia, the black Kia SUV in the parking lot.
Was anyone inside of the vehicle?
I don't know.
You said you walked around the vehicle and looked inside. You didn't?
I walked back to look at the license plate because I saw online that that car was active.
Do you have the plate number?
1 second. It's EQG 5203.
Repeat that plate for me.
EQG 5203.
Okay. And the vehicle was parked in a parking lot and the mother was on.
Yeah, but I have a next to my car in the parking lot. I'm inside my office now.
And the mother is sitting on the ground. What is she wearing?
Yeah. She's wearing a hoodie, but I don't know what kind.
What color is the hoodie?
I don't know. I think it was plaid, but I saw her turn once and I like ran inside because I like my
But you're not sure what color the hoodie was, but you see her sitting there?
Yeah,
Okay, so what's your name?
Luke.
Okay, well, we're the units in that area, thank you.
Okay, yeah, I can't believe it. They're here.
Okay.
Is that, do you want me to stay on or am I?
No, sir, you're fine.
Okay, all right, yeah, they're here. That's crazy. Like that's good. People are looking for me.
Okay, so there we go, show, sir, thank you.
Thanks, bye.
Okay, so that is the 911 call,
Yeah.
correct?
Mhm.
Okay. And where were you when you made that call?
So I was sitting in the corner of my office, which at the time was a great spot because it was kind of hidden away. It was
So you
kind
were hiding?
of more or less. I just I really didn't know what was going to go on, so I sat in the back corner where we kind of like inventory all of our green coffee, unroasted coffee, which shares a wall with the unit next door. So
The art studio?
yes.
Okay,
At the time, that was the most secure spot, but obviously
okay,
the next room over.
all right. Are there windows on your unit that look out to the parking lot on the first
Yeah,
floor?
many.
All right. Are there windows in the art studio that look out to the parking lot?
Yes.
Okay. How soon after you made that call did you hear sounds of law enforcement?
Well, I saw the lights through the window, and that's when I came out. 5-ish minutes.
All right. How many cars approached?
It wasn't many. It was like 1 or 2.
All right. And what did you do?
I met them out there and basically gave them the lowdown. Said the car in the corner is the one, and then I let them into the building, and they went because you can only access. I didn't have my fob, obviously, that was sitting in, or the garage opener that was sitting in the car. So opened the door for them, then they went out the side door, verified the plate, and then a lot more people showed up.
Okay. Talk to me. Tell the jury about that.
So maybe 5 minutes after they personally identified that was the car that they were looking for. I mean, it must have been 20 or 30 officers at that time.
Lights and sirens?
Oh yeah, don't know if the sirens were on particularly, but lights were on for sure. I mean, people came like locked and loaded. There were a lot of guns.
All right, locked and loaded, what does that mean to you? Can you describe that to the jury?
The officers who were inside of the building had, full-on rifles walking through the space.
Vests?
Yep.
Okay.
Definitely.
Do you remember what it said on their vest?
No, but I know U.S. Marshals were there
Okay.
at some time,
And how do you know that?
because they told me.
All right. The people you spoke to, though, what law enforcement agency at the first 2 or 3 cars that are?
I assume they were DPD.
Okay. At some point, did you go back into your unit?
Yes, definitely, yeah.
That night, when was that?
Sometime between now and, there was a time where an officer took me to like a central command center area that they set up a couple blocks away. But they told me to hang out in the office sometimes. They I sat there for a little bit, I stepped outside for a little bit, generally kind of like floating between outside and,
Okay,
the
when you were
office
in your
itself.
unit, could you hear any sounds?
Yeah, generally I can hear quite a bit. It's just the windows, the half of the walls are just windows.
Okay,
And then all the walls, it's just 2 pieces of drywall, no insulation. So generally, you can hear that people are in the building.
all right, and that evening, did you see any searches conducted?
Yes,
All right, and was there one officer, more than one? How many were in the building, if you know?
10.
Okay, and were they silent or were they talking?
No, they were talking.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
so they were making a lot of noise.
Yeah,
Okay, and you, at that time, did you have any idea where this individual was by the car?
no, so they asked me. I didn't think they were at all involved in entering the building or not. I would have thought that they, because they just asked me what I think, and I was like, they definitely would have taken off.
Okay,
So they had, essentially a perimeter. I was standing with an officer and he was like, oh yeah, like we're scouting out the surroundings and whatnot. So I, at the time, if you would have asked me if they were in the building, I would have told you 100% no way.
but you didn't see them go anywhere?
Nope.
You just thought they would be running?
Yeah, I didn't think there was a situation where they would have been able to access the building without the fob.
I see. At some point, the Crumbleys were apprehended. Were you there?
I was at the command center thing that I described earlier at the time.
Okay, so did you observe searches just in the house, or were you aware that there was searching going on in the area?
No, I was just aware that there were searches going on in the office building.
Okay, and did you return to your office that night?
Well, I had to get my car. I don't know if I entered my office afterwards.
Okay, do you,
Oh wait, I did walk into the office because I was walking with officers.
all right, do you know if that was before or after they were apprehended?
That was after. I was not there during the apprehension. One of the officers, when we were sitting at the command center, was like, "There they go," and then took me to the office.
And did you recognize anything about either one of the individuals?
I never saw the individuals.
Okay,
I only saw a car leave.
okay, I appreciate that. Do you remember what time that was, or when you arrived home that night?
Late, maybe 2 or 3 a.m.
In the morning?
It was a couple hours, yes.
Okay. At some point, did that mattress reappear?
Yes, so afterwards, I don't know if it was the same day or the following day, but the mattress was back into the hallway and there was a bit of a tangle as to what happened with it after. Somebody had placed it in front of the artist's door at a time, and then it got moved back to the center and kind of went back and forth because I don't know whose it was, but I assumed they didn't want it after what had happened. So I don't know where it is now, but it was generally floating around the office building for a couple days afterwards.
Okay. Thank you, Luke.
Cross?
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Shannon. I'm gonna ask you some questions. If I confuse you in any way or ask a bad question, can you please let me know?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. I just wanna go back. You're a tenant in the building. Your business is in that building, is that correct?
That's correct.
And there are other businesses in that building.
Yes,
It is not in any way, shape, or form an abandoned building.
that's correct.
Now, you were testifying about how you have cars that you store in the building, is that correct?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes,
And I'm sorry, the court has to make a clear record of yes or
Sure.
no, so they can't record mm-hms, but
Okay.
I knew it.
yes,
Okay, so you have cars that you don't want people to see that occasionally you have over at your place of business, correct?
that's correct.
So at night, if you have a nice car, you actually put it into the building so that people out in the parking lot can't just see it out and about.
Yes, though I would say I'm very particular about my cars. I would say that generally, people don't think like that.
Okay, but if you're thinking like that and you want to make sure people don't see your cars,
Mhm.
you know if you put them in the building, they're safer.
That's correct. It's in my my unit specifically, so I have a garaged unit that I pull the car into because technically it's still in public view by the other tenants if I were to just park the car. And we aren't allowed to park our car in this space generally. I only use it for my specific unit.
Okay, I see. And on that date, it's fair to say no one asked you, hey, can somebody put their car in your private space in the building, correct?
Correct.
Now, you testified that when you saw the person out in the parking lot, they were sitting outside of their car. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you even walked over with your flashlight,
Mhm.
that person didn't get up and run away, anything like that, correct?
Correct.
Could you tell what that person was doing?
No, just
If I-
sitting.
If I told you they were smoking cigarettes, do you recall seeing that?
No.
So they stayed sitting even when they saw you with the flashlight out there.
That's correct.
And after they saw you with the flashlight, we saw in the video, you went back in playing it cool, correct?
Yes.
And that person appears to have walked back into the building as well.
Yes.
You weren't aware that they walked back in the building, but we can see now on the tape that that's what happened.
Correct.
And you testified that when you could see the person out by the car, they could also see you, correct?
Not particularly. If they were sitting behind the car, like I mentioned, there's a chance they couldn't have met direct eye contact with me coming out of the building.
So they may have seen you or may not have.
Correct.
Now, you testified too that when this was all unfolding, you put yourself in the most secure spot in your space, in your tenant space, correct?
Yes.
You went into your office and felt like you needed to hide out in the most safe place you could find.
I wanted to be as far away from my doors as possible, given the instance somebody perhaps would enter or hear me or anything.
And from what you knew about this case, there is this statewide manhunt for Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley.
That's correct.
And from what you knew, it appeared that law enforcement, the marshals, the border patrol, sheriff's department, law enforcement around the state are looking for the Crumbleys, correct?
I would say my extent of who was looking for them was only to the actual poster that I saw.
Okay.
I wasn't particularly familiar with the gravity of the situation.
You were familiar that it was important though, because when you saw them, you obviously knew, I need to call 911
That's
and make sure to
correct.
report this.
Yes.
And if anything, you were shocked that you ended up seeing their vehicle at your place of business.
Yes.
Now, when you saw people coming, you testified that a lot of law enforcement came in with lots of guns. Is that correct?
After identifying the car.
After identifying the car,
Firstly, just an officer or two showed up.
okay, so an officer or two showed up. Did they have guns?
No,
Okay, when were there lots of
I
guns?
assume they did have a handgun,
Yeah,
as officers do. Though I wouldn't see the arrival of people with any rifles or anything like that until after that was confirmed.
okay, so after law enforcement got there is when you see law enforcement coming in with rifles, guns, vests, things like that.
Yes.
Now, the cameras you testified about on the outside of the building, there was one camera that you said, oh, I didn't even know we had a camera there. Do you recall testifying to that?
Yes.
There are many other cameras on the outside of the building that are visible to anyone in the parking lot, correct?
Yes, I would say they're not, out there like you would be like, oh, look at those cameras. But there are cameras there. If you look around, you'll find them.
So if you're in the parking lot and you look at the building, you can see that there's different cameras on the building.
Yes.
And there's a number of cameras on the building.
There are, so including this one, there are two on that side of the parking lot, two small white cameras. And then perhaps one on the front. I don't know if there are any other outside of the building. To my knowledge, that's the extent of the cameras that I know.
You testified that there was no way you could imagine you were pretty much 100% sure to yourself that Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley, while they may have been there, were not in the building, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified you would have thought they would have taken off and run, correct?
Correct.
If they were smarter criminals, they would have taken off and run.
Your Honor, I'm not sure she wants to answer that, but it's not an appropriate question. He doesn't know how smart of criminals
Excuse me,
they are.
I'm going to just withdraw the question.
Okay, well, that would cause him to speculate.
So obviously you reported all of that. That's the extent of your involvement in the case, the 911 tape, correct?
Yes,
And then you've worked with the prosecutor to prepare for your testimony today.
more or less.
I have no other further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Briefly, we met one time at the office, is that correct?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
And I asked you what happened?
Yes.
Okay. Were you, when you were hiding in your office, but in that corner,
Mhm.
were you hiding from law enforcement?
No.
Who were you hiding from?
Well, so I sat in that corner specifically because I thought it was the most far away from the windows. In the instance somebody would hear something out there, or if something really bad were to happen, if somebody was armed or something, could have shot through a window.
But when you saw law enforcement,
I was already outside right when law enforcement arrived.
right, so you weren't afraid of the law enforcement?
No.
Okay, thank you. And you can excuse your Honor?
Yes, you can step down. Who's the next witness?
We have Corporal David Shaw in the hallway.
Corporal David Shaw. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about you as a true self with God?
Yes.
Would you please step up and have a seat? And then would you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
My name is David Shaw, S-H-A-W. First name is David, E-A-D-S.
Go ahead, prosecutor.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to speak really as loud as you can, okay? Okay. How are you employed?
I'm employed with the Detroit Police Department.
Okay, and what do you do there?
I'm assigned to the Special Response Team, which is the city's SWAT team.
SWAT team?
Yep.
Okay. How long have you been a police officer?
For 13 years,
And what's your rank right now?
corporal.
Corporal. Okay, so I'm not familiar with Detroit police and their ranking structure. Tell me what that means.
So corporal is essentially like would be a field training officer or a trainer of other police officers. That's essentially it.
Okay. And how long have you been assigned to the City of Detroit Special Response Team?
For approximately 10 years.
10 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where did you work prior to that?
I worked on Eastern District, which is it's not like a Gunston and Gratiot.
Okay, so would that be a patrol officer?
Correct.
Okay. So tell the jury, please, what are some of the responsibilities of a member of the Detroit Police Special Response Team?
Special Response Team serves high-risk search warrants, usually for homicide suspects or dangerous people, and then we also do barricaded gunmen, so get domestic violence and someone's barricaded in a house. They don't want to come out, police officers, they'll call us and we respond to that.
Okay, so you've had specific training when it comes to executing search warrants and arrest warrants?
Correct.
Okay, so how many, we would call this a raid, would that be right? Fair?
That's fair.
Okay, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
Yep.
Okay, so how many times have you executed either a search warrant or an arrest warrant?
I don't know the number off the top of my head. I mean,
Give us a ballpark if you can.
probably hundreds. I know I have 173 barricaded gunmen incidents I've dealt with.
173 barricaded gunmen alone?
Correct.
Okay.
So, and then on top of that, the search warrants, I don't keep track of that off the top of my head, but I would say more than 200. easily.
Okay, so you've been doing this for about a decade?
Correct.
And is this the routine practice of the Detroit Police Special Response Team?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention to Friday, December the 3rd, 2021, approximately 11:30 p.m.
Okay.
Do you recall that date and time?
I do.
Okay. And did you have occasion to be recalled to 1111 Bellevue in the city of Detroit?
Yep. We got recalled for a search for a wanted fugitive. That was the recall we got. So that was the only information I got prior to getting there.
Okay. Now, when I say recalled, what does that mean?
So our commander will call our lieutenant, who then texts our sergeants, and they send out a text message to our whole team that says, come back to the base or respond to this particular address. And in this case, it was response to this area. And once I got there, it was given more information at that time.
Okay. So I take it 11:30 at night on that Friday night, you weren't in the office itself, would that be correct?
Yeah, I was at home.
Okay, so when you're recalled, you're always on call, but you're called to duty?
Correct.
Okay. So as a member of the special response team, is it fair to say that you're always on call?
Always on call. Yeah.
Always on call, okay. So approximately what time did you arrive at that location?
I'm usually pretty quick. That's roughly 20 minutes from my house, or maybe 25 minutes before I got to that stage.
Okay, so if you got the message about 11:30, would it be fair to say you arrived before midnight?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Now, what type of building is at that location?
There's a large, I would call it maybe an industrial type building.
If I showed you some pictures, would that help?
Yeah.
So we have people's 348, 349, and 351 to this witness.
348 through 351.
With 349 and 351.
We have no objection to those.
Right, 348. So 348, 349,
And 351.
351, not 350.
Correct, not to this witness. Sir, on the screen in front of you, can you see the People's Admitted Exhibit 348?
I do.
Okay, and what am I looking at in this photograph here?
It looks like an industrial building to me.
Okay, so this is the address 1111 Bellevue in the city of Detroit? Is that a yes?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. And this is, I'm sorry. This is People's Admitted 349. This is the same building?
Looks to be, yes, sir.
Okay. And this is People's 351, again, photograph of 1111 Bellevue?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you arrived, sir, tell me what you saw, your initial observations.
Just a ton of police cars. Initially, with this particular incident, there wasn't anywhere to set up on like a barricade government would be, so I kind of waited until we had more officers show up to the scene prior to making entry into the building.
Okay, so let me stop you right there. You said a ton of officers are already in scene. Was that your team members or were other officers?
There was other people. So there was, I couldn't tell you what agencies or what units were there, but it was more than just SRT.
Okay, so it's more than Detroit Police Special Response. Was it also, more than just Detroit police officers as well?
To be honest, I couldn't tell you. I didn't see any other city cars, but there was a lot of Detroit police cars. And then as we started showing up, this was prior to making entry. Once we were in the building, there was multiple agencies, multiple tactical teams, or at least one other tactical team that we ended up running into while we were clearing.
Okay, so sir, tell me, you arrived a little before midnight, you said, and at that point, were your team members already there?
Nope, I was the first one there. I talked to I believe it was the commander or lieutenant that was on the scene already. He kind of gave me a rundown of what was going on. And we kind of formed a plan and waited for other guys to get there before he made entry to this building.
So you were recalled from your home, you said?
Correct.
Okay, were you wearing the uniform you're wearing today?
No, sir.
Tell me what you were wearing.
It's essentially an unmarked uniform, but it's a black tactical shirt, which allows me to apply patches to each shoulder, so I'm able to identify myself as a Detroit police officer. Then I have a heavy vest on that says police across the chest.
Heavy vest is what?
It's a bulletproof ballistic vest with heavy plates on the inside for protection from firearms. Helmet, usually a mask. At this time it's pretty cold, so I usually do wear a face covering. Also have my badge on, my rig that I use for my gun belt. And that's essentially it. Everything's all black though, except for the police and white lettering across the
Okay,
chest.
and that's the standard uniform of the Detroit Police Special Response Team?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So once you met with the other team members and a plan was organized, what happened next?
We actually made entry into this building where there was a ton of officers there already.
Give us an idea of how many.
On the main floor, when we first went to the front door, there was, I'd say, roughly 20 people in there, just in the initial spot.
Just in the main entryway?
Yeah.
Okay.
And there were officers that were dressed kind of plain clothes. Some guys that maybe they're dressed like DFAT, which would be like jeans and a shirt, but a vest that identifies them as police.
What's DFAT?
As the Detroit's Fugitive Apprehension Team.
Okay.
And there was other, like I said, other officers there that looked to be like a tactical team.
Okay, so you weren't the only special response team on the scene?
I wouldn't say no.
All right. And we've already heard testimony that this building had 3 floors to it. Is that accurate?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So tell us, sir, what is the first thing that the Detroit Police Department Special Response Team did?
So after making entry, we started searching the main floor kind of slowly. I know we did breach 1 or 2 doors on the initial entry. There's a room right to our right when we went into the door. We had to breach a double door. We breached that one, and
Let me stop you right there. Breach, what does that mean?
we used a ram, and a manual breach is you're breaking the door open, you're defeating the locking mechanism.
Okay.
And that's what we did.
So that was on the first floor of this building?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so who used the ram? Was it you or another member?
It was another member.
Okay. So describe to us what happens when you use the breach to defeat a locking mechanism.
You're essentially banging a 35-pound metal ram against the door until it opens.
Until it opens? Okay.
Yeah.
And were you able to breach that door in this particular instance?
Yes.
Okay. And what was found in that room? If you recall?
Nothing. It actually ended up wrapping around to another door. We ended up going out that door and back into the hallway that we were in, but we had cleared that room and the conjoining room before we went back out to the hallway.
Okay. Now, at some point, was Detroit Police Department's Special Response Team coordinating with other tactical units on scene?
I believe my commander was, or my sergeant. I was not personally.
That's fair.
But I couldn't. I would assume they would.
Okay. So just walk us through then where your particular team went that evening.
We started on the main floor, and we were given information that the 2 wanted fugitives went up to the second floor and never returned back downstairs. So that kind of forced our way, that kind of pushed us to the second floor.
Were other officers on the second floor already?
Correct, yes, and that's when we ran into that second tactical team who said they had cleared the second floor, they cleared all the open doors.
Okay.
So we ended up clearing the closed doors as much as we could. At some point, somebody gained access to a ring of keys, and we were opening the closed door, locked doors with keys.
Okay. Now, at this point in time, when the tactical units were inside the building, were there other police officers on the exterior of the building?
Yeah, there was police everywhere. I would assume, I'd be guessing at this point, but I would bet there was police on the perimeter of the building, yes.
Okay. You said police everywhere?
Yeah,
Were there emergency lights activated on vehicles?
I'm not 100% sure with that.
That's okay. Was it just the tactical units then inside the building at this point?
There was canine officers as well.
K9 as well?
We utilized canine officers a canine officer on the second floor who checked each door prior to us opening it with the dog, and we never obviously got any hits from the dog on the second floor.
Okay. And to your knowledge, were there other teams on the third floor at this point in time as well?
I'm not 100% sure.
That's fair. Where did you go after the second floor was cleared?
If I'm not mistaken, I think we went up to the third floor before returning back down to the main floor.
Okay. So at some point in time, you and your team returned back to the first floor?
Correct.
Okay. And why did you do that?
At some point, one of my supervisors was given information that the room the wanted fugitives were supposed to be in was on the first floor. At some point, someone asked if it had already been cleared, and which they said no. So, okay, so we went back down directly to that room.
Okay. And you were given a set of keys for that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall who gave you the keys?
I never got the keys. Somebody opened the door for me. I was just number 1 into that room.
Okay. So tell me, that suite in particular, If I told you it was suite 130, would that sound right to you?
Yeah.
Okay. That suite in particular, what's the proximity from that location to the location where you used the 35-pound ram to kick in the door?
It's on the same floor, on the same side of the building. If I'd guess, maybe 10 or 15 feet away.
Okay.
With that.
All right. Now, at this point in time, were the Detroit Police Department Special Response Team equipped with body-worn cameras?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was yours activated that night?
Yes, sir.
Now, how long would you say that your particular team was on this location from the time you arrived to the time that you entered suite 130?
I'd guess maybe an hour, hour and a half.
Okay.
2 hours tops, but I'd be guessing at this point.
That's okay. Just an estimate, that's all we're asking. Yep. And during that hour, hour and a half, up to 2 hours, were other tactical teams also clearing other rooms?
Yes, sir.
Now, your body-worn camera would have a date and time stamp on it, if you know.
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is going to be equals 347. I don't believe there's an objection.
No, there's not. We stipulate to the admission.
47 is admitted.
Let me just stop it for a second to confirm. This is December the 4th, 2021 at 1:33 in the morning. Okay. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is camera from your body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
Okay, tell us quickly, where is that camera affixed on your uniform?
I have it affixed sort of right side of my chest, just underneath my magazine carriers.
Okay.
I have a lot of stuff here, but it's just a space pretty much right underneath my right arm.
We see a lot of stuff here. We're talking about the tactical vest you described?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Let me see those hands. Let me see those fucking hands. One person at a time. Let me see those hands. Yep. Let me see hands. Keep those hands where they're at. One hand. Bring on hands. Turn around. On your stomach. Get on your fucking stomach. Hands behind your head. Good. Stand up. You're fine. What's your name? James. James what? Crumbley. Yep. Secondary. Let's pop up. Yep. Camera move. I'm gonna blow this backwards. Ready? These are yours. Those are mine. Those are mine. Put the glasses on. Look at him. Where can we have those? Hold on. Just a minute, back. No, that's it. Everyone out, really out. This is not clear, everyone out. This is still an arrest, out. We're gonna double check for weapons, so. We're not, this is still there. Everyone back, everybody.
And sir, we overheard an officer say we have to double check for weapons. It's not the special response team's function to actually search for evidentiary items just for weapons?
Correct, at this point, it's more of a safety search. Before we let anybody into this room, we're gonna make sure we know where weapons are and make sure they're secure before anybody else coming from the public or not from our team is in that room.
Okay, and there were no weapons located in this search?
I did not find any weapons.
Okay, but an actual search of this location would be conducted by members of the crime scene unit, would that be right?
Sure, yes, sir.
Listen.
Sir, I stopped at 1:37 and, 1:37 a.m., 41 seconds, where my cursor is. This is a window?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay, and those are the windows we saw in the photographs earlier admitted that face the parking lot?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, do you even know the identities of the individuals, if you recall?
I believe before we made entry, we were given information that we were looking for these particular people.
Okay, so it's James and Jennifer Crumbley.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fair to say it wasn't a Detroit Police Department law enforcement investigation? Okay, so you were given the information that the fugitives could have been there.
Yes, sir.
Once James and Jennifer Crumbley were taken from this location, were they turned over to members of Oakland County?
Turned over to, I believe, our DFAT unit right at the door to this room.
Okay.
And that was that's when we as a team released custody to those.
All right, but that wouldn't have been your function, what happened with them after?
Right now.
Okay. Now, from the video, it depicts that they were found on a mattress on the floor of this suite. Is that
Yes,
correct?
Sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you have testified that you used a ram to breach a door about 10 or 15 feet away from the entry door to this suite?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was before that you made entry into this particular room?
That was initially when we first made entry into this building, maybe an hour prior to that.
Okay. And then this arrest occurred after teams, other tactical units, had already searched floors 2 and 3 as well as other rooms in floor 1?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is after all of those officers were on scene?
Yes, sir.
Now, in your experience in 10 years with special response, you said you've executed, if you could even ballpark, hundreds of arrest warrants. Was that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In your experience, have you caught anyone asleep before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, what was your impression if James and Jennifer Crumbley were asleep or not when you entered the room?
Your Honor, I would object. This calls for speculation. The video speaks for itself, and really the appropriate person to ask is Mrs. Crumbley if she was asleep.
Okay.
So I think the foundation's been laid that he's been on hundreds of these executions.
He hasn't seen Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley sleep 100 times.
Okay, well, I think you can describe exactly what he saw.
Sorry,
I mean, if I close my eyes right now, I don't know if you'd know if I'm asleep or not. I mean, I probably am, but no.
Go ahead, sir.
You don't know if someone's asleep just because their eyes are closed.
I'm just asking his impression.
Are his eyes closed? Were their eyes closed? Were they moving or not moving? But you can ask those types of questions.
Paint the picture for us what you perceived.
As I made entry, I see two people laying on a mattress. If I'm not mistaken, they're facing each other, not moving, not making a sound.
Okay. And that's after your entire team entered the suite?
Correct.
Okay, and after the door was breached 15 feet away?
Yes, sir.
I'm not.
Cross.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good.
In the video, after you guys find the people on the mattress, there's a person that's making yelling noises. Are you aware of who is yelling?
It would be Mr. James Crumbley.
And did you see or observe Mrs. Crumbley making any noises?
I did not.
There's a little bit of conversation we hear on the video about eyeglasses,
Yes, ma'am.
and that was Mrs. Crumbley asking if she could please have her eyeglasses.
Okay.
Is that fair?
To be honest, looking back at it, watching this video, I thought it was Mr. Crumbley saying that was his glasses on the mattress. And I just watched the video, so I may be mistaken.
Okay, I have no further questions, thank you.
None.
Okay, you can step down when you're excused. The jurors' lunches are here. So unless you had someone super short.
I'm sorry, just the jurors' lunches are here?
Yeah, I did, if you had a super short witness, we'd take it now. If not, can you tell me who the witness next
No,
witness is?
but we could rest today, Judge, so
Okay,
we are gonna meet with the remaining witnesses we have, we'll decide how many more we need to put on. So counsel has requested to know, and I believe she should be prepared to begin her case today if she chooses to present one.
Your Honor, I am gonna present one, but I am not prepared, as I've emailed the
Okay.
court a
okay,
million
you could be
times.
prepared to present your case, if any, tomorrow morning. If the prosecution rests, I want to reiterate that the defense doesn't have to do anything. Mrs. Smith and Mrs. Crumbley can sit here and play chess if they'd like, all right? They don't have to do anything, but if they choose to do so, you can do that tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Pardon me, Your Honor, he left his phone.
Oh, okay, all
Uh-oh.
right. Okay, so I'm gonna have you come back at 1:45. Okay, your lunches are here. Please don't discuss the case with anyone, with each other. Don't Google anything, don't go on your phone, don't post anything, don't read any news, and don't look at any TV about the case, all right?
All rise for the jury.
All right, you may be seated. I have a question for you. Do they?
Yes, Chair?
Okay, so I got a response from the people about the assertion of the privilege and the Fifth Amendment. I feel like we've mostly handled that, but since the defense filed something, I wanted to give you an opportunity to respond, which you did, but in your response, you say there's a separate non-public response.
Yes, Judge, because the information is covered by the protective order, we wanted to make sure not to put anything in the public domain.
Sure.
So if that has not been sent probably to the court, I'll confirm with her.
Oh, okay, that was my question. Of course, we don't want it to be made public, but your response references another response that we don't have yet. It might be there by now.
Your Honor,
Okay.
I have not, and it might be in my email right now.
It probably is.
Was that filed today?
Just today.
Within like an hour ago.
Okay, so I need to review their response in whatever private document they submitted. I want to make sure the court received, there was a private document I submitted as
have
well
that.
as a public one.
I
Okay,
have that.
thank you.
In fact, I would be happy to give you my copy. I've circled some things.
If you would be so kind, I don't have a printer here.
Actually, we'll print you.
Thank you,
one.
thank you,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, so I'll see you here at 1:45. If in fact the prosecution rests today, then you would, if you plan to present evidence, it would be tomorrow morning. But based on your motion and the response, I don't know if I need to make any further rulings with regard to the privilege issue and the Fifth Amendment issue. So that's kind of what I was waiting to see.
Okay.
I need to take a look at their response in order to evaluate that.
I understand. I do too, but
Okay.
I may or may not I have some ideas about what to do about that, but I wanted to see the prosecutor's response first, and of course you can see that as
Okay,
well.
that's understandable. Thank you.
We'll print that for you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
All rise.
Your Honor, calling People versus Jennifer Crumbley, case number 222799990, FH.
Thank you, Marquise, on behalf of people.
Karen McDonald, on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Shannon Smith on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley.
Okay, so we're gonna bring the jury in. I wanna let them know that one of the cameras kind of skimmed someone's face when they sat forward, so I'm gonna go on about not doing that. I think they moved the camera a little, so I don't wanna freak the jury out. Who's the next witness?
Brian Malash.
Lash.
Yeah, they can.
All rise for the jury.
You may be seated. I wanted to let you know that I think one of the video cameras got a quick look of someone as they, of one of the jurors as they pulled forward in their chair. So I guess I'd ask you not to lean forward, but we've moved the camera too, so. The name of the next witness?
Brian Malash.
Oh, Brian Malash, okay. Could you step forward? Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God? Okay, could you step up and have a seat? And would you state your full name and spell your first and last name, please?
Brian Joseph Malash, BRIAN MELOCHAG.
Okay, so just keep your voice up.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Sir, you're a little soft spoken, so I want you as loud as you can, pretend like I'm in the back of the room.
Okay.
All right. And sir, how are you employed?
I'm full-time, my job.
Yes, what do you do?
I'm a full-time firefighter captain.
Okay. Now, sir, do you know James and Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes.
Not through your profession as a firefighter, but personally?
Yes.
Okay. Is Jennifer Crumbley in court today?
Yes.
Can you point her and describe something she's wearing today?
Yes, the gray blazer.
Okay. Will the record reflect identification of defendant?
The record will so reflect.
And again, please, nice and loud. I'm even having trouble
here. I'm sorry.
Okay. When did you first meet Jennifer Crumbley?
High school.
High school? Okay,
Yes.
so you went to high school together?
Yes, sir.
When did you first meet James Crumbley?
When they moved back to Michigan.
Okay. So in between the time you knew Jennifer Crumbley in high school, from the time that they left the state and came back to Michigan, did you stay in touch with her?
No, not until maybe Facebook years, a long time later.
Okay. And you said you were connected with her on social media?
Yes.
Okay, so is it fair to say you followed her on Facebook?
Yes.
Okay. What about Instagram?
No, I don't think so.
Just Facebook?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know if Jennifer had a son?
Yes.
Okay, had you ever met him?
No.
Did Jennifer ever talk to you about issues she was having with her son?
No.
Did she ever tell you about a friend of her son's?
Yes.
Okay, and tell me what she told you about that friend.
It was his friend, and then he went away. He died.
Okay, went away or died. What did she tell you?
Yeah, I believe he killed himself.
Okay, that's what Jennifer told you?
Yes.
Did you come to learn later on that that wasn't true?
Yes.
Now, I want to direct your attention specifically to the days around November the 30th of 2021. That's the day of the Oxford High School shooting. Okay, do you recall that event?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that from the time period that Jennifer moved back to Michigan up until November the 30th, 2021, you two would communicate on a regular basis with each other?
Yes.
Okay. In what method would you communicate? Would that be in person, text message, messaging app, or all three?
All three.
Okay. Did you save any of those messages between Jennifer Crumbley and yourself?
No.
Now, the morning of November the 30th, 2021, do you recall receiving a message from Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes.
Tell me about that, please.
It was, I don't know how it started, the beginning of the messages, but it ended up that she had to go to a meeting at the school.
Jennifer, she had to go to a meeting at school? Okay. And what happened? Tell me what happened next in the conversation.
It was that something with Ethan. And,
Her son?
Yes.
Okay.
And was worried he was going to do something dumb.
Who was worried?
Jennifer.
Jennifer's worried. Okay. And she sent you that message before she had gone to the school?
Yes.
Okay. Now, prior to that, prior to November the 30th of 2021, were you aware that the Crumbleys had gotten a handgun for their son?
Yes.
Okay. And do you own firearms yourself?
Yes.
Okay. So you're familiar with how to store firearms and how to use them?
Yes, sir.
How did you learn that the Crumbleys had obtained a handgun for their son?
I saw it on a Facebook post.
Okay. And what was your initial reaction to that?
It was, I was just surprised kind of they got it, but.
Why were you surprised?
Just that it was the handgun they purchased.
Okay. So you knew that they had got him that handgun by the time that Jennifer messaged you on November the 30th that she was afraid her son was going to do something?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when she sent you that message, November 30th, what was your response?
I asked where the firearm was.
And why did the firearm click in your head at that point?
That's with my background and everything. It's like I know that would just be if something was going to occur, that would be produce just immediate irreparable damage compared to any other possible thing.
Okay. That being the firearm?
Yes.
All right. Did Jennifer respond to you? Let's back up. I want to make sure we have the chronology correct. So November the 30th, 2021, that's a Tuesday. She indicated that she had to go to her son's school. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And she told you what she was afraid of?
Yes.
And what was that again?
That he was going to do something dumb.
He isn't her son?
Yes.
Okay. And then your next message or response to that was asking about the firearm?
Yes.
Okay. And what was Jennifer's response to that?
That it was in her vehicle.
Okay. And what did you think about that?
I said that wasn't a good place. It's not. It should not be there.
Okay. And do you recall what she said?
No.
Okay. Now, do you recall if this conversation was over the phone or was on a messaging app?
Messages.
Now, later that day, November the 30th, 2021, did you learn what had happened at the Oxford High School?
Yes.
Do you recall how you found out about that?
Through social media and the news.
Now, after that shooting, did you continue to communicate with Jennifer?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we have already introduced evidence through an expert in computer forensics about how messages are saved and if one person deletes and one person doesn't. You told us that you had deleted those messages with Jennifer?
Yes.
The Facebook messages?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. So, a search warrant was executed from Facebook itself and obtained some messages. And Your Honor, we had already introduced some of these messages through Edward Rogowski. The people are going to seek to omit the remaining Facebook messages between Mr. Maloche and Jennifer Crumbley as a new exhibit. That's 426.
Exhibit 426.
Your Honor, I'd like to just review 426, but if it's the same as what was previously covered, just the whole thing, that's fine. I just don't know, is there more than what you gave me before?
So you should have all of those, but with Mr. Rogowski, we omitted 8 pages of that. I'm just seeking to put the whole thing.
What's the whole thing? I have not been provided that. This is the first I'm hearing that.
Okay.
I probably have no objection, but I need,
Okay, when you say it's the whole thing, it's the whole communication between Mr. Malosh and the
The
defendant.
remaining communications that begins December the 1st, 2021. It's a PDF, it was printed, it'd be 77 pages long.
Okay.
And it has the remaining messages, because as we've already learned, when one person deletes but the other person is not able to, Facebook, the server of Facebook can retain them. So this is what's remaining.
Okay, so how long is this exhibit?
It's 77 pages printed out. We're not gonna go through all 77 pages, obviously,
Okay.
but I wanna make sure that we have the whole thing.
I would just like the record to establish that when I was provided the proposed exhibits, I was provided 8 pages of them. Now, I understand that in discovery, through the 30 discovery dumps I got, I have these.
Okay.
And likely as we go through, there won't be objections. However,
Okay, I'm gonna ask him to show it to you.
okay,
Yes, sir.
please,
I
yes. And Your
actually
Honor, I need
printed out
a,
extra copies. There you go.
Okay,
Your Honor, I'm gonna need a moment. This is
okay,
77 minus 8 more pages than I was told.
okay, well, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of discovery, and she didn't specifically know, like, this exhibit list doesn't say specifically.
Right,
what
Judge,
the-
throughout these.
Well, they gave me
Hang
those
on, I'd
exhibits
like
on
to
a
respond.
disc.
You guys
and
are
it's
talking
eight
the
pages
same
long.
word.
I just want to respond to the judge.
Okay.
Throughout this
yeah.
case, there's been different objections lodged by defense counsel. When we've displayed a portion of a Facebook thread or a portion of a chat, I don't want to have to go through that. I want to just give the entire exhibit to the jury.
Okay,
And counsel has had this for approximately 2 years,
okay,
and
correct.
Your
But,
Honor,
okay, I know what you're gonna say.
the
okay,
disc
you
they
have-
gave
you
me
have-
of the exhibits
there's
doesn't
mountains.
match.
There's mountains of
Right.
information. There's mountains of information. He's trying to admit a portion of the Facebook communication via exhibit 426. You are not exactly clear what is in 426. You have the right to review that exhibit prior to it being admitted and determine whether you object or you do not object.
May I please have some time? I apologize.
Yes,
In
yes.
all fairness, I understand there's mountains of discovery. I've read it all, but
I
2
know.
years ago,
Yes, I know.
I was given actual copies of what the prosecution intended to use at trial, and it was 8 pages long. Today, they're walking in with 77 pages. They actually gave me it on a hard drive.
That's a different exhibit, right?
Judge, these
Okay,
are
it
conversations
is,
from
but-
her client. They're
But
her
in
client's-
addition,
Okay, whoa, someone might have to type this someday. Okay,
I-
so there was another exhibit that was Facebook communication that might have been 8 pages long, that was a different exhibit, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, what exhibit number is that?
That is
it's exhibit 151.
151.
Okay, all right,
And,
so
Your
this,
Honor-
this is, yeah, I'm gonna let you look at it.
I'm sorry, the point I'm making though is that they identified the 8 pages, they gave me those 8 pages, and as new exhibits have been added onto the exhibit list, they have been providing them to me in advance of a witness getting on the stand. This is last minute craziness, so I apologize, I have to take the jury's time now
Okay,
to
it's-
review
it's all right.
something
Yeah.
that they could have handed me.
Judge, this is wholly inappropriate, especially in front of the jury.
Okay, wait.
I've already explained why.
Okay,
we're doing
wait.
this.
You said specifically in exhibit 151, there's an order about exchanging exhibits. What your exhibits are different than what discovery is.
We've already identified that in compliance with the court's scheduling order. We complied with discovery. This was turned over 2 years
You
ago.
were com-
And this is covered in the stipulation
didn't
signed by
say-
counsel.
I didn't say that you didn't comply with discovery. If we put everything in discovery into evidence, we'd be sitting here for another 5 weeks, right?
Yes.
But what is provided in discovery is different than designating exhibits. You designated exhibit 151 as Facebook messages from Jennifer Crumbley to Brian Malosh, and those are pages 51 through 58, correct? So that's been admitted as 151.
Right.
There's not a description of that exhibit, right? So she, in what way would she know exactly what that exhibit was comprised
If
of?
she
They
wants more
gave-
time, we have no objection to reviewing this.
Okay,
Your Honor,
Yes.
the answer is they gave me a hard drive with each exhibit on it.
okay.
I had a hard time opening some of those exhibits, but what's on the hard drive they gave me is the 8 pages in exhibit 151. They did not include 77 pages.
Okay. Did you designate which exhibit it was? Did you?
Yes. 151 is a portion of the Facebook thread.
I
We did
know
this
that it's-
with exhibits through Edward Wogrowski. That's why we admitted 423. went through the whole
Okay, well,
process on the
I
record.
have a list of exhibits and it doesn't say what that one is.
Again, I'm just trying to give full context, Judge. We've gone through this with multiple witnesses.
Okay.
This isn't a surprise. This evidence has been with defense. We have the witness who is the declarant, and then her client is the other.
Your Honor, this is a surprise.
Okay,
And so to say this is not a surprise, it is a
Okay,
surprise.
it's not.
And this is a repeated
Okay, done.
pattern.
Okay, I get it. You guys are repeating yourselves, all right? All of this information has been provided, but there's a lot of information. If someone wants to admit an exhibit, they have an exhibit and the other side gets to review what the exhibit is and decide whether they object or not. Ms. Smith has objected to almost no exhibits here. They've all mostly been admitted, right? But the defense has a right to review what the prosecutor wants to present as an exhibit. It's not that they didn't have, everybody's had everything. There are boxes and boxes of things, but she has a right to review the exhibit. And rather have you sit here, have you go back and eat licorice and donuts and what else do we have back there? Cookies. I'm gonna let you do that for 10 minutes while she reviews the exhibit, okay? All right.
All right, for the jury.
I'm sorry. Your Honor, I can just review it, it's fine. I got it.
She has a right to see the exhibit. She can stay here.
She can stay here.
I think she can, but she needs to show her the exhibit. Is that right?
Your Honor, the biggest fear I have though is that the microphone picks up, and I've been told multiple times that it picks up between myself and Mrs. Crumbley.
Yeah, my
So
husband
do we have it turned
continues
off?
to tell me that you can be heard. Can we turn off the camera and everything right now, just so they can review the exhibit?
Calling people versus Jennifer Crumbley, case number 22279-990-FH.
All right, Ms. Smith, did you have an opportunity to review that proposed exhibit?
I have had the opportunity to review it. I would ask.
Can you remind me what number that is?
That's 426, Judge.
426.
Your Honor, I would ask if the prosecutor's office would please email me exhibit 426 so that I can use my computer when Mr. Malash is on the stand to ask questions.
Can you do that? Is that possible? Is that technically possible? Okay, so do you object to any of the exhibit?
I'm sorry?
Do you object to the exhibit?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm gonna bring the jury back in.
Okay. I just need to get a copy of it so that
We're doing, I mean, we're having her, she's doing as quick as she can.
Thank you.
Should the witness retake the stand, Judge?
Yes, please.
All rise for the jury.
I just wanted to make sure you got your 10,000 steps today. You may be seated. Right, we apologize, there is obviously a lot of documents and a lot of discovery in this case, all right? So Mr. Malosh, you are still under oath, all right? Go ahead, prosecutor.
Thank you. Okay. So, sir, was it your common practice then to delete all messages between yourself and Jennifer Crumbley either immediately or shortly thereafter the message was sent and received?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'm going to show you what's been admitted as people's 426. You have a screen in front of you. Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, this is information received from Facebook through a search warrant. If printed out, it'd be 77 pages. And we have a conversation participants between yourself and J.C. Rumbley. That's the defendant, Jennifer Crumbley, is that right? You have to say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. The green, so we know, that's Jennifer Crumbley, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then the blue would be you,
Yes.
Brian Malosh. Okay. Now I'm going to go through some of these with you. We'll start with page 16 here. And I guess first, these begin from what was recovered via search warrant from Facebook on December the 1st, 2021. And we have heard evidence already, so you're aware. See, it says UTC +0. Do you see that right there?
Yes.
Okay, so that actually means it's 5 hours earlier than the time on that text message, so you know. So the first message here would actually be November the 30th in the late evening hours. Thank you. Now, prior to this message here, did you have any other contact with Jennifer Crumbley from the time she expressed concern about her son to these messages coming to you?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that, please.
That was,
Like, louder,
oh, I'm
please.
sorry, I apologize. It was after the shooting occurred, and it was that, the gun was missing.
Which gun?
The 9mm.
Okay.
And I said to call 911.
You told her to call 911?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you told before that you're a firefighter?
Yes, sir.
So why was it important to you to tell her to call 911?
Just to allow the first responders, the police, whatever, to identify that there's potential what's going on.
Okay.
If you're missing it, if something's going on.
All right. Now, it's fair to say that the first message we have here that says 12/1/21 at 2:56 a.m. UTC 0, that's not the first message exchange between the two of you. correct?
Correct.
Okay, so just everything before that would have been deleted by both yourself and Jennifer Crumbley.
Correct.
All right. So again, I'm gonna refer to a handful of these pages. And just so you know, this is everything that was recovered from Facebook. Okay, so this is page 16, exhibit 426.
Your Honor, I apologize. Does the court have Wi-Fi? Because the file is so large, my hotspot's not going fast enough, and they just emailed it over to me, and I can't open it on my computer. Do you know if there's a password or if there's a?
That is so not my department.
Yeah, mine either. Mine either. Thanks. I appreciate it though that the court is helping. Do I go to OC Guest?
Judge, Ms. Nell sent it again with a reduced file size. So
Oh, okay. I'll try that. Thank you. I'm sorry, I just can't get it open.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead.
Okay, in the blue here, this is 12/1/21. So this is shortly before midnight on November the 30th, 2021. And what did you write to her?
I can't even keep up. None are threatening. Facebook pulls those down instantly.
Okay, and that was in response to what?
Sending screenshots showing what was going on and everybody that was commenting through their stuff or regarding them.
Okay, that's page 16. I'm gonna go to page 33. Jennifer Crumbley wrote what at just after midnight on December the 1st, 2021.
Agreed. I failed as a parent. I failed miserably.
And your response was?
You didn't do this.
Okay. Now, is it fair to say at that point in time, your information was received regarding the shooting from Jennifer Crumbley?
At that point.
Did you know all the facts?
I'm sorry.
Did you know all the facts?
No.
Okay. So throughout this text message or Facebook message conversation, there's messages from you expressing concern over Jennifer Crumbley, frustration by the fact that she's going to be charged, disbelief that she's going to be charged. Were those your opinions at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm not asking you to agree or disagree. We just want the truth from you. So is that what you feel now?
No, not. I've received more info.
Okay. I'm going to move on now to page 38.
Your Honor, I am so sorry, but I cannot get the file they sent me to open, and I really need a minute to get this file open.
Okay, I personally can't help with that, but maybe.
Are you connected to the Wi-Fi?
No, it's not letting me connect. That's the problem I'm having right now. Okay, the join OC guest came on. I just need to be able to have this open. It says I'm connected now. Let me try this again. The first file was too big.
Do we need Brandon or no?
Okay, they sent a second file. I've got it, thank you.
All right. Moving on.
All right, ready?
Sure.
Okay. This is page 38 of exhibit 426. In the green, there are some screenshots sent, and then Jennifer wrote, seriously, question mark, exclamation mark, question mark, can't see my horses, question mark, exclamation mark, question mark, exclamation mark. And your response was what?
No one knows how to handle any of this.
Okay, and that was in regards to screenshots sent from Kara Pennock, is that right? You have to say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to page 42.
Your Honor, I guess the prosecution stopped leading the witness. I haven't objected, but we've been doing a lot of leading.
Assisting.
Okay, that's fine. I'll make sure that I don't ask anything that suggests an answer. Okay, this is page 42. The top text bubble here in green, what did the defendant write?
Social media, we heard we may get charged too.
Okay, and your response?
I did hear that. That was mentioned on one of the news stations. I don't know how both of you could be charged. I can only assume they will charge James with the handgun not being secret.
Okay, and she wrote this December 1st, 2021, 11:10 p.m. UTC +0. So that is actually 5 hours sooner than that. So that would be in the evening hours of Wednesday, December the 1st, 2021. Is that right? Okay.
Yes.
All right, also on page 42, there's a deleted message here. This is green. Tell us what this one says.
You unsent a message.
Okay, and you obviously weren't here when Mr. Rogowski testified to tell us what that means and what that red X means. But what is the message that was actually deleted here?
Is that the green I'm looking at?
Right here, yeah, the person.
It was, we had the string lock on it. It came within the case.
Okay, now you had talked to her via message on the morning of November the 30th, 2021, when she told you about having to go to the school, right?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to this message coming to you on Wednesday, December the 1st, 2021, in the evening hours, did she mention anything about a locking mechanism for the gun?
No.
Moving on to page 43. Okay, she wrote this December the 1st, 2021, 11:47 UTC 0, so roughly the same time as the deleted message we just referenced. What did she write?
The news articles are saying charging both parents.
Okay, in your response?
I heard that, but I can't imagine what they could possibly charge you with. Just remember, the news is not accurate. They notoriously fill in gaps where they have no info or report as fact, info they get third hand.
Okay, and again, those were your feelings at the time?
Yes.
Okay. On page, what is the, finish this page here for us. So after they get info third hand, what were the responses in green?
It's coming from the prosecuting attorney. I need to retain a lawyer stat.
Okay. And now we're on page 44. Again, this was Wednesday, December the 1st, 2021, the evening hours. That's the day after the shooting, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now we have already admitted this portion of your Facebook message thread. Again, a deleted message. Can you read it for us?
The unsent message, the one below that.
Well, both. You just give us the.
You unsent a message.
Okay. And then what did she write that was actually deleted?
Everything was secured, not loaded, bullets stored away separately. OMG, OMG, OMG.
Okay. And again, this is the conversation, the first time I ever heard Jennifer Crumbley tell you anything about the firearm being secured.
Yes.
I'm going to move on to page 46. Again. Here's 45 first. Another deleted message. What did Jennifer Crumbley write?
No, I'll never be okay. I lost my son, and he's a murderer, and I'll forever have to live with the guilt of that. I'm not even sure life is worth living anymore.
Okay, and that one was deleted. That is, now the timestamp is Thursday, December the 2nd, 2021 at 12.
I'm sorry, I object to the prosecutor saying this one was deleted. The message that was unsent is not sent, but the next message was received.
That's not the evidence, Judge. Edward Rogowski already testified to what this signifies.
Yeah, he said, and you can both correct me if I'm wrong, that if you unsend a message, it can be retrieved. And so the message below that is at the same time, 12:42:32. So the message below the you unsent a message is the retrieved message.
That's deleted. Edward Rogowski testified that with the red X, this return, it signifies it was.
No, he testified.
Hang on, it was deleted but retrieved from the extraction report, or from the server itself.
So you're saying that she deleted her message about how she lost her son?
I'm not saying that. That's what Mr. Rogowski said.
I'm just trying to understand. You're saying
the expert computer guy.
Right.
Okay.
So
okay.
That's the testimony. Anything
you can unsend a message, but it can be retrieved, and those red dots are what note something that has been retrieved,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
That was deleted.
Yep. All right. Okay. We'll go to 46. I'm having some trouble here. All right. What did she say here on Thursday, December the 2nd, 2021, 12:51 p.m.?
My mom won't talk to me.
In your response?
You have more than you know. In our circle, no one is faulting you, and most feel really horrible for you.
And then, did you write something else?
Your mom won't.
Okay. And then the next page, what did she say?
She blames us.
I'm gonna move on to page 49. Okay, tell us what she wrote here.
The top.
Yeah, go from the top.
And we will never be the same.
In your response?
Never, ever.
And she wrote what to that?
It's like mourning the death of my child.
Move on to page 50. Their discussion about obtaining an attorney.
Yes.
Okay, what did she write?
I know we're working on retaining one right now.
Okay. And then what does she say regarding the charges she might be facing?
They're saying involuntary manslaughter.
Okay, so that is Thursday, December the 2nd, 2021, 1:31 p.m. UTC plus 0. So that's actually the morning of Thursday, December the 2nd. That's 50. Now here's a deleted message, was already admitted. Can you read us please what was deleted from Jennifer's phone?
We're on the run again, helicopters, not sure where to message you.
We'll move on to page 53. And she wrote something to you right here at December the 2nd, 2021, 4:40 p.m. plus 0, so that's 11:40 a.m. on December the 2nd. What did she write to you?
We just bought new phones with old numbers to take care of all of this shit.
Okay, and the next message?
Clear your cache.
Okay, and then what was your response?
Good move.
What did you take that clear your cache to mean? What does that mean?
Just clear messages off, I guess.
Off of a device?
Yes.
There's page 58. This was also previously admitted. Tell us, read us this deleted message.
We're fucked.
And she sent that to you Thursday, December the 2nd, 2021 at 2 p.m. There's page 61. She indicated she retained an attorney?
Yes.
Okay, what did she write?
Thank you. We secured a lawyer.
Okay, that's December the 2nd, 2021. That is in the afternoon of Thursday, December the 2nd. Okay, and did you ask if they were going to be charged?
Yes.
Okay, and again, this is Thursday of that week, and what did she respond?
Yes, we'll be charged.
Now, this is page 64. There are some photographs here that she sent to you. Have you seen these photographs before?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall what they depict?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
There's a gun and a person bleeding, and the thoughts won't stop, and I can't recall without
Okay.
looking at one another.
But that you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you think of that?
disturbing.
Okay. And she sent that to you, and then what did she say in the message right after she sent you that picture?
This is what they found, a non-threat.
Okay, she was referring, who did you think she was referring to?
A school.
The school, okay. And let's go through this conversation. What did you write?
And never even notified a liaison officer.
That was your question to her?
Yes, sir.
And what was her response?
What the paper they showed us had all these things scratched out.
Okay, now, did you know that she was actually sent the paper without things scratched out?
No.
All right, thank you.
Ross?
Thank you. I apologize. Is your last name Malash or Malosh?
Malash.
Malash, okay. Good afternoon. I'm Shannon Smith. I represent Jennifer Crumbley. You and I have never met before today, correct?
Correct.
And we have never even spoken on the phone, had any contact. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay, I want to go back and explain to the jury, have you explain how you became involved in this case, okay? So after the shooting and after December 4th, it would be fair to say law enforcement got in touch with you to talk to you about your knowledge of anything related to Mrs. Crumbley or Ethan Crumbley, correct?
Yes.
Now, on that day and time, the first interview you did was with law enforcement. You met with somebody from the Oakland Sheriff's Department, correct?
Correct.
Now, the first time you met with them, you were interviewed for 1 hour and 42 minutes, correct?
Correct.
A long interview. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And in February of 2022, you did a second interview with law enforcement that was about 1 hour long, correct?
Correct.
And then recently, so within the past couple of months, okay, in December of 2023, law enforcement did a third interview of you, correct?
Correct.
And that interview was almost 3 hours long. Is that a yes?
Yes.
So you were interviewed once at the very beginning of the case, right after the shooting, correct?
Correct.
You were interviewed a second time months later in February for about 1 hour.
Correct.
And recently, within the last couple of months in December, you did this 3-hour interview.
Correct.
It's fair to say that throughout all 3 interviews, you tell law enforcement repeatedly that you have memory problems, correct?
Correct.
You do not have a good memory.
Correct.
I am not trying to be mean to you, but you have repeatedly said you don't have a good memory. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, when you initially talked to law enforcement, they told you they would like you to write a statement, correct?
Yes.
And you did, in fact, write a statement. You typed one out, correct?
Yes.
Now, the date you typed one out, did you do this on the date you were first interviewed?
It was morning after.
Okay, so the morning after, so it says you were interviewed Friday, December 10th, 2021, correct?
Correct.
So the statement that you actually typed out and wrote would have been done on December 11th of 21.
Yes.
Now, it's fair to say that in the statement, you gave law enforcement and police as much information as you could remember, right?
Yes.
And this time when you wrote your statement, this was way closer in time to the shooting than we are today, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you wrote your statement to police, a lot of the new information you're sharing was not in your original statement, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that during the hours of interviews you've had with law enforcement, they have given you different pieces of information against Jennifer Crumbley, correct?
Correct.
And you have not had the opportunity to take all this new information you're getting against Jennifer Crumbley and talk to her about it, correct?
Correct.
The last time you talked to Jennifer Crumbley was December 4th of 2021. Is that a yes? It's fair to say that police, they have asked you the same questions over and over and over. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when they ask you the same questions over and over and over, you can tell sometimes they don't like the answers they're getting from you.
Yes.
You can tell that. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. I need you to be loud. Okay? Thank you. So when you can tell they don't like the answers, you keep talking to them, correct?
Correct.
And when they've been interviewing you, they have started to talk to you about things like your job and your benefits, correct?
Correct.
And they have said things to you like, if you're helping Jennifer Crumbley, you could lose your job as a firefighter, correct?
Correct.
They have said things to you like, if you're helping Jennifer Crumbley, you're gonna lose all the benefits, your pension, things like that, correct? It's fair to say that when you've talked to law enforcement, they have said things that make you feel like you're going to be in trouble because of your friendship with Jennifer Crumbley.
Correct.
So when you're up here on the stand today saying some of these things, we can agree they are brand new within the last few months.
Yeah, new that I've seen.
Okay, so in largely what has influenced you to change what you say, what you said initially, is because police have talked to you and made you change your mind, correct?
It had to make me, from my original, that more information was needed.
Right, so my point is, you talked to them at first, back in December, right after the shooting happened, right?
Yes.
And then law enforcement met with you 2 more times and gave you information, right?
Yes.
And they told you that if you were helping Jennifer Crumbley, you would be in trouble.
Judge, objection, we're getting dangerously close to what defense counsel has sought to exclude, and I need to be able to redirect.
Yeah, let's be careful. Well, the door's open. Okay, let's be careful.
If counsel is gonna lay the implication of a certain reason.
Well, you're asking whether law enforcement threatened him in order to get him to lie?
Yeah.
Then the door is wide open for the people.
It might be.
Thank you, Judge.
Well.
I don't care if the door's open. That's fine. Mr.
Yeah, then I think we need to excuse the jury and have the
That's fine.
defendant make a record.
No, Your Honor, we've already done that. That is not what needs to happen, but if the jury needs to be excused, that's fine.
You tell me.
This is something different.
Well, there's allegations here that somehow this witness was intimidated by the police, and I would take that very seriously. So if that's true, the jury should know that. So that's a serious implication. So
Judge, we can't allow counsel to say those line of questioning and prevent the people from having the witness give the whole story.
I'm not trying to keep the whole story. Go ahead, we can do that right now. They want to make a record that's not needed. I'll ask the questions. Okay, Mr. Malone,
For proper purposes, we need a record made, Judge.
Okay, all right, 10 minutes, guys, maybe 5. I'm sorry, Mr. Malone. Okay, everybody be seated. Actually, I think I might ask you to step into the hallway just for a minute, okay? We'll be right with you. I know it's not a very comfortable position to be in. We're doing our best, okay. You may be seated. Okay, so we had a motion to eliminate, gosh, wait, when was that? November, March, when was it, 2022? And certain evidence was excluded, right?
Yes, Judge. Specifically, counsel sought to exclude all evidence of extramarital affair.
Okay, so, yeah.
As an offer of proof, this witness, when asked, will testify that he didn't want that information out in the public domain. Now, I didn't ask him any of that information. Counsel is choosing to cross-examine him in a fashion which makes it appear that he has either been intimidated or willfully lied about statements made. He has a reason why certain statements have changed. Judge, and if counsel is going to be allowed to introduce us to the jury, we have to be allowed to rehabilitate him and show what actually happened. And if counsel does say the door is open, like she just said, first, I would like a record from Jennifer Crumbley herself that she acknowledges what this means. It is her decision in consultation with her attorney and is part of trial strategy.
Well, credibility of a witness is always at issue, and so is a motive of a witness. And I did exclude that evidence at your request, subject to later information that if indeed something having to do with their relationship lent itself to gross negligence or dereliction of duty, right? So I did grant that motion. So what is your position now? Because the jury can't be led to believe that they, waterboarded this guy to get him to talk or something, right?
Your Honor, my position is that if the court has found I've opened the door, the court has found I've opened the door, and I would like to proceed with questioning.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna put that right back in your lap, right? Because you're asking me. I'm asking you.
Oh, I'm fine. I would like the door to be opened. I would like to be able to fully cross-examine this witness.
Okay, could you raise your right hand?
And Your Honor, I would object to the court inquiring, asking Mrs. Crumbley about this. This is trial strategy that's left to the attorney.
Judge, no, we need to have a full record for appellate purposes.
A record of what?
Go ahead and
Of
stand up.
voir dire of the defendant, just the way the Facebook message was introduced, that it is in consultation with her attorney. She understands what this means. She understands that counsel cannot use that prior ruling to her advantage. She understands that at her behalf, counsel has sought to exclude certain things and was successful. But now counsel is adamantly requesting that ruling not be put in place, allowing the prosecution to cross-examine this witness. And when the defendant testifies as well, that's all out in front of the jury. So that's now fair game for when the defendant takes the stand for which she's indicated she is going to do.
Okay, well, I guess I would say if the defendant takes the stand, it is fair game to the extent it's relevant.
Of course,
right?
It's always to the extent it's relevant.
Right.
I can certainly envision a possibility how it might be.
Your Honor, I suppose the first thing I need is a ruling if I've opened the door and if this evidence is now relevant about the affair. Because I still think it's relevant that police threatened and made Mr. Maloche say things that were inaccurate, irrespective of the affair.
Okay, well, I don't know what happened. Did they interview him for 3 hours and then threaten to call his wife? I don't know. I don't know what happened.
No, they threatened him like I asked him about his job, his pension, losing those things.
That's counsel's characterization of something that is certainly not evidence. A question is not evidence, and that is certainly that we're going to explore now.
Well, I guess the prosecution is saying he initially had a motive, perhaps not to be completely truthful to the police because he didn't want his private relationship with the defendant revealed, which, I guess is understandable, but it sounds like maybe he wasn't completely open and honest with them as a result of that. But
now all prior, I didn't mean to interrupt, but now all prior consistent statements would be admissible under MRA 801. But first,
I'm not going to let you let the jury think that the police, threatened him or did something to make him say something he didn't mean just to avoid repercussions to him, whether it's employment-wise or personally.
That's fine. Your Honor, I have opened the door and I want that door opened and I want to fully examine this with this witness.
Again, voir dire
I'm
from the
gonna
defendant.
ask her, okay, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, you can put your hand down. Mrs. Crumbley, I want to make sure, this has been kind of fast and furious here, right? Okay, so I want to make sure you know what was going on. A year and a half ago, there were some motions that were filed about keeping some evidence out.
Correct.
I guess I would suggest that now that we're here 2 years later and there's more information about the case, I can't even tell you if I'd rule in the same way, knowing everything I know now. But that being said, I want to make sure you understand what your lawyer said, which is that I previously ruled that in and of itself, the fact that you were having a romantic relationship with this man, to me was not evidence in and of itself of gross negligence or dereliction of duty. Therefore, I granted your attorney's motion to keep that information out of the trial. You understand that, right? Okay, but now this gentleman is being questioned about why he did or didn't make certain statements to the police. And your attorney has indicated in front of the jury that he might have some motives, or maybe he's been threatened by the police. And she has said to me that she wishes to pursue that line of questioning. And I want to make sure that you are supportive of that.
I trust her, so yes.
Okay, so you understand that then we're gonna crumple my order up about that and throw it in the trash and go forward.
I do.
You understand that?
I do.
And you agree,
I guess, yes.
Okay. Do anything?
Judge, I think I should make a record so the defendant and perhaps counsel knows for sure. It's not just an affair with one man that was uncovered. There's web searches now. There's trips during work hours. There's when she was on actual work trips with other individuals. It's not just this person. It
Okay,
changes the tenor of the entire trial.
I don't think that that's appropriate. You're asking why this
Judge, counsel has alleged that 2 investigators with 30 years of experience have committed basically a crime by intimidating a witness and lying to a witness, and that it requires a strong and accurate response. This changes the entire case, Judge. I can't let that comment go without being corrected.
Okay, well, I don't know any of this information. You're going to ask him, this witness, why he was protecting her, or why he didn't give full information to the police. We're not going to go off into Never Land and talk about trips or
trips with him, though. Trips with him when she said she was at work or using her son as an excuse to go somewhere. Trips with him in particular, Judge, that goes to the heart of gross negligence and failure to adhere to your parental duty. That is a part of the case that we moved past when the court issued the ruling.
About that.
Your Honor, lots of people have
It was
affairs
excluded.
that don't have children that shoot up a school. That's not true.
Again, counsel's now seemingly asking for the same ruling that she
No,
had
I'm not.
achieved before.
I don't care. I don't care.
Okay, I don't know what you're asking me to do, because I haven't seen any of this evidence. At the time that I granted the motion in limine, I don't even think some of these things were known. So when you say you're opening the door or whatever's happening, I want to be clear on how far the door is open, because I also don't want to have this isn't a trial about she isn't charged with being immoral. Okay.
Of course, but she is charged with failure to adhere to her parental duty.
I understand that.
Your Honor,
I understand that.
It's going to come out that they had an affair, okay? It is not because of the affair that Mr. Milosh changed his statement. The first time Mr. Milosh was interviewed, he told them about the affair. The second time he was interviewed, he told them more about the affair. The third time he was interviewed, he told them even more about the affair. That's not his motive for changing his story. His motive for changing his story is because law enforcement put pressure on him and made him fear he'd lose his job.
All right.
That is completely inaccurate. Again,
okay.
Now we have to introduce witnesses.
Okay, I'm not addressing that right now. I'm addressing the now we're going to put in all this information about affairs and all kinds of things that she was spending time with him instead of her son. How far are we taking this? That's what I want to know.
I guess it depends on the questioning.
Okay, well.
Because if that's the record, and if that's the request, and if that is the defendant's wish, Judge, that's fine. But we are going to go through that door with the evidence that we have.
I'm not privy to the information. I don't know what happened. I don't know what the police reports say. I don't know what he said about his relationship with her. Right? I don't know that. But it's also, this is not a trial about her morality. So I want to make sure that we stick to the elements of the case and what you're required to prove, which is not that she's a bad person. That's
Judge,
not what we're here about.
Counsel has made it a trial now, and if law enforcement is appropriate or not. So
whether law enforcement was appropriate with Mr. Milosh or not has been made at issue.
Yes.
But are we going to have another week of trial about how terrible Mrs. Crumbley is? And
this is the same argument as when the court brought up the pictures of the home. Nobody is arguing that they're terrible or dirty. We're arguing that they were grossly negligent in adhering to the
I
parental duty.
understand what you're
and that
arguing. That's
caused
why I want
death.
the evidence to be relevant as to that.
And Judge, we stuck to the very fine line that this court gave us in the ruling. Counsel's the one who has suggested, not just suggested, but actually alleged that 2 investigators intimidated and lied.
I understand that. That has definitely been raised and definitely should be evaluated. But I don't know what else you're asking to present.
Well, at a minimum, those investigators to testify regarding their statements. At a bare minimum, Judge, there's a number of items found off of the defendant's phone regarding the extramarital affair. The timing of that is important. And if you want us to stick to just what happened with Mr. Malash, that's fine. But there is a vast amount of evidence to draw upon. And I'm uncomfortable at this point with the defendant saying, I guess, maybe. I think she needs to speak with her attorney, and I think that record needs to be made clear.
We've already spoke about it, Your Honor. We've spoke about it extensively, and an affair is what an affair is, and if they want to sit here, it'll just make my case even stronger that all they're doing is punishing Mrs. Crumbley for the wrong things.
Okay, but I guess I'm at a disadvantage because I don't know, only the defense and the prosecution know what's going to come out. So does she know the extent of what's going to come out? I don't. So
she knows the extent of what happened, and what's going to come out is going to be the truth about what happened.
Okay.
And at this point, her life is more important than her dignity in terms of, she had an affair. Lots of people have affairs. I mean, that's the bottom line is, at the end of the day, doesn't mean you know your kid's a school shooter. It doesn't mean that you know your child is going to kill people.
Well, I understand that's your argument, but I have a duty to evaluate evidence, determine if it's relevant, and if its relevance is outweighed by its prejudice. So that's what I'm trying to do, sort of in the dark here.
Well, I believe that the affair is not the motive for Mr. Malash to say that the police put pressure on him the way they did to change his statement.
I understand you told me that. I don't know what's coming in beyond that. I don't know.
To be quite honest, they can bring in wheelbarrows of stuff to show the affair. I mean, if anything, it just goes to my case to show they don't have a real case.
Okay, well, they say that there's evidence that when she should have been taking him to a Boy Scout meeting, she was with her lover. I don't know. That's an example. I don't know what's going to come out. So I'm. Okay, so you want me to bring the jury back in?
Yes.
As long as the defendant's satisfied, Judge.
Okay, I don't know what to say. I don't know what the evidence is going to show, but I'm not positive the jury hasn't already figured that out anyway. But you ready for the jury?
Yes.
All right.
All rise for the jury.
All right, you may be seated. Can we bring Mr. Malash back in?
Please walk this way, sir.
Mr. Malash, you are still under oath, okay? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Malash, we were talking about the 3 different times that you spoke to police, correct? It's fair that from the very beginning, the first time you talked to police, you told police that you and Mrs. Crumbley had had an extramarital affair, correct? You told police from the very beginning your relationship with Mrs. Crumbley involved a sexual relationship, correct? And so when you're in here testifying, it's fair to say that law enforcement talked to you about the affair right after the shooting. You told them all about it, right? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Judge, I think counsel needs to be specific. She's saying law enforcement and using general terms, and she needs to be specific in asking this witness question.
Well, there's a lot of different law enforcement, so it probably would be good to be specific.
The first detective that you had an interview with, you told him that you and Mrs. Crumbley had a sexual relationship.
Yes.
But again, identify who she's speaking to.
Do you recall who was the first, which officer are you talking about?
Which one am I talking about?
Yeah, the first, you're asking him
Sure.
about the first one who interviewed him. I'm assuming you know who that is. There's lots of law enforcement.
I know, which is why I have the name, but.
Okay. Do you remember who it was initially, Mr. Malash? Okay.
It appears to be Lieutenant Weir. Does that sound correct? Oh, no, I'm sorry. You talked to Brian Joseph the first time, correct?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay, does it sound right if I said you spoke to Brian, I'm saying your name. Okay, on 12/10, you went to the Oakland County Sheriff's Office, the Brandon Township substation, correct?
Correct.
You were interviewed at approximately 15:30 hours, so that would have been, what, 3:30 in the afternoon?
Correct.
Okay, and on that day, I'm having a difficult time telling which detective it was that did that interview. It was during that interview, though, that you gave them a copy of your Facebook Messenger thread, correct? You gave it to them on a thumb drive?
Yes.
And you specifically did turn that drive over to Sergeant Brian. Do you recall that?
I don't know.
If I said the person that you handed the thumb drive over to, was that the same person who did the interview with you?
Yes, they used the thumb drive on the computer.
Okay, I'm just checking. If the police report says you gave the thumb drive to Detective Joe Bryan, does that sound right?
I had no possession of the thumb drive. We were on a computer at the substation.
So he asked you for access to your messenger.
Correct.
You gave him access.
Correct.
And Detective Joe Bryan was the one who downloaded the messages.
I don't know the detective's name. I think Joe Bryan was a different interview.
Okay, so you don't know the name, but you know it was a detective at the substation from the Oakland Sheriff's Department.
Correct.
Okay. And on the report, I also see source Lieutenant Weir. I'm just having a hard time identifying which police officer it was. You're sure it was a police officer or a detective that you met with, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that that interview was video recorded, correct?
At the substation?
Yes.
I was not aware.
And it was the interview that took place that was a little bit less than 2 hours.
Okay.
Okay, the day after that interview is when you
Just hang
wrote.
on. I understand it's cross-examination, but counsel can't just make a statement with the word correct at the end and then the witness clearly not understand and then just move on as if that's the truth.
Okay,
We
yeah,
have to be specific.
give him a second to think about it and answer the question.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I don't remember my last question. I think I was just establishing a time frame. You did the interview on Friday, December 10th, 2021.
That was the first time.
Is that true?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, and that was 1 week after the last time you had contact with Jennifer Crumbley.
Yes.
The first time when you spoke with the officer at the substation, you disclosed to them that you had knowledge about Jennifer Crumbley,
Yes,
and you said that you told them right away that you had had a sexual relationship with her.
yes,
And the fact that you and Jennifer Crumbley had a sexual relationship is certainly something you did not want to be public, correct?
correct.
You talked to police again, we talked about in February for an hour. Was that also at a substation?
The second interview?
Yes.
No, ma'am, that was at a building over here, part of the county complex.
So you met them at the county complex and you had the second interview, which was just under an hour long.
Correct.
When you had that second interview, now that was in February of 2022, you told them again, you confirmed for them again, as much as you probably didn't want to, I had a sexual relationship with Jennifer Crumbley.
Correct.
In the third interview, back in December, just a couple months ago, they asked you again for more information and you told them again you had a sexual relationship with Jennifer Crumbley.
Correct.
Now, the prosecution may ask you a lot of questions.
Objection, the form of the question doesn't matter what I ask him now, Judge.
I haven't even asked my question.
Okay, what's the question?
My question is, when you talked to law enforcement and you changed,
Again, I'm sorry,
Okay.
Specifics matter, okay? So if counsel is gonna request this kind of
Well,
question from the witness, she has to be
I
specific.
can't even get my question out.
Okay, well, he needs to know, because there were 3 different times, so that would help him too.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Over the course of the investigation, you testified earlier that your answers to certain questions have changed. Correct?
Yes, I've added.
You've added, okay. But one thing you have not changed, it's not the statements about your sexual relationship with Jennifer Crumbley. You've always said you had a sexual relationship. As police came and talked to you a second and a third time, they wanted more details about where you had sex and other details about those experiences, correct?
Correct.
Now, when I was asking you if you felt like you were threatened in any way, that had to do with feeling threatened that your job was at issue or that your benefits could be lost,
Judge, I'm gonna
correct?
object again, form of the question, she needs to be specific. She's gonna have something like threats, that needs to be specific.
Okay, then I'll go to the third interview, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
In
be
the-
specific.
Okay, I'm gonna be very specific. In the third interview, when you talked to them in December, they specifically said to you, talked to you about your job employment as a firefighter, correct?
Correct.
They specifically talked to you about the details of your benefits, including your pension, correct?
Correct.
They made you feel like if you didn't give answers they wanted.
Objection, the form of the question, they made you feel. How could he possibly testify to what somebody else's intent was that would be speculation?
It is speculation.
I'll ask how
Thank
he
you, Judge.
felt.
Okay.
When you were in that third interview, you were scared at the thought of losing your job or benefits.
No, I was not.
You do not want to lose your job or benefits.
No.
And when you were in that conversation with them, it was during that third interview that they asked you the same questions you had been asked many times before, correct? And they were saying very negative things about Jennifer Crumbley to you during that third interview.
Judge, specific.
Yeah,
Objection, the form of the question.
yeah, negative like what?
They told you that they had evidence of Jennifer lying about things, correct? They gave you the impression that you didn't know everything about Jennifer Crumbley.
Again, speculation, Judge, they gave
I'm
you
asking
the
his
impression, hang
impression.
on, I'm not done. They gave you the impression. If she wants to cross-examine him on statements, she can, but she can't make a broad statement about what their intent was, that's speculation.
Well, their intent is speculation, but if you have specific examples of things that were said potentially by the police to this witness, you can ask the witness that.
Specifically, the officer talked to you about ranks within the fire department, correct?
Correct.
They talked to you about seniorities, correct?
Correct.
They talked to you about all the training you had to go through to take each position and the seniority levels at the fire department.
Correct.
You explained to them how you got to each position at the fire department, correct?
Correct.
The officer explained to you that it's important that all the cards are on the table, correct?
Correct.
And then the officer begins to talk to you and reassured you you're not in any trouble. Is that a true statement?
Correct.
And they begin to tell you things. That officer tells you he's not trying to be threatening to you, but he wants to put the cards on the table, correct?
What page are we talking about here?
It's at 18 minutes and 57 seconds in the third interview. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And when he told you that the cards should be on the table, I'm asking your impression, took that to mean that your job and your benefits could be on the line if you said anything favorable for Jennifer Crumbley.
Objection, he just answered that he wasn't threatened. He just was asked that question and said, no, I wasn't threatened.
Okay, was there a specific threat made to you?
No, ma'am.
Was there any kind of veiled threat? Did you take anything as a veiled threat?
Yes, just that the information that's now out regarding my relationship was gonna be out publicly.
Okay.
Okay, so there were veiled threats made against you.
Yeah, hold on.
I'm just clarifying, that was.
What does veiled threats
Well,
mean?
I asked if there were any.
I know, Judge, and that's fine. The court's entitled to ask whatever the court
Okay,
likes.
I
but-
asked if there were any veiled threats, so that was his invitation to say, yes, they said that they would call my boss, or they said that they would, make sure everyone in my union knew, whatever it is.
Those are all great questions to ask,
Okay,
which I will.
all right.
Okay. When you were interviewed in the third interview that lasted 2 hours and 45 minutes, it's fair to say you discussed far more than in the first and second interview with police.
Correct.
And when you were interviewed the first and second time with police, when it was closer to the shooting, you would agree with me that you were truthful in those interviews.
Yes.
And during those first and second interviews, you also, in between those two, wrote a statement that you typed out.
Yes.
Okay, so some of the information that you're saying now is only from, and I'll go through specifically what I mean. So when you were interviewed in those first and second interviews, you never said that you thought there was something wrong with Ethan or that he was disturbed, correct?
Correct.
And today when you're on the stand, you're saying you believe he was disturbed or there was something wrong, fair to say?
Yes.
And in part, the reason you have changed your opinion is from information the police told you when they did those interviews with you, correct?
That and through the media and everything else, additional information I've gained around the situation and people.
So you got additional information from the police, which you don't know whether it's true or not, correct?
Correct.
And you would think the police are being truthful with you when they're telling you information.
Yes.
Okay, and if they're not being truthful with you, you're believing what they're saying anyway.
Yes.
And you would agree with me, because you just said you also saw a lot of media reports about various things in the case.
Correct.
Now, the media reports in the case have different information than things you initially thought or saw, correct?
Correct.
So when you've seen the media reports and you have a police officer telling you that the evidence you didn't know, it has made you second guess what you knew back right after the shooting, correct?
It didn't make me second guess. It just some of it, because of timestamps, it allows me to recall stuff better.
Well, would you agree with me, and I know you testified you have some memory issues.
Judge, I'd like the witness to answer the question. He wasn't done answering the question.
I thought he was, I'm sorry. I interrupted you, I'm sorry.
I don't.
You said there were timestamps.
Yeah, it helps if someone enlightens me, like if we go through messages, then I can actually, I remember things. I can remember something. If you request specific information, I can give it. if someone just asks for something, I'll put out information, not knowing what they're looking for. The more specific something is, the more accurately I can answer the question, or the more appropriately. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry if I'm not wording that correctly.
No, you're totally fine. I'm gonna put your messages up on the screen. Can you please turn this on?
It's on.
It's on. Can you please switch it over?
You might have to turn it on.
I have to get this, is the screen on up there? Okay, you and I would agree that when you sent these messages back in November and December of 2021, when these messages were sent, at that point, you thought differently about the case than you do now.
Correct.
But the information you had at the time was information that you had personal knowledge about, because you had just talked to Jennifer Crumbley and had just exchanged all these messages, correct?
Correct.
You would also agree with me that when somebody in the courtroom shows you one message without the context around it, sometimes it's difficult to remember all of what you were talking about, correct?
It can be.
So for example, the prosecution asked you, about this message, okay, on page 53. And I'm gonna go up a little bit, and then we're gonna go through it to see if the answer might be different. When you testified to the prosecutor, you recall testifying that Jennifer Crumbley, you believe, told you to delete all your messages, correct? And I'm gonna go down, I'm so sorry.
I was just referring to what I read.
Okay, so 53, they just put up this text that says, clear your cache, I don't know, how do you say that?
Cash.
Okay, they didn't show you the messages before it or after it, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so let's go up a little bit before it, okay? Prior to that conversation, so if we just go a little bit up in the messages, okay? Jennifer Crumbley says, and this is specifically on page 53, and I'll leave it still, I apologize. Jennifer Crumbley said, can you see if James's account is deactivated? Correct?
Correct.
Now by that, you knew she was meaning his Facebook account.
Correct.
So you said, and it's up on the screen, I'll check. Your next message to her, about a minute later, was nope, still up, correct?
Right.
Now, you would agree with me that you were responding to the message about, is James's account still up? His Facebook account.
But yes.
So while you were having this text conversation, you went in and checked to see if you could see James's Facebook page. Now, Jennifer says to you, and I'm gonna just keep going further down, we just bought new phones with old numbers to take care of this shit, correct? And at that time, it's when she's trying to delete all social media accounts. You are aware of that, correct?
Yes.
And Jennifer types to you, and this is the message the prosecution brought in, clear your cache, clear your cache, correct?
Correct.
And you said, good move, correct?
Correct.
She says after clear your, I'm gonna say cache, because I don't really know how you say it. She says, clear your cache, then check, okay? And you wrote, cache cleared, it's still up, correct?
Correct.
By clear your cache, she was saying, close Facebook and restart
Objection,
it.
Judge, again, speculation.
Well, it does call for speculation.
I can ask him what he thought it meant, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, when she's trying to find out if his account has been effectively deactivated, what did you do to see if the account had been deactivated?
When it says I cleared my cache, it means I went to Facebook, cleared the cache, which keeps, I don't know the computer terminology, but it keeps track stuff and whatever, so it kind of would make it refresh, so I could get a fresh view.
So you wanted to refresh it to get a fresh view to see if the open account was then closed.
Correct.
So this is not about deleting messages. This is about checking the status of a Facebook account.
Objection, speculation.
I'm asking him if he
Well,
perceived
ask
it
him.
to be.
Well, ask him.
Did you believe this message exchange was to find out if James's Facebook was closed?
Yes, that's what it looks like.
Okay, and then the conversation keeps going. Jennifer Crumbley says he can't get into it and we not deactive or hot deactive. Do you see that?
Yes.
And Jennifer writes WTF. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then you wrote, whatever you did, the second attempt to deactivate your account worked. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, so looking at this now, then Jennifer says, so it's gone. And she says his, to specifically ask you, his Facebook account now is gone, correct?
Correct.
And you say, no, it's still up. Then you say his page is gone, right?
Correct.
Okay, so when we look at more context around that message, clear your cache, do you believe that the intent was to have you refresh to figure out if the Facebook account was active and had become deactivated?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. I am going to go through with you messages that were exchanged between yourself and Jennifer Crumbley back in November and December of last year, okay? They've been admitted and the prosecutor asked you about a few of the messages, okay? I will put the messages up on the screen, and if you need more context around what I'm showing you, I need you to tell me, okay? And I'm going to apologize in advance. Some of these are gonna go out of order. I'm gonna go in order of the messages, okay?
Okay.
So if my questions bounce around, it's because I just prepared them in a few minutes, okay? All right, so let's go to page 7, okay? Okay, and this is, okay, so on page number 7, after talking about, Jennifer's asking you, and I'm gonna have it right on the screen, is my Facebook page still showing? I deactivated it, and you said you'll check, right?
Yes.
Okay, you told Jennifer you'll have plenty of threats, correct?
Correct.
And you told her at that point, I can still see your page, James's also, right?
Correct.
Okay, going down further, okay, so I'm gonna go to page 8 of this text thread, and you can tell me if I'm going too fast. Jennifer sent you screenshots, okay, and I see 1, 2, 3 screenshots. Those were threatening messages that she had received, correct?
It appears that way. I can't see all.
And you told her right after that, that won't stop, and suggested to her, do not respond, correct? Is that right? Okay, now, there is pages 8 through, after page 8, okay, there's a number of screenshots, okay, that you begin sending on page 11, okay? And so on page 11, you send 1, 2, 3 shots. Those are threats you found on her Facebook to make her aware of those, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so then we go on to page 12. There's 3 more screenshots you sent to Jennifer showing her 3 more threats.
Correct.
Then going down, okay, and I think the jury is getting this, page 13, 14, 15, and 16 all contain more individual threats against Jennifer, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say at that point, you knew people were threatening her and her husband.
Yes.
On page 16, you say, I can't.
Hold on, objection. If you can't even see them on the screen, how is this witness able to say correct to her affirmative question, this is a threat? The witness needs to say whether or not, one, he can read it. If he can't read it, does he remember it independently? Because that's important to know.
Your Honor, if I knew this was
And
gonna
even
be.
can counsel read it?
Okay, yeah, ask the question, and yeah, ask him the question.
Okay, my question is, those messages that you provided to Jennifer were to show Jennifer specific threats that you could see on her Facebook page, correct?
I would say that what was going on, bad things being said, anything like that along those lines, there were a lot of people saying horrible things.
So some of them may not be a specific threat, but it's horrible things, correct? And overall, the things you are sending to Jennifer Crumbley, you, in your mind, want her to stay safe, correct?
Correct.
In the moment when you're sending her these texts, you are worried about her safety.
Making her aware of what's going on
Okay.
in the community.
And
on Facebook.
there was so much bad stuff, so many bad messages and threats and whatever else, that you said to her, I
Objection to the form of
can't.
the question, so much bad stuff, threats, whatever else.
Yeah, ask,
Unless he has personal knowledge, that's the problem.
yeah,
Well,
ask
we
him the
just had him
question.
testify about the personal knowledge, so.
Okay, so you saw there's negative things in the press, there's negative texts, there's negative Facebook posts, and you're sending some of them to her.
Yes.
Okay, and it got to the point where you told Jennifer you couldn't keep up.
Yes.
There were that many.
Yes.
And again, on page 17, and I'm not gonna go through each one, but on 17 through 27, okay? So over the next 10 pages of screenshots, you're still sending, I called them bad messages, which is vague.
Objection, she can't refer to them as anything.
If you know, what are they?
What are these?
What are they, if you know?
If there's screenshots I took off Facebook, it was things people were saying regarding them.
But unless he has specific recollection, Judge, you can't testify without personal knowledge, it's the basic rule.
During that time, were you sending her screenshots of anything else?
No.
Thank you. Now, when you and Jennifer were talking, and if you need more context, let me know. I'm gonna ask you about some specific things, but I've got the whole thread up, okay? Jennifer says to you, and I'm on page 30 of the text, her reaction was, Ethan ruined his life, our lives, and multiple others. I don't even know how to absorb this, correct?
Correct.
That was a response she gave to you about her, feelings, as far as you could tell.
Yes.
Now, going further down on page 31, she said to you, I'm in panic business mode and I need legal help stat, correct?
Correct.
What was your impression? What is your belief panic business mode means?
I don't know. Looking at what I'm just trying to pick out, I don't understand what.
She goes on in her next text to talk about selling the horse. And in these texts, she ends up talking to you about what she's doing with her pets, correct?
I don't see that. I can just see what talking to Kara about for the horse. I'm sorry, I don't.
No, that's okay. I don't want to cut you off, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. My question is, as Jennifer's texting you, it's obvious, and tell me if it's not, that she's trying to take care of various business
Objection.
related to their house and work.
Speculation again.
If you know, what was she doing and telling you about this?
What I see right here is dealing with the horses. That's what I can see with this page of.
Okay, we'll get to some of the other things later then. Now, when she mentioned getting an attorney, on page 32, you specifically asked her to defend you two or Ethan too, correct?
Correct.
And her response to you on page 32 was Ethan.
Correct.
Further, on page 32, Jennifer wrote to you, then there's the fact that the system failed. They should have never blown it off and made it seem of no concern and gave him the option to go back to class, correct?
Correct.
That does not say, I chose for him to go back to class.
Correct.
Jennifer Crumbley says it could have been prevented.
Correct.
Jennifer texts you or messages you, the whole conversation was very nonchalant. Oh, here's a list of counselors, but we don't see him as a threat. And we just agreed because he, capital letters, has never done anything wrong, correct?
Correct.
And when this text came in, you believed she was talking about the counseling meeting that you knew she had had at the school.
Correct.
And her description in this text is that they were nonchalant.
Correct.
And she, you know Jennifer Crumbley, you've dealt with her before, correct?
Correct.
In your opinion, knowing Jennifer, did she seem upset with the school?
It appears, yes.
She also goes on page 33 to say, I failed as a parent, I failed miserably, correct?
Correct.
Knowing Jennifer, did you believe she felt horrible? You wrote back to her in response to that comment, you didn't do this, correct?
Correct.
And on page 35, I'm scrolling down further, she lets you know, I'm scared, correct?
Correct.
And you say to her, I bet you literally need to disappear once you are free to do so, yes?
Yes.
Why were you suggesting that she needed to disappear?
Just because of the public, everybody knowing everything that's going on with their names and everything, you just can't be in the public once that your name's out like that.
So not being in the public, you were suggesting to her, you need to disappear in terms of not have the public see where you are, things like that, correct? On page 36, Mrs. Crumbley is talking to you a little bit more and mentions to you, my son did this. I still can't even figure out where his brain snapped, correct?
Correct.
That was what she said to you on December 1st, so the day after the shooting, correct?
Correct.
And your response to her, when she says she doesn't know how his brain snapped, was, I do not know, right?
Right.
You have no idea what could have happened.
Correct.
You had no idea or reason to see personally that something like a shooting was going to happen, right?
Correct.
So when you were testifying earlier that you had concerns that day and thought a shooting might happen, that's a new opinion you have that's different from this day when you were messaging Jennifer.
That was, I wasn't ever thinking a shooting was gonna take place. I was thinking more he would hurt himself.
So you never thought a shooting would take place at that time, after that time, or now?
Correct.
So if you were concerned about anything from any conversations with Jennifer, it was about him hurting himself.
Correct.
Jennifer goes on and she's talking to you further about her reaction to everything that happens. And on page 36, she tells you, I want to die. Is that fair?
Yes.
And on 36, you told her, be careful of anything you type on Messenger or text. It will all be subpoenaed and kept track of. The FBI is involved. They can access anything and everything, correct? And on that day, you were informing Jennifer, just know everything you say, law enforcement can get.
Correct.
And you were sending that because that's what you believed.
Correct.
And this is an example of everything they could get, correct?
Correct.
And at no time did Jennifer say to you, delete certain messages or anything, correct?
Correct.
And she didn't say to you, oh God, I gotta go delete all these messages, right?
Correct.
In fact, she just keeps texting you through the next couple days, through Facebook Messenger.
Correct.
Even after you gave her the advice, they're gonna get it all, yes?
Yes.
I'm going down to 39. And at 9:25 a.m. on 12/1, Jennifer Crumbley's told you that he is being arraigned and tried as an adult, watching it now. You would agree with me, she's talking about her son at that point,
Yes.
the shooter.
Yes.
You told her you had just heard it and asked how she was doing. And her response at 9:26 was, I'm sick.
Correct.
And then I'm going down to page 40. I'm skipping a couple messages, but if you need me to go back, you can let me know. Oh, wait, let's see here. Trying to find a place to stay right now. Jennifer sent that to you at 9:47 in the morning. Yes?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that when she sent you this text and said, trying to find a place to stay right now, you knew she could not go to her home.
Correct.
And you also would agree with me that this was at a time when there was lots of threats, as we've discussed.
Objection, again, specificity, and we've already talked about this.
There was negativity. There was lots of negativity, correct?
I think that's a determination for the jury to make, looking at the evidence.
Now, on page 41, you say to Jennifer, I'm glad you're safely out of the area. Jen, I can't even imagine being in your shoes. Why did you say those things?
Going back, like all the messages and everything, where something involving her family or something happened, and I can't imagine being in your shoes like I wrote.
Now, going down, she's asking you if you've heard anything, any other rumors, correct?
Yes.
You're telling her, I haven't heard anything.
Correct.
And then she says to you on 12/1 at 11:10, we heard we may get charged too, correct?
Correct.
And your response at 11:12 was, that was mentioned on a news station. I don't know how both of you can be charged. I can only assume they will charge James with the handgun not being secured, correct?
Correct.
Now, at that point, there was a message that was unsent that said, we had the string lock on it, came with the case, correct?
Hold on, objection, unsent, it was deleted.
Right.
We've already had this.
Okay,
So,
go ahead.
okay, so the message she sent you that was deleted is we had the string lock on it, came with the case.
Correct.
Okay, so Jennifer's representing to you, we had the gun locked.
That's the message I'm seeing now. I don't know.
Okay,
I don't.
that's the message you're seeing now,
Correct.
and that's the message the prosecution is saying she unsent you.
Objection, it's not the prosecution saying this, it's the evidence.
The expert who testified about
Thank you.
what happens to unsent messages.
Well, I don't believe that he would know what the expert said, but Mr. Keaston is questioning said.
Okay, well, his objection was that you mischaracterized that.
Okay. The message about we had the string lock on it. Do you know what a string lock is?
There is no string lock, but I know what was being referenced to it.
What?
A cable lock was being referenced.
A cable lock?
Correct.
So the message to you does not say, oh my God, the gun was unlocked, right?
Correct.
Even if she unsent the message to you and you never got it, the message says, we had the string lock on
Again,
it.
delete it again, it's mischaracterizing the evidence.
It's unsent.
Well, no, it was sent and deleted. They retrieved it
Yes,
through an
thank you, Sarah.
extraction.
Okay, but I guess my point is the message that was retracted does not say we left it unlocked. That's what I'm asking.
Edward, he can testify that what the messages are. I introduced the exhibit. Edward Wogrowski already testified what this means, so I think that speaks for itself.
Okay. Well, I think she switched to a different question. You didn't get a message from her that saying that the gun was unlocked.
Correct.
On page 44, there is another message that appears to be deleted. Deleted or unsent. Which word would you prefer me use? Deleted?
It's not my
retracted?
word, Judge.
I'm asking you just so
asking
we
the
can avoid
counsel.
Pick a word.
I don't want to be addressed by counsel.
Okay, well, ask the question. Okay, there's another message that was sent and then.
Okay,
deleted.
there's another message that indicates it was unsent on page 44.
It would have been a message that he received, right? So it would have been a message he received.
Okay, so the message was everything was secured, not loaded, bullets stored away separately. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Correct?
Correct.
Jennifer did not send you any messages that says we were careless with that weapon.
Correct.
She did not send you any messages like, oh my God, we left it unlocked and left the bullets in it, correct?
Correct.
Your understanding of what Jennifer says is secured, not loaded, bullets stored away separately, correct?
Correct.
And she is saying, OMG, OMG, OMG. You agree with me, that means, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Jennifer goes on page 45 and says, there's an unsent message at 12:42, okay? And so the next message has the unsent message, and it reads.
Judge, I hate to keep doing this, but it's mischaracterizing the evidence.
Yeah, it was sent to him and he received it and then it was later deleted.
I guess I'm not understanding this unsent thing. Okay, so there's a message Jennifer Crumbley deleted.
But it was first sent.
That was first sent.
And then it was extracted.
So it's extracted, it was ultimately deleted. That message says, oh, no, I'll never be okay. I lost my son and he's a murderer and I'll forever have to live with the guilt of that, correct?
Correct.
And she says, I'm not even sure life is worth living anymore, correct? Jennifer Crumbley at this point, from knowing her and receiving these texts, feels, from what you know of her as a person, you would believe she feels really, really, really awful.
Speculation.
Well, it does call for speculation.
I asked him from what he knows of her.
Still speculation.
Jennifer also texted you, messaged you.
I think the jury can draw conclusions from that.
I have nothing left to live for. B was it. And I take it to mean he was it. I have nothing to live for. He was it. Does that message make sense to you?
Yeah, yes.
What is your understanding or belief about it?
assuming that was, he was it, that's what she was looking for Ethan.
On page 48, so I'm going down a little bit further. You gave her a warning at the top of that page about anyone that goes to your house will have their pictures, license plates, and identity plastered all over social media. People have lost their minds and need to rein it in before they get into trouble, correct?
Correct.
And you also said he wasn't, I've met him. That message is accurately displayed, correct?
Correct.
Okay, to give it some context, above that, Jennifer wrote to you, Ethan wasn't a bad kid, Brian, on 47, correct?
Yes.
And when you say he wasn't, I've met him, that's because you've met Ethan, correct?
Correct.
And you knew about Ethan from talking to Jennifer.
Yes.
So earlier today when you testified, you've never met Ethan, you actually have met Ethan.
I don't remember ever testifying I had not.
Oh, I apologize. I thought you said you had not met him. I apologize then if I said it wrong. You continue on and say, I can't condone or justify what he did, but I do know that he wasn't a bad kid, correct? So from what you know from Jennifer, prior to any of this, she had never complained to you that he was a bad kid. She had never complained to you that he had any kind of mental health issues or suspected mental health issues. Jennifer's position on page 49, she says we will never be the same. And then her next text is, it's like mourning the death of my child, correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say that Mrs. Crumbley expressed sadness in these messages to you about her feelings with her son, correct?
Correct.
She expressed sadness about what happened to the victims and their families, correct? And the whole...
Objection to the characterization of this evidence, Judge. He can read what's on the text. He can't testify to what Jennifer Crumbley was trying to express to him. Just the words.
Did she ever state that? Did she ever state that in the text?
Just what I'm reading here is, I'm reading what's here, I'm sorry.
So these texts speak for themselves.
Yep.
Exactly.
Okay, and I apologize that I have to go through these one by one. I didn't have these before. I didn't know they were being used. Now that I know they're being used, they have important information this jury needs.
Okay.
Okay.
They're paying very close attention.
On page 49, Jennifer tells you, don't apologize, Ethan's life is over. I need to focus on saving ours. Staying out of jail and not going into a financial hole, correct?
Correct.
And then she says to you, I really need my giving phone back.
Correct.
Knowing Jennifer, having texted with her many times, she meant fucking phone, correct?
Objection, again, Judge, you can't speculate.
Well, he doesn't know.
I don't know.
Okay. You respond to her, yes, you support her in this. Yes, you really need to focus on you, capital letters. Nothing you do and no attorney is keeping him out of multiple life sentences. You need to get an attorney to defend yourself, correct?
Correct.
Then you say you don't know how or what they'll charge, but they will try.
Correct.
And she says she's working on retaining an attorney.
Correct.
Now, she mentions to you on the bottom of page 50, they're saying involuntary manslaughter, correct?
Correct.
This is on December 2nd at 1:30 in the afternoon. Or, you know what, I'm sorry, 1:30. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's morning, isn't it? I believe that's it.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. So it's at 1:30 in the morning. Jennifer says they're saying involuntary manslaughter.
Yeah, the time is not correct. I'm sorry, the 1:31 PM is at UTC, right? So we're going back clock, so it's like 9 in the morning. I'm just trying to clarify, so I don't lose where I'm at. I'm sorry, I put my time on it.
I have to be honest, I don't remember how that goes, the plus or minus, but ultimately, this text was sent to you before official charges were announced.
Yeah, it appears so, I know.
So the basis of knowledge that you're relying on is what you're hearing in media and what people are telling you, correct? It appears on page 51 that Jennifer deleted another message that she sent you and deleted that says, "We're on the run again, helicopters, not sure where to, I'll message you," correct?
Correct.
Now, when Jennifer says to you, "We're on the run," she also verbally told you, "We're running away from the threats and the media."
Objection, I don't believe there's any evidence that they had any verbal conversations.
Yeah, I didn't hear him testify to that yet.
Well, let me back up and ask a different question.
Okay.
Did Jennifer say anything to you that they were on the run, running from police?
Objection, say, I mean, we have to be specific here.
Yeah, did you talk to her on the phone?
I don't recall.
Okay, so when she says helicopters, do you know what that means? And if you don't, that's okay.
Yeah, I don't know numbers. I don't.
Do you know why she typed that to you?
No, I'm really not understanding.
Okay, and that's okay. That's okay, thank you. On page 54, Jennifer says to you that she's deleting accounts and deactivating accounts. She talks to you about that again, correct?
Yes.
Now, on page 55, so going further down, we're on December 2nd. Later that morning, I'm going in order in terms of your testimony. Does that sound fair?
Yes.
Okay, so going down more, on page 55, we can agree that Jennifer told you she just got into her email and there's so many death threats and hate. I literally just want to die. That's what Jennifer says to you. It says on here at 12/2/21 at 5:23 p.m. UTC +0, correct?
Correct.
This is before the charges against Mrs. Crumbley were announced.
I believe so. I'm really having trouble with the dates. What day is this compared to shooting? I'm sorry. I'm getting a little
No,
trouble.
that's okay. The shooting was on November 30th.
30th. Okay.
Okay, and we're talking now
It's 2
about
days after.
we're talking now about December 2nd.
Okay.
And then
2 days after.
just to make sure you have the context, on December 3rd, that was the day the press conference was held and Jennifer Crumbley was charged. Okay, so does that help?
Yes.
Keep it straight? Okay.
Yes.
So she tells you that she got in her email. Okay, then the next thing she says on page 56, which is the next page, is that her texts are even worse. Correct?
Correct.
On 59 through 61, there are a variety of screenshots that we see here. Did you see those as I went through on page 57?
Yes, I don't know. I can't see what they are, but I see you showing me screenshots.
That was going to be my question. And if you don't know, just tell me. Do you have any recollection of what those were?
I do not.
On page 59 through 61, you send a variety more, it looks like screenshots. you don't remember what those specifically were, correct?
Correct.
Any messages that you were forwarding were negative towards Mrs. Crumbley. Is that fair?
I don't know what these are. I can't see them.
At that point in time, were you still seeing negativity on social media and in the public?
I don't recall.
On page 62, Jennifer says, I need people who know us as parents to be behind us more than ever, correct?
Correct.
She never said something to you like, I need you to lie for me, right?
Correct.
There's 3 more screenshots sent. Any idea about those?
No idea. Not without seeing them.
Okay, then on page 64, Mrs. Crumbley sends you some screenshots. Do you see those?
Yes.
Now, I do believe the next text after may refresh your memory on what those screenshots were. Jennifer Crumbley wrote, this is what they found, a non-threat. When you were testifying earlier, you testified to the prosecution that that was when Mrs. Crumbley sent you copies of those the math worksheets.
Correct.
You began asking questions about the school and said they fucked up badly, correct?
Correct.
And she tells you there was a paper they showed that had things scratched out.
Yes, I see.
Okay, and towards the bottom of the page, Jennifer Crumbley says, and this is on December 3rd at 12:17 UTC +0. No, counselor and dean were in the room. They have us counselors' names to call, but said they didn't see him as a threat and he could stay in school, which he wanted to do. His fucking backpack was with him. Why didn't they search it? That's the text you received from Jennifer Crumbley.
Correct.
At that point, and at no point, you didn't say anything to Jennifer like, this is your fault, correct?
Correct.
It was unfathomable that something so awful would happen.
Yeah.
On page 66, Jennifer continues to tell you different things by messages. And she says, no officer was notified, and apparently there were threats and no one, not even us, notified, correct?
Correct.
And you said, I don't understand how the school was so nonchalant about this and prior threats, correct?
Correct.
You sent that text because your belief was there were prior threats that Mrs. Crumbley had never heard about.
I don't know. I just know what I'm writing here. I don't recall exactly.
Okay, fair enough. If Mrs. Crumbley and you had ever discussed prior threats she knew about, you would have said something to her like, you knew Ethan had made prior threats, correct?
Correct.
You don't say anything like that to Mrs. Crumbley at this point.
Right, I don't.
Okay? And then Jennifer says, I don't know, but it failed my son and 4 other families, correct?
Correct.
And then she says at the end of that page on 66, yes, but my child is alive and he was responsible for, in capital lives, the loss of lives.
Correct.
I'm sick. Correct?
Correct.
On page 67, so I'm just going down further, he told you his eyes not right on his mugshot. That's not, in capital letters, my son. Is that correct?
Correct.
You responded, I said the same thing. That does not, in capital letters, look like Ethan.
Correct.
Why did you say that?
I'm gonna say because it doesn't look like the pictures of Ethan I've seen.
Okay.
That's all I can say.
At that point, were you feeling shocked in any way?
I was shocked about the whole thing. I can't.
Now, on 68, you end up telling Jennifer, it's so sad, I'm so sorry, and thinking about you nonstop, correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say that you wrote that because you were so sad, you did feel so sorry, and you were thinking about her, and everyone, everything that was happening nonstop.
Yes.
Jennifer responds about how she's doing when you ask her, are you even sleeping, correct?
Correct.
And she says no. You say, I figured, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm on page 69 now. She says, I haven't slept in 3 days, and I have been eating the same quesadilla for 3 days, correct?
Correct.
You told her you need food and sleep, but I'm sure it will take days before you can do either, correct?
Correct.
You said that because you could tell the person you knew felt really bad.
Correct.
Jennifer then says, I'll have plenty of time on jail, correct?
Correct.
You know Jennifer to be a sarcastic person, correct?
Correct.
You would agree with me, and if you don't, please let us know. That was a sarcastic remark on her part.
You can't agree with that, Judge, it's speculation.
Do you know?
I don't know. Just reading this.
On this date, back on December 3rd, you wrote, your attorney will prevent that. I'm still very pissed off at the prosecutor and system for charging you two. They are doing it to appease the public. That's called a witch hunt, not justice, correct?
Correct.
And to that, Jennifer replied, I'd rather die than go to jail, correct?
Correct.
Not the first time throughout this thread she said she wants to die.
Correct.
As the text thread continues, on page 72, I'm going down, but again, if you need me to slow down, let me know. Although we're going slow. She said, you've helped us a ton, just being a friend and not judging has helped. Your remarks within those text messages, messages, not text, was I'm trying my best. That's what real friends do, correct?
Correct.
At that point in time, on December 3rd, 2021, you would characterize yourself as real friends with Jennifer Crumbley.
Correct.
And James Crumbley.
Correct.
Following that, there was discussion about horses on 72. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Sarah sent me pics of the boys. You know she's talking about animals. Correct. On page 73, she indicates to you, yeah, we're painted out to be monsters, and I can't defend myself because we're fearing our lives. Correct?
Correct.
So on December 3rd, the day charges are announced, Jennifer is saying that she's painted out to be a monster.
Correct.
You end up responding to her, and I have to ask, is this sometime in the afternoon?
Are we asking these messages right here?
Yeah, I'm asking, what's your memory of when these messages were?
Let's show you almost 2 p.m. So I'd have to back that up 5 hours, correct? I don't know how to do the UTC. I know it's 5 hours, and I'm not sure how that does that.
So it
Does that
would,
put that at 9 in the morning?
okay,
I
well,
don't know.
it's sometime that day, and obviously the times, we can sort those out later. They're on the text, right?
Yes.
On the messages. And you said you have more support than you think, but right now, anyone who publicly defends you and James gets exposed, crucified, and threatened. I've been defending you and explaining to anyone who contacts me privately, correct?
Correct.
You were defending her knowing that there was a lot in the media and things people were saying that are not true about Jennifer Crumbley.
Objection to the vagueness of the question, Judge.
Well, I think you kind of put words in his mouth.
That too.
I guess I'll ask you, why did you say that you felt like anyone who publicly defended her and James was exposed, crucified, and threatened? What did you mean by that?
And it was such a horrific incident that nobody can possibly stand up for anything that has to do with other than the loss of lives and anything. That's the only way you can say anything about that. You can't try doing anything any other way about that.
So it's fair to say you certainly didn't want to make public statements that you were friends with Jennifer, correct?
Correct.
And at that point, Jennifer says, I know, thank you. I don't want anyone in danger, correct?
Correct.
And further down, I'm on page, let's see here, 74. This is at December 3rd, 2021 at 2:36 p.m. UTC +0, so we'll calculate that out later. At that time, she says, not yet, waiting on my lawyer, correct?
Correct.
Now, that was in response to your question, have they advised you of all charges? Have they issued warrants, right?
Correct.
So her response, not yet, waiting on my lawyer, that was the response she sent to you. And at that point, you wrote to her, follow his or her advice carefully. Do not fuck yourselves. Be careful, Jen, and my thoughts are with you. Why were you telling her not to fuck herself?
Just to make sure she followed legal counsel advice.
And
not
from
to do anything else.
From all of the messages you had with her or any communications, Jennifer Crumbley never said to you, I don't plan to follow my lawyer's advice, correct?
Correct.
Jennifer Crumbley never said, I'm gonna lie about things.
Correct.
After that, there's some exchanges on page 75, 76 about reaching out to her, talking about money with Kira. Do you recall those messages?
Yes.
So at that point, you were trying to assist her in selling the horses.
Correct.
And ultimately, this is towards the end of the messages, the end of your communication with Jennifer Crumbley, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. She gave you lawyer's number, and then there's a phone number. If we need to do any type of legal sale of the horses that Kira needs, I can't get into my house to get the papers, correct?
Correct.
You tell her I'll put it in my phone, meaning you'll put the lawyer's number in your phone. Is that right?
Correct.
So at that point, you did save the number for the lawyer in your telephone. Is that a fair statement?
I don't know.
Okay. You said you were going to do that at 4:13 and 35 seconds UTC +0 at whatever time that is, correct?
Correct.
You told her, I'll message her as soon as I get home. Do you want to call me? And she says to you, send me your number, correct?
Correct.
At that point, Jennifer did not have if you know, and if you don't know, you can let me know. Do you know why she was asking you for your phone number?
I don't.
The last message you got from Jennifer Crumbley was on December 3rd, 2021 at 5:57 and 25 seconds, UTC +0. That was the last message you heard from Jennifer Crumbley.
Okay,
Is that correct?
I don't know, I can't see what, yes.
Would it be fair to say that the last message you sent to her was this last message we see on the thread? Any chance that your neighbor can get the papers for the horses? I can sign them. Kira seems to really want those purchases.
Yes.
I have to ask you just a couple of quick questions about your relationship with Mrs. Crumbley. When you and Mrs. Crumbley spent time together, most of the time, what part of the day was it?
Morning. Say.
Was it mornings of work days or weekends, if you know?
Work days.
Okay, and I am sorry to invade private details, but approximately, did you have a usual time that you would see each other?
I don't recall normal time.
Okay. During those times, you're not aware of where Jennifer Crumbley's son would be?
School, I don't.
So it would be fair to say that times you and Jennifer Crumbley were together were when her son would have been school days, correct?
Correct.
In terms of the extent of your relationship, were there many trips or overnights or things like that?
No.
That if it ever did happen was very minimal, correct?
Correct.
And at the end of the day, despite the fact that you and Mrs. Crumbley may have had an affair, you never believed that Mrs. Crumbley didn't care about her son, correct?
Correct.
Her relationship with you was very separate from her relationship with her child.
Correct.
And the amount of time that she spent with you was very minimal compared to the amount of time you knew she'd be at home and with her son and doing other things.
That's speculation unless he
Well,
has a
yeah,
lot of details.
Yeah, that, he didn't say that, so.
Okay, I can ask a better question. Throughout the days, while you and Mrs. Crumbley would talk to one another, you would frequently tell each other what you were doing as the day went on, correct?
Yeah.
I guess overall, during a typical week in 2021, how many times would you say you would see Jennifer Crumbley in person?
Once, maybe, I don't know.
Okay, so we're not,
In 21.
so we're not talking every day or anything like that, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
You're direct.
Thank you. Why did you stop communicating with her?
As soon as I saw in the news that, that the warrants were issued and they were being apprehended, but not
turning themselves in? Okay, so I just want to make sure that we're all clear. You're not accusing anyone in law enforcement of threatening you, are you?
No.
Okay, and in fact, when you interviewed with investigator Mike Thomas, December of 2023, he actually referred to you as brother. Would that be right?
Correct.
And you guys left the interview with exchanging phone numbers, and you actually called him the
Your
next day.
Honor, I would ask that the leading question stop.
Okay, so what was the tenor of that conversation? Was it an interrogation? Was his voice elevated like mine, or was he calm?
It went back and forth. It varied.
Okay. Did you feel like you were being yelled at?
At some points.
So one point he asked you about your pension. I'm going to look at the transcript here. When he first introduced himself to you, he was talking about you, how long you've been a firefighter, and your answer was, here 21 and a half years. He said, okay. And I worked for Independence, and I was on call for 7 hours before here. And then Mr. Thomas said, pensioner, straight 401. She asked specifically if he was threatened that his pension would be revoked. I think it's important that the jury understands what that context was.
Your Honor, all I'm asking for is that I get a chance for recross, because if the prosecutor's gonna pick tiny parts of this transcript and not the whole thing,
Well,
that's a problem.
You had the
Hold
transcript.
on, yeah.
No, I don't have the transcript.
She
I
has,
don't-
okay, first of all, the allegation of picking tiny parts, she accused 2 veteran officers of threatening when this witness said, no, he wasn't threatened. And I think it's important for me to go through that transcript, that interview, to talk about the portion that she brought up.
First of all,
He can pick whatever questions he wants on there. He doesn't have to, you know, he can ask whatever he wants about that. You don't have a transcript.
I don't.
She can make her own transcript, she's
I
a
don't.
retained attorney.
It's
Okay,
fine.
wait. Okay, wait, you have,
I've seen the audio. I took my own
Okay.
notes from it.
okay,
Okay,
all right.
so, okay. You
You've
said,
seen the interview.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your pensioner straight 401, you said pension. How much longer you got? 3.5. You got a COLA, cost of living out of it? Your response, yeah. What's your COLA? Oh, I don't know what it is now. I think it's, what's your multiplier? 2.8. Was he threatening to take your pension away?
No.
Okay, did you ever feel like he was gonna have your job taken from you?
No.
All right. You were asked, Mr. Thomas asked you about the importance for the truth. Now, as a veteran firefighter, are you surprised that law enforcement wanted to gather the truth? No. Okay. And in fact, you agreed.
Your Honor, I would ask objection to leading questions.
Judge,
You would
on
agree it's
redirect,
leading.
I am entitled to some leeway, especially in light of what counsel asked.
Not
Okay.
to leading questions.
Okay, let's not ask leading questions.
Okay, well, that didn't suggest the answer.
I know you can do it, Mr. Pease.
All right.
Okay.
Sir, you were interviewed by law enforcement?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And in December of 2021 was the first interview?
Yes.
Okay. So you were asked specifically about certain things that were said in that interview. And you did tell the police in that interview that she said she was worried he might hurt himself or something like that. That was your type statement.
Yes.
Okay. And you repeated that again in December of 2023.
Yes.
Okay. And then you testified to that today.
Yes.
That's never changed.
Correct.
All right. So the very first interview you had with law enforcement.
Your Honor, objection to leading questions.
I didn't even ask the question.
Well,
The last 3 were leading.
he asked him, did you make this statement in your written, did you say this in your written statement? Yes. Did you put this statement, did you testify to this? Yes. So I don't think that was leading.
You told the police in December of 2021 about an extramarital affair.
That's leading.
What did you tell the police about your relationship with Jennifer Crumbley?
Correct.
What did you tell the police?
Extramarital.
Okay. Did you give all the details?
No.
Okay. Did you tell the police how many times a week you would meet her? No. Okay. Did you tell the police about trips and specific times during the week? No. Okay. Now, why didn't you give all of those details in December of 2021?
Because I don't want those made public.
Okay. Are you happy about being here today?
No.
All right. What was your thought in withholding some of that information?
That it would protect people in my life, other people in my life, my family, my wife.
I imagine you've had some conversations since that time.
Yes.
Did you know how Jennifer Crumbley parented?
No.
Okay. Was that ever a topic of conversation?
No.
But you do know that you met her at a Costco parking lot across the street from her employer, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that would happen, as counsel said, during the work days?
Correct.
And during work hours?
Correct.
Okay. And you don't recall how often that would happen, but was it a regular thing?
Yes.
You also told us that Jennifer Crumbley in that Facebook post told you she had a string lock. Is there such thing as a string lock?
No.
Okay. You also told us that she told you that her son's friend committed suicide and that the school didn't send her the original drawing. That's all in those Facebook posts,
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay.
Correct.
And did you come to learn that those 3 things were actually not true?
Yes.
Now, did Jennifer ever tell you the details about that meeting with the school?
Not that I recall.
Did she ever tell you anything about her son in the spring of 2021? Did she ever tell you anything specifically about March 9th, 17th, 20th, 21st of 2021?
No.
Did she ever tell you about anything with her son's life in April of 2021?
No.
Did she ever tell you anything about her life in June of 2021?
No.
Right? Did she ever tell you that she didn't have to be at a meeting later in the day on November the 30th, 2021?
No.
In fact, she was able to leave work to meet you when it pleased her.
Yes.
Sir, when you were subpoenaed, you were told that we were not going to bring out the extramarital affair. Is that correct?
Your Honor, objection. As far as it goes with legal issues, that is not appropriate questions in front of the jury.
Why is that not inappropriate?
Because the prosecution's trying to allege that I've done something to put this witness in a bad spot when the evidence in this case requires the jury know all the information.
I think his question is directed at the fact that Mr. Malash was probably taken off guard when he testified today, right? Isn't that what your question's about?
Yes, Judge.
Yeah, you didn't know you were gonna be asked those things.
Okay. Jennifer wrote to you that she felt like she failed as a parent.
That was in the message.
In the messages, yes. But she didn't tell you any of the specificity, any of the details regarding that.
No.
So she didn't tell you anything about the background of her son and her husband.
No.
And again, I just want to make something crystal clear. In the interviews you had with law enforcement, nobody ever told you that you would be fired, correct? No one ever told you that you had the risk of being fired. What were you told to do when you came to court today?
Tell the truth.
Okay, and have you told the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, I have nothing further.
Your Honor, may I have two questions?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Malash, it's fair to say you testified earlier, you have memory issues.
Yes.
Okay, describe those memory issues for this jury.
Judge, that's been asked and answered. It's beyond the scope of my redirect. And unless we're gonna go through all the prior consistent statements.
I'll withdraw that question. Earlier when you testified, and this is my last question, you did say you had feelings that there was pressure on you about certain areas of your life being affected by your statements to police,
Hold on,
correct?
Judge, that's mischaracterizing the testimony. He's testified multiple times. He was not threatened.
Okay, well, she didn't ask that.
She has asked that.
Well,
I
you
did
know,
ask that.
I've gotten, I guess, a little bit of inconsistent. I don't know if it's testimony or vibe from you. Did you, at any point, you said the police didn't threaten you, but,
There were veiled threats.
well, I asked that. Did you feel like there were any veiled threats? He said yes, but he didn't tell me what those were. So, you know, did you feel pressure to tell the police some things? And if so, what were those pressures? You said that your job wasn't threatened.
Yes, Your Honor. Can I specify what I was trying to do to clarify?
Please.
I was trying to clarify. I felt I was guarding myself in my statements, and the investigator was pushing it and inferring that this would all get out, which it has now with what was going on. He didn't threaten my job. He was asking questions that were professionally related, because I know he was trying to establish some sort of rapport with me because he worked in law enforcement, so he was asking about pensions. He did get more aggressive with it, and it was threatening, as in personal information getting out about me out in the open to the public and stuff.
Okay.
I shouldn't say stuff, but did that help?
Okay, do either of you have any questions based on that?
I do. Did he ever tell you to say something that wasn't true?
No.
Okay, you were told to tell the truth.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Anything else?
You were asked questions repeatedly, the same question over and over, as we've done in this courtroom today, correct? Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna let you step down and you're excused. Okay, tell me what we're doing next.
You have a witness ready.
Okay, do you guys need a break? How long is this witness, do you think?
I'd say the direct is about 30 minutes.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna excuse you for until 4 o'clock. And then I'll come back, okay?
All right, for the jury.
Judge, when we approach after the jury sees.
Yeah. I want to ask you something too. You may be seated. You know, before the trial started, there were some issues raised about privileged records of the shooter and Fifth Amendment rights of the shooter. And I've had some filings from doctors, lawyers, from the lawyer for the shooter, and also by Ms. Smith. So she filed something, and I know that you responded today to it. I guess I feel like I've ruled on those issues, but I wanted to give you guys as much opportunity as possible, because as we've established, there is not a lot of law in this area, and I certainly have personally not found any law that would allow me to pierce a privilege possessed by the shooter. But that being said, I think you filed a response, and then there was maybe a confidential attachment to that maybe was directed at some of the contents of the privileged documents. But I have not received that. That's the long and short of it, as I have not received that. So if I haven't read something else, you know that. So.
One moment.
Judge, we can check on the status. It was being
Okay.
sent by Mr. Williams.
Okay. Okay, so what else? You wanted to approach about something?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Your Honor, calling people versus Jennifer Crumbley, case number 222799990 FH.
All right, you bring your jury in, okay? All set?
Yes.
All rise for the jury.
Got it.
I don't know what's on the bill.
That's fine. Okay, that's fine, yeah, thank you.
All right, you may be seated. Prosecutor, who's the next witness?
Officer William Creer. Sorry. William Creer.
Would you raise your right hand? You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, could you close the door for you, have a step up, have a seat? Please state your name for the record and spell your first and last name.
No problem. My name is William Creer. William's common spelling, Creer is spelled C-R-E-E-R.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, I misspoke and called you officer, which is probably a good way of introducing you to the jury, but I'm just gonna call you Mr. Creer.
That's fine.
You are not an officer. What is your title?
Forensic technician,
And who do you work for?
Detroit, City of Detroit Police Department.
Okay, can you explain to the jury how you work for the City of Detroit Police Department, but you're not an officer?
I'm a crime scene investigator. They send me out to the scenes, I collect the evidence, I take the pictures, package the evidence, and I come testify in court.
And how long have you been doing that?
20 years.
So is your title forensic lab tech?
No, just forensic technician, man.
Okay.
There's a difference. Lab techs, actually, there's the people that test the evidence I collect. I just go collect the evidence.
Okay, you don't work in the lab.
No, ma'am.
Okay. So is it correct to say that you're a civilian working for the police department?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I want to direct your attention to December 3rd of 2021. Do you remember that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you working?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you at some point dispatched to a building with the address of 1111 Bellevue in Detroit?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you made aware there was a search warrant being executed at this location?
Yes, it was.
Okay, how many times have you, roughly, can you estimate, gone to a crime scene and collected evidence?
A lot.
Okay,
You want the actual number? More than 1,000.
Okay. Did you go with anybody or were you by yourself?
I had a partner that day.
Okay, and what was your partner's name?
Forensic technician Stephanie Sparks.
What were your initial thoughts as you headed to the location?
We had to, when my partner and I were heading to the location, it was just a normal search warrant, collect a picture, take pictures, collect the evidence. And then when we arrived at the scene location, we saw the media cameras. And then that's when we figured, okay, this is gonna be a little bit more than a normal search warrant.
Okay. Who did you speak to when you arrived on scene?
Lieutenant Hall.
And why Lieutenant Hall?
Because he was the highest ranking officer at the scene when we arrived. And when we got the request over the radio, he was the one that dispatched the officer dispatched, requested for the scene to be processed.
Okay, and what did he ask you to do?
When we arrived at the scene, we went to the building, and that's when we were made aware that this was regarding the Crumbley case and how we were going to execute the search warrant.
Okay, is it correct to say that you process the scene? Is that how you would describe what you do?
That's exactly how it's described.
Okay, and when you process the scene, some crime scenes, does that mean something, the depth in which you perform those duties, does it differ depending on what the law enforcement wants you to do, or is it the same every time?
We work hand in hand with law enforcement. The officer in charge usually goes in or has already secured the scene with the other officers. By the time we arrive, they have an idea of evidence they want collected. When we arrive, we do a walkthrough with the officer in charge or the detective, whoever is the highest ranking officer on that particular scene. We do our walkthrough. He points out evidence that's important to be collected. While we're doing our walkthrough, my partner or who I'm working with that day will point out items that we believe might want to be collected. And then at that point, we start taking pictures, documenting the scene, and then collecting the evidence.
Okay, so do you only collect the evidence they point out you need to collect this, or do you determine based on your own experience what you should collect? And how do you ever collect anything that's not visible when you first walk in and law enforcement directs you to?
After we do the walkthrough with the investigator, and then if they give us permission or we agree that we're going to do a more thorough search and we see some items that we might want to look at a little bit more thoroughly, then we will do an additional search of the scene.
Okay, so the items that you find, does that lead you to the other parts of the scene that you want to search? Or do you search only what the law enforcement tells you to?
Again, depending on how things operate. In this particular scene, we'll use this particular scene as an example. They had already initiated their search. They had already found items they wanted. They, at this point, they said, hey, if there's any additional items you two see or might want to go over, have at it.
Okay, so you were given free reign of the entire room?
Yes.
Okay. Is it part of your protocol to just collect what you see out in the open, or do you actually do you conduct searches?
We conducted the search in this particular case, yes.
Okay. Is that something routine, or is that unusual?
It depends. It varies by scene to scene.
Okay. When you walked into the room, what did you observe?
Again, the search warrant had already been executed. We took our overall pictures of the scene. We saw, items that were already collected from or found by law enforcement. There was foodstuffs on the table, just as you directly in front of you as you entered the room. A mattress and then clothes scattered around the room that had already been found.
Okay. I'm going to show you pictures in just a moment, but I want to, with your permission, get a little bit more detail about the things that you first discovered. When you just said you saw some food stuff. Do you remember specifically what you saw?
I believe bananas, jug of orange juice. I want to say maybe a bottle of alcohol. I want to say possibly vodka. That's all I can remember off the top of my head. Okay.
Did you see anything else that stands out to you right now?
No.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to show you well, before I do that, can you describe what did you think that room was when you walked into it?
When I walked into it, I thought it was an art studio of some kind.
Okay.
I remember portraits and just art stuff around the room.
Right.
Tables. Kind of reminded me of an art class or something like that.
All right. Did you see anything else on the floor?
Saw a mattress.
And what did you think of that?
Apparently somebody sleeping on a mattress.
Well, I'm sorry, you
It looks like somebody sleeping on the mattress.
Okay. I'm not sure, I know I didn't ask you this. Did you have contact with Jennifer James Crumbley when you were searching the room?
No, at the time, no. They had already been arrested and I believe taken to Oakland County Jail.
Okay, so you didn't see them?
No.
All right, so I'm gonna show you.
Not at that particular time.
Right, and we're gonna get to that. Okay, I'm going to show you some pictures and then I'm gonna pull out just 2 or 3 things just for demonstrative purposes for the jury. But these are photographs, exhibits 348 through 400.
I'm sorry, 348 through 4.
So on the exhibit list, they're listed from 348 and the
348,
through the
349,
description.
351 were previously admitted, but 350 was not done, right?
I'm just checking. We have no objections on these. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so can you tell the jury, I'm gonna just go through the pictures and you can, if you will, just describe what we're looking at.
That's the scene location.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kerr, about what time did you arrive on scene?
Around 2:40?
AM?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you just working the night shift or were you at home or where were you when you got
I'm
home?
assigned the midnight shift.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so this is what?
That will be the crime scene location.
It should be on your monitor, is it?
Oh, yes. it
Okay,
is, right.
great.
I'm just so used to.
Yeah. All right,
That's the scene on Bellevue. That's another angle of the scene on Bellevue.
okay. Can you go back one? Can you see the windows of the art studio that you searched in that photo?
I don't recall.
Okay, next photo. Does this look familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury what this is?
So those are the reporters that we saw when we were pulling up, and we asked them to move so we can take pictures.
Okay, was that something common that you encountered?
Yes.
Okay. Next. What is that?
Again, we're at the crime scene location, the exterior shot.
Okay, and the next.
That would be the Kia vehicle we're also allowed to, requested to photograph.
Okay. So did you take these photos?
Oh, no, my partner took these photos.
Were you there when she took them?
Yes, it was.
Okay. What is that?
If you zoom in, you can see cigarette butts that we were requested to collect.
Okay. And what are we looking at?
Looking at more cigarette butts we were requested to collect.
Did you know why you were requested to collect those?
Because of possible DNA evidence.
Okay. Next. What is this?
That would be Suite 130, the crime scene location.
So the art studio was Suite 130, or actually is 130 the art studio you searched? I'm sorry.
130 is the art studio. We searched the actual crime scene address was 1111 building.
So the building was 1111 Bellevue.
Yes.
Okay. And the art studio was what?
130.
Okay. What is this?
That's inside Suite 130.
All right, and the next picture?
Again, we're inside Suite 130. These are overall shots of the entire room. So you get an idea of the items in the room and the room in general.
Where, in relation to the door to the studio, is there one door or more than one door?
There was just one door in and out of this room.
Okay. Where in relation, in this photo, where's the door?
The door is, from this angle, the door is directly behind and to the left.
Okay. And the next?
Again, we're kind of circling the room with overall shots.
Okay.
Again, the door is behind and at this point behind and to the right.
Okay. What is this?
Again, we're taking overall the room. The door is directly behind us, and we're taking a shot across the room.
Do you see a mattress in this photo?
No, but if you go back, I believe you can see the mattress there, at the bottom of the screen. The two drawers are on top of the mattress.
Okay. All right. And the next photo?
Again, that's the shot from across the room. The door in and out of the room is directly behind my partner taking the photos.
Okay. And the next one is 360. This is just a different view?
Just different angle.
Is that the mattress there in the right bottom corner?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you put those drawers, are those drawers?
I believe they're drawers, and they were already there at the time that we arrived.
Okay. In 361.
And then you have a better photo of the mattress and the drawers.
And the next. Okay, what is this?
Now we're circling around. We have a photo of the mattress, a plaid object, and whatever cover that the mattress is resting on.
Okay, in a minute, we're gonna get to the actual items individually, photos. But did you take pictures of those individually at some point?
I would have to go through the pictures to make sure, but I'm pretty sure we did.
Okay. And what's your recollection? What is that? When you said it's an item, is it a blanket? Is it a piece of clothing? Is it something else?
I believe it's a
clothing, like a plaid shirt.
Okay. 364. What is this?
Again, we're circling the room. As you see at the top right-hand corner, that's the table with the food items on it. You see the orange juice at the top right corner and a bottle of Coke. Bottom left, or rather, bottom left corner of the room, you have a Snipes clothing bag.
Okay, right next to the orange juice, that circular object on the counter there, what is that?
Right next to, say it again?
There.
Oh, I believe those are Solo cups.
Okay. And
Or plastic cups.
365. What is this?
Oh, those are photos of the clothes that was inside the Snipes bag.
Okay, can you tell the jury what those are?
A few pairs of socks, a sweatshirt, and again, you have the plaid item and the baseball cap that was in the previous pictures.
Okay, and are the socks attached to anything?
They're attached to, just like you would buy them from the store, the paper that would connect the bundles of socks together.
So they're new?
Yes. There's also the receipt in the picture, just by the sweatshirt.
Okay. And do you, I think there's a closer photo of that actual receipt, which we'll get to. 366, what is that?
This would be by the mattress. Between the mattress and the shelf is like a pink shirt.
Okay, and 367.
And there's a better picture of the pink shirt.
So did you or somebody else take it and play it out like that?
Yes.
Okay. 368? What is this?
This is another shirt.
Where was that found?
Can't quite remember off the top.
Okay. Do you need to see, did you write a report?
I did write a report.
All right, would that refresh your recollection?
It would, thank you.
Okay. Mayor Pro Turner?
Sure. Thank you. Yes, it was in one of the plastic bins.
Okay, that shirt was in a plastic bin?
Yes.
Okay, I think if we proceed through the photos, that this will make a little bit more sense. Okay, is that a plastic bin?
That is one of the plastic bins, yes.
Okay. How many total plastic bins did you find items of interest in this search?
I believe 2 plastic bins, and we were during the interest of the search.
Okay, were they in the same place or were 2 different places?
They were in 2 different places.
Okay, where was that plastic bin?
That plastic bin was along the north wall of the room, under the table with the food items on it.
Under the table, right there?
Right there.
And so, correct me if I'm wrong, is the mattress on the other side of this table?
The mattress is on the other side of the table, yes.
Okay, was the plastic bin found like that with the lid off and the backpack sitting up?
No, we looked at it, it looked funny, just out of place under the table. We moved it, the top was kind of ajar, and then that's when we found the bag in the bin.
Okay, and we're gonna get to the contents of what was in that backpack in a moment. Can you flip to 370? Okay, what is this?
Again, that's the table with all the food items.
All right, can you describe to the jury what you see, all the items there that are on the counter?
No problem. You have the bananas, you have a container of orange juice, a container of burners, a box of Special K, and a bottle of water, along with some Solo cups or Solo-like cups.
Okay, I see some paper towel there.
Yeah, there's a paper towel and a box of Kleenex.
And Mr. Keese is going to sort of highlight some of the other items to ask you what those are. You know, what is that?
A box of, can't quite make it out.
Okay. Do you want to look at your report?
Yes,
that
thank you.
refresh your recollection?
My report says food stuff items.
Okay.
Food items, plastic cups.
Okay.
Covered with papers, food items, plastic cups, and plasticware.
Okay, so those are boxed something,
Yes.
okay. If I told you that says Lara Bar on it, would you have reason to dispute that?
No.
Do you know what that is?
No.
Okay, they're granola bars.
Okay.
Or energy bars.
Okay.
Okay, so you've never had a Lara Bar?
I've never had a Lara Bar, no.
Okay, what is the next item Mr. Keast is showing with the magnifier, if you know?
Bottle of lotion of some type.
Is it lotion or is it shampoo?
I believe it was lotion, but
Okay. What is that?
I'm not sure.
What does the bottle say?
Remove?
Minute Maid?
Oh, you're talking about the plastic bottle behind?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, that's a Minute Maid bottle.
Okay, and then there are 2 other cups right there?
Yes.
Is that the way you found it, or?
That is exactly how we found it when we arrived.
Okay, all right, next. This is what?
That is, again, a plastic bin with the pink book bag inside.
Okay, and the next one? What is that?
It's the plastic bag, we removed it from the plastic bin. I mean, the pink bag we removed from the plastic bin.
Okay, what are the items to the left?
Those are items we started removing outside of the plastic bin.
Okay,
I mean, the pink bag.
and what did you describe to the jury what you found in the pink backpack?
In the pink backpack, there was a second bag, and various clothes.
What kind of clothes?
Intimate clothes, underwears, etc.
Okay, men's underwear or ladies' underwear?
Ladies' underwear.
Do you know how many pairs?
About 4 pairs, if I recall correctly.
And that gray item next to the pink backpack to the upper left, what is that?
That's just another bag that was inside the bag.
Okay, and 373? What is this?
Again, we have another angle of the pink bag, the gray bag, and a pair of pants that was also inside the bag.
Okay, and 374?
We have another angle of the pink bag and a pair of dark colored pants.
Okay, the green bag underneath the pants, was that found in the, yes, was that found in the backpack?
Yes.
What did it have inside of it?
I don't recall.
Okay, I'll hand it to you in a minute.
Okay.
The next slide?
Again, we have a picture of the brand of pants, the fact that they're stretch, and the size on the tag under the false boot.
Okay, and the next slide? What's this?
Again, we have more of the intimate items, the intimate clothing items, and a plastic bag with,
That's a business card?
yes,
Okay, and what's next to it?
several pills inside the container. I believe they're caffeine pills.
All right, and the next picture?
Again, we have a closer picture of the business card and the pills.
Okay, and then 378. What is this?
It was an ointment container and an injectable medication of some kind.
And where was it found?
It was all of that was in a plastic bag, which was inside the pink book bag.
Okay, were you able to determine whether those were for human beings or horses?
For horses.
Okay, and the next slide?
We have another picture of the intimate female clothing and more clothes, and also the green bag that you asked about.
Okay. What is this?
It's a key card
And what is,
for an extended stay America.
okay, where'd you find that?
It was inside of a jacket over the chair. If you go back, way back at the beginning of the pictures, you'll see a black jacket over the chair.
Okay, and the next slide? What is this?
This is inside of a garbage can. It was near the table with the food items on it. It's a whiskey bottle. There was a few pictures before that I didn't see us go through that showed where the garbage can was in relation to the table with the food items.
Was the bottle empty or did it still have something in it?
I believe it was empty.
Okay, next slide. What is this?
It's a receipt from Rivertown Market.
And what does the date and time say? I'm not sure it shows it in that.
Yeah, I'm not sure it shows it in this
Okay.
picture.
All right, the next. Okay, what is this?
It is a bag of ice and is also Can't quite remember what fruit that's in,
If I said avocado, would you?
is an avocado.
It was, okay. So you said there were just 2 bins? Is this the second bin?
Yes.
Okay. Where'd you find this?
It was, if I remember correctly, this bin was gonna be alongside the,
We're gonna go back and
West
show
wall.
a picture of the whole room again when we go through each thing, but this was in the room that night, correct?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, was the ice, can you go back to this, to the receipt? What is, can you read if we give a close up what the items on that receipt were?
Bagged ice, a Larabar, 2 Larabars actually, a Robitussin, Clo Cup, Pantene, a nut tray, orange juice, Diet Coke, paid a deposit, I believe, probably for Diet Coke, organic bananas, extra large avocados, and ice mountain.
Okay. When you, what is the ice sitting in?
It's sitting in a metal tray.
Okay, a receipt later says lasagna pan with, if you know, would you call, you don't know, do you?
I would
Okay,
call it a metal tray.
Okay.
Similar to what if you had a family gathering and you're cooking for family, you have lasagna, or you make a large
Okay.
dish of lasagna or cake or whatever.
got it. Was the ice melted or was it still intact?
It was melting.
Okay, next picture. What is this?
It is the receipt. I believe it's the bottom half of a receipt.
What's the date and time?
12/3/21, 4:09 p.m.
Okay, and that's, looks like it's for how much, if you can see? Does it say?
No, I don't see it. I'm not seeing it.
Up at the top.
Sold items, $1.04.
Okay, and it's to the state of Michigan?
Yes.
Okay. What is this?
It's photographed the mattress that we went through earlier.
Like the item at the bottom of the screen, what is that?
It's a blue solo type cup, plastic cup.
Was there anything in it?
No,
All right, and 386. What is this?
that's another plastic bin.
Okay, so were there 2 plastic bins or 3 plastic bins?
There were multiple plastic bins
Okay.
in the room.
The items that you found, were they in 1, 2, or 3 plastic bins?
2 plastic,
Okay, so there's the one that the backpack was in,
which was under the table.
okay, and then what's the other one?
That second plastic bin was with the ice that was melting.
Okay.
And we have this third plastic bin that actually, which I would say the second plastic bin, which actually has items that are imported to this.
Okay, so you weren't counting the one with the ice?
No.
Okay, all right. Where was this located?
This will be alongside the west wall.
So was it next to the mattress?
No, the mattress, again, as you come into the room, you have the table that had the food items on it, and then you have the bed. As you work your way further west in the room, you have that wall that you took, that if we go through the earlier pictures, had the picture with the paint splotches or whatever.
All right, well, I don't mean to interrupt you, but we'll show you a picture.
Okay.
So was this next to the other bin with the backpack?
No,
Okay, about how many feet away from that bin was this one?
can't quite call it off my head, but about more than 8 feet.
Okay, and what was inside this bin?
It was a purse.
Was this securely latched?
Yes. As you can go back to the further picture, you can see how it was more firmly latched.
Okay. And did you pull that bag out?
Yes, we took the pictures in sequence where you can see us opening up the actual plastic, the plastic bin, and then actually pulling out the purse.
Okay, and the next slide. Is that the bag that was in the bin?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is your protocol? Is that, I don't want to put words in your mouth. How do you approach the photos in terms of sequence?
Well, as we go through the purse or any kind of item, that there's any kind of item, we open up the purse, we take a full photo of how the items are in the purse at the time of collection. And then we start pulling out the items and kind of setting them up and showing the items individually that was inside the purse, bag, whatever.
Okay. Let's go to the next slide and we'll go through all of the items because you actually take each item out of the purse and photograph it?
Yes.
Okay, what are we seeing there?
Those are 2 envelopes with cash inside.
Okay, and 390? Well, I'm sorry, what's underneath the envelopes?
That is the tabulation return. Whenever we do a crime scene, there's an officer there that takes notes on all the items we collect from the crime scene.
Okay. Look closely at that search warrant tabulation. Who's Peschke? Do you know who that is?
No.
Okay, if I told you it was an Oakland County sheriff, would you say that this was the search warrant for that room?
Yes.
Okay. Is it continuing? Okay, there were two search warrants, well, there were many search warrants executed that day. The search warrant that was executed on the art studio was one of them. There was also a search of the defendant's home.
Okay.
Do you know whether this was a tabulation for the art studio or the defendant's home?
This should be a search warrant for this location, this scene location.
Okay, we'll get to that. Next. What's this?
Again, we're taking more photographs inside the purse.
And what's visible in the purse?
Most visible is you have more cash. Cash inside the purse.
Okay, and then some other items?
Yes.
What's to the right?
You have pills, bottles of pills.
And then what are those items?
Along where after you there you go. You have the keys, and as you go further to the right, you start to see the cell phones that we also collected.
Okay, next picture. That's a close-up of the cash?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and 392?
You have a close-up of the pills and cell phones, and also the keys to the Kia outside.
Okay, how many cell phones?
4.
All right, and did you notice anything about these cell phones? Well, first of all, were they on or were they off?
All the cell phones were off at the time we collected.
All 4 of the cell phones were off?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anything else did you notice about the cell phone?
As you see, one cell phone is, as I say in my report, severely damaged.
All right, and is that's the front screen?
Yes.
Okay. So would you say that's multiple cracks indicating damage or a couple cracks?
I'm comfortable with saying severely damaged.
Okay. Next. That's a close-up?
Close-up of the keys that we collected from inside the purse.
And what is that card, if you know?
Look, it says card activation. Looks like some kind of bank card or some kind.
Okay, next slide. All right, this is a close-up of the medications.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and can you read what the medications, first of all, are they prescription?
They are prescription.
And who are they prescribed to?
Jennifer Crumbley.
All right, and do you know what each prescription bottle is for?
You have 2 bottles of Adderall, and then the 3rd bottle I can't quite make
Okay, I'm gonna close up there. What is that?
Allopraxillam.
All right, do you know what that is?
No.
Okay, if I told you it was Xanax, do you have any reason to disbelieve that?
I would have any disagreement. No.
Okay, all right, next.
Again, we have photos of the cell phones.
Okay, and the next one? What is this?
That's when we started pulling out the cash and counting them.
Is that your protocol? You lay out all of the bills?
Yes.
Okay. 397, that's,
We're continuing to count the money as we find.
okay.
And we're still counting money. And we're still counting the money. I think that's the last photo of the money.
All right. Did you count all the money?
Yes, we counted all the money.
What was the total in cash that was in the purse?
$6,617.
Okay. 400. What is this?
It's another photo of the receipt. I believe that's the top section of the receipt from earlier.
And what is the date and time?
12/3/21, 4:37 p.m.
Can you read the items on the receipt?
No problem. Jiffy giant lasagna pan, Verner's 2-liter, got a recycling fee overcharge, paper towel, Kleenex Ultra tissue.
Okay. All right. Lieutenant Willis is going to help me just for demonstrative purposes pull out just some of these items that are not exactly clear in the photo. So I just wanted to ask you in detail if this was the item that you photographed. Is that okay?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. The first is the book pack
the backpack?
Yes, it does appear to be the book bag we photographed.
Okay. And that's where the packet is with the horse medication. It looks like, was this in the backpack?
It was in the bag.
Okay, and then the clothing items were also in there,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? And then the next,
That's 427 for the record, Judge.
That's 427.
okay,
What's 427?
For demonstrative purposes, the backpack. So it's identified for the record.
do you recognize these items?
Yes, those are items that were by the bag.
Okay, so are those clothing or are they blankets?
They appear to be blankets.
Okay,
Are those also 427?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
that's the Snipes bag, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This is this house. I'm just gonna get that.
You want to check?
So these are some, where did, what is this?
That's the sweatshirt. We already went over it with the pictures earlier.
And where was that found?
That was found near the Snipes bag.
Okay. What is this?
That was the jacket that was over the chair.
Okay.
That had the hotel room card inside.
Okay. That's okay, that's okay. And then the only, that's supposed to just like, you don't have to come out. And then the only other thing we're gonna show you is the last item found in what you call the second plastic container, which I call the third. Is this that in that container?
Yes, that's the purse.
Okay, and were the cell phones found in this bag?
Cell phones, the money, yes, that was in the bag.
Okay, thank you. All right, before I go back, lastly, to show you the pictures of the room so you can orient us of where these things were found. Did you ever come in contact with Jennifer Crumbley?
We were requested to Oakland County Jail photograph both the brothers.
Okay, and why were you asked to do that?
We were just requested to take pictures if there is any injuries regarding their arrest. Because the request was not only for the search warrant, but if you look at my report, the request was to process the scene of a search warrant and arrest at the address at 1111 Bellevue Street.
Okay. Do you see Jennifer Crumbley in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you point her out and describe something she's wearing?
She's right there, and she's wearing a blue jacket, or suit jacket.
May the record reflect that he's properly identified the defendant.
The record will say.
Okay, lastly, I just want to take you to the initial photos of you that you took to the room to try to point out where exactly you found each of these plastic bins. Okay. Great. Is this a good photo to show us?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll go back one more. One more. Yeah, we go, right there. The first bin is going to be to the, just to the right of the table with the food items on it, on the floor. And it was kind of under the table. That was the item that had the book bag in it, if I remember correctly.
Okay. And the mattress is on the other side of the table?
Exactly.
Okay. Where was the ice and the avocado found?
Ice and avocado were still, were more out in the open, still in that same area of the first bin.
Okay. Was the second plastic bin that contained the purse with the cell phones and the cash, where was that?
If you look straight ahead, as I mentioned before, the portrait that had the paint splotches along that wall, you have that table just up under it, and just beyond that, when you move around, that's when you see the container with the.
Behind
Yes.
that workbench on the left?
Yes.
Is there a better photo of it?
Yes.
Can you see it from that?
No, we're looking.
About
just
there.
Come around. That area, just one more over. There you go. You have the bench. I misspoke. You have the kind of yellow section
Cart?
with the tub, the yellow cart with the tubs on, with the tubs.
Yes.
Just to the left of that, you have the items with the paint, and then just behind that would be the tote.
Okay. And that was securely fastened?
Yes.
Okay.
And it was securely fastened, but in another bin. As you, when you go through the pictures, you can see that bin is in another bin.
Was the bin inside that bin also closed?
No,
Okay. And was the bag zipped or unzipped?
bag was zipped at the time when we collected it.
Okay, and that's where you found the cell phones that were turned off and the cash?
Yes.
Okay, and how did all of that evidence get here?
After we took all these pictures, we then collected the evidence and we secured them in these items and turned them over to the Detroit Police Public Safety Headquarters in the evidence lockers.
Okay, thank you.
I have no questions, thank you.
You may step down and you're excused.
Just want your step.
Oh,
So
definitely.
there's a little step right there.
Yeah. And I'm like, man, okay.
All right.
There you go.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to ask you to return at 8:30 in the morning because we're making good progress. Do you know how many witnesses you have tomorrow?
We have to confer, Judge, we have between 1 and 3 tomorrow, 1 and 4.
Okay. All right, so, I get, the defense would be, if the defense is calling witnesses, likely tomorrow afternoon, correct?
Certainly tomorrow afternoon.
Okay, all right, so I'm going to return at 8:30 in the morning. I want to tell you that during the trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you must consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses need to swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. Do not go on social media, do not go on Facebook, don't post, don't do research, don't text anyone, don't discuss this case with anyone, all right? Any questions about the schedule? All right, we'll see you tomorrow at 8:30.
All rise for the jury.
Your Honor, can we stay on the record? I don't know what the jury is on.
Expected to have call witnesses by tomorrow.
Okay.
You would say.
I'm prepared for that. I am asking if I can please be notified of who the prosecution is calling for tomorrow when they know.
Can you do that?
Yes, Judge, it's the same witnesses we identified last night.
Okay,
Who
there's
did
no
we
one.
get to?
There's no
They made comments today, they might add on witnesses. I don't know
Well,
if that's true,
No,
that's
that's a
why,
good point, because,
that's why I'm asking.
Okay, well, things kind of went fast, right? So they may not know that yet, right? I don't think that they've had time to consider if they want to call somebody else. But I am going to request that if you know sometime this evening that you're going to call someone in addition to who you already notified the defense about, if you could notify them, that'd be great.
certainly.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Judge.
All right.